we've got another full day of talks and workshops. So thanks everyone for showing up on time, getting some breakfast. I want to congratulate the people for the block template tourney last night. Round of applause for the pool peers for their victorious win on building the most valuable block template. It was a hard-fought victory, I think, but they managed to pull the balls out of the pool the bestest. So congratulations, y'all. Okay, so kicking off today with a quick talk on the Mempool. Wait for you guys to switch the slides over if you got a sec. There we go. Okay. Great. So, not great quite yet. Yeah, it's been a day. Great. Cool. So this is hopefully there won't be much new information in this talk for people, but what I really want to do is kind of give an overview of, some of what we're talking about with Mempools and Relay, and kind of just like an article I wrote a few years ago now. It's titled "Death to the Mempool, Long Live the Mempool," and how we can bring it back from irrelevance. So back in 2021, I sent a post to the mailing list about how it wasn't really necessary for anyone who wanted to transact on Bitcoin to send their transaction to the mempool. And the rationale for this is I'm kind of going to go through the problem in this presentation and then be like, okay, well, how can we fix this? Because I sent this post and then I never really followed up with my explanation of how we could fix it. So this, I guess, is my attempt to send maybe an email 4 years later about, okay, so this is a problem, how do we fix it? So just as a quick problem definition, you have your node, and let's say that your node has a transaction. You want to get this transaction mined. Well, how do you do that? Back in the day, well, generally speaking, there's a bunch of other nodes on the Bitcoin network. They're all independent. They're all running their own version of Bitcoin Core with its own independent settings. And if you want to get your transaction mined, you need to get your transaction out to the network. And the way that you do this is via a gossip protocol, where you send transactions from one node to all the other nodes in the network. Or generally speaking, you send it to a subset of nodes, and then those nodes in turn send it to nodes that they're connected to. And the transaction propagates in sort of a flood method across the network. Great. So every new transaction that gets added to Bitcoin, when Bitcoin was started, was sent across the network in this way. And this is how the mempool basically works today, of sending transactions across the network, generally speaking. This works pretty well when it's a smallish network, and it seems like it's working pretty well now as we're getting a bigger network. But imagine if every single person in the world had a Bitcoin node. This would mean that your transaction would be sent to every single node in the world, which maybe would be a lot of people. So if you really start thinking about it, it's okay, well, who really needs to know about my transaction and my desire to move Bitcoin from one place to the other? Generally speaking, my transaction is going to be between me and the parties that I'm transacting with. Why do I need to send it across every single node in the network? What's the value in that to me? It incurs a lot of bandwidth for all of the nodes that are on the network, especially if they're not involved as a party to the transaction. Why should I be sending this transaction out to everyone? And the star there is before it's in a block, right? So a lot of transactions to some extent. Hopefully everyone is a candidate to be included in a block. That's why your mempool is relaying it. In order to gain access to the gossip network, there are some checks that a transaction must be a good candidate for a block. But there is maybe some transactions that get relayed that never end up in blocks. Okay, so who needs to know about it? I think the answer is the miners, right? You really, as a transactor, the only person that you care about getting your transaction is a miner that's the miner that's going to include it in the block. So which nodes, which mempools belong to miners that are going to get it in the block? Well, back in the day when Bitcoin first started, in theory, everyone could mine Bitcoin on their laptop. So there could be, maybe there was, I wasn't involved in Bitcoin at this time, I feel like few of us were, where every node that was running Bitcoin Core, also was running a Bitcoin miner. So in order to figure out which mempool you needed to get your transaction in order for it to be included in a block, you needed to send it to pretty much every Bitcoin node because you had no idea, in theory, which one of them would be making the next block. As time went on, mining became more competitive. Less people were able to be mining. Less of the nodes on the network were actually running miners and using their mempool actively to build block templates. So, people upgraded to GPUs. The number of nodes that were mining went down. So the miners that are on the network and the mempools associated with a miner is no longer as much of a one-to-one mapping as maybe it might have been at the beginning of the network. Again, not saying everyone who ran a node was also mining on their laptop, but back in the day it was possible, right? These days you could, but it's not quite as possible. In fact, miners have kind of become sort of dislocated from where Bitcoin nodes are located. And instead of sending a transaction to a miner, you would want to send, miners are instead connected to something called a mining pool. These mining pools are where you're going to send your transaction. They're going to create the block template, as we saw how that works yesterday at the pool party. They're going to take a hash of that block template that they've created. So they're not even sending the transactions to the miners. They're going to create a hash out of that block template, so kind of a summary of what's in the blocks. And then they're going to send that to the miners. So the miners don't even know what transactions they're trying to include in a block. So there's kind of become this layer of separation between people that are transacting, where that transaction goes, and the miners who are doing the proof of work to include transactions in blocks. And that's kind of like the state of play of today, right? Is that a lot of miners are connected to pools more so than to mempools. And all that they receive or see are hashes that they're attempting to build on top of or find the winning knots for. So where back in the day, maybe you would want your transaction or really needed to get your transaction to every node on the network in order for it to be included. Now, the mempools that you actually need to get your transaction into in order to accomplish your personal goal of getting your transaction mined is quite few, comparably. Great. OK, so why use the mempool? And this is kind of what my email was back in 2021. Why even use the mempool at all if you like literally, in theory, don't need to? And in theory, I mean, I can get into that. If you look at, this is from mempool.space. Did I put the date on here? No. From over this weekend. This is an accounting, as best they can do, of the relative hash rate share on the entire network of every big miner. And so if you make the assumption, again, this is an assumption, I don't have any inside knowledge about how mining pools are set up or how many mempools they have or how their infrastructure works, but generally speaking, I think of them as centralized entities where you need to make one point of contact with them and they have your transaction. The top three, I think, entities here control what % of the hash rate? Does anyone have a guess? Is that a guess or a no? No, I'm just kidding. 63%, according to my math on the mempool.space. And just the top 10. So that's 3 people that if you personally knew how to reach them, maybe you sent them an email with your transaction in it, not making any assumptions about how you're getting in touch with them. But in theory, you would need to send an email to 3 people with your Bitcoin transaction in it. And your chance of getting in the next block is approximately 63%, which is pretty good, right? And that means there's thousands of nodes that you don't need to tell about your transaction. They'll find out about it when it ends up in a block. If you look at just the top 10 pools, they control 94% of the entire hash rate. So that's just like saying, okay, I'm going to make an email, I'm going to put my transaction in it, I'm going to send it to 10 people, and then I have a 94% chance of it being in the next block, if my understanding of how hash rate works is correct. So you can correct me later. Okay, so why use the mempool? Why send it out to all of these people? So, I mean, in my email, I was like, basically, provided the number of block tape template producing actors remains beneath, say, even 1,000, it's possible to do something where you could have a centralized list of people that you send it to and get your transaction to them and directly submit your transaction. Merely allowing users to select their own list of endpoints, alternatively, the mempool would be a low-effort starting point to eventually replacing it. And I got a lot of pushback on this email. A lot of people were like, it's terrible. We need the mempool. It needs to exist. But my point is, I think, still that it's still possible to contact 10 people and get your block, your transaction into a block with a 94% chance, right? So even if we need the mempool and it needs to exist, what is it how can we make the mempool bring it back from this kind of current situation where you need to send it to more than 10 people to get a 95% chance, if that makes sense. Why did I bring this up? Accelerate. In fact, some people are already making kind of use of the fact that you don't really need to send your transaction to too many people. Mempool.space has this pretty cool service called transaction acceleration. My understanding is that you must submit your transaction to the mempool. Mempool.space is mempool in order for it to show up. So you do still have to use the mempool to send them your transaction, but once they have it, you can pay them out of band to talk to the mining pools. They've basically built what I explained that you could build in my email, and they send your transactions to a subset of mining pools and offer them an out-of-band payment for that transaction. And this allows people to privately contact mining pools in a centralized fashion through a platform that Mempool.space has built. And it works great for users. You're able to bump your transactions up, get it into a block in a timely manner. It works great for the mining pools involved. They get paid more than they would if they just took the transaction out of the public mempool. But the net effect is that mining becomes more centralized, and it becomes more difficult for someone to participate in this ecosystem because there's now privatized rails that are being used to transmit value and create negotiation for block space. And these are the stats over the lifetime. I took this snapshot on May 3rd. So over the entire lifetime of this acceleration project, which Mempool.space has, again, they're not the only ones. There's other ones out there. They're probably the most public and most transparent. 2.8 Bitcoin of value has been transferred from people who are willing to pay more to get their transaction mined in a private manner than what they were able to do in the public mempool. Cool. Okay, so the mempool is obsolete. Why should we use it? Why is this something that is worth preserving? Why is this something that we should do what we can as open source developers and block builders and miners to make sure that we keep this gossip protocol that is the mempool relevant to people that are trying to transact on Bitcoin? It's really, the mempool is a public good. It also means it's a public source of data, and it's really important and useful for knowing what fees are being paid in order to do audits. This is particularly important for things like Lightning that need to know how much Bitcoin to pay in order to get into the next block in order to, for some security properties of being a layer 2 network. It's really useful for speeding up block propagation. This has to do with the fact that everyone already has a copy of the transaction when a block arrives, so they don't have to gossip the transactions again once the block arrives, for at least the majority of the block. As soon as you start getting transactions sent through private mempools that are slightly different, block propagation slows down, which increases the ability for it to be more centralized to some extent. What was this graphic for? Great question. I don't remember. Basically this is my image of when a block arrives. If you don't have a transaction in a block, so this orange square is my block, you have to send the transaction. They have to go request every transaction they don't know about from a peer. If a lot of the network doesn't know about a transaction, it's going to take longer in order to verify a block once it's moving across the network. This can make it take a long time for your node or everyone's node to figure out if a block is valid or not. In the meantime, the person who found the valid block might already be working on the next block. So it does create sort of more of a centralization pressure the slower that blocks move across the network in a verified manner. It makes mining more accessible. Having a mempool means that if you want to start mining tomorrow using a BitAxe, you can set up your node independently, set up some pool software, and start mining on your own independently, looking at the same transactions as ideally as anyone else. This could be you as a small scale. It could be you on a big scale. Nation states would be able to spin up miners. In fact, that's kind of what I think most people rely on the ability today of setting up and starting mining. So there's my little BitX. And the third one is decentralization. Again, the mempool is like a public gossip network. You can talk to any node on the network and get basically, ideally, the same information. As soon as you start building more centralized rails for information, it becomes more difficult for any new entrant into the market to get the same information about what people are willing to pay to put transactions into blocks. I don't remember why I put this slide up. That's great. So this is the current state of play. How do we change it? How do we update it to make it such that block building and templates are more decentralized? How can we make the mempool really matter as a protocol? And the answer to that is that we need to decentralize block template construction so that more people are making taking the transactions that are available, building candidate blocks, and then attempting to mine on those. The reason for that is that if there's more people out there that you need to tell your transaction to in order to increase your chances of arriving in the next block, then using the mempool becomes more important because your ability to transact in a timely manner as a user starts getting impacted. So unfortunately, or maybe fortunately, the answer to making the mempool relevant again is more decentralized block building and templates. And there's a bunch of projects that have representatives here today that I think are doing a really good job at this. So I'm really excited about hearing what they have to say in their talks today and the future. So we've got Stratum v2. We have Datum, and then there's of course the option. So these are protocols at the pool level. Pools probably aren't going away. How can we change pool protocols so that more people who are using pools are building their blocks independently? And then, of course, there's this option of solo mining, which I am a big fan of, and think that in the next few generations, perhaps, we can have a host of millions of tiny bit axes running around the world that are doing their own solo mining that represent enough of the independent hash rate such that using the mempool is not an option. It's a requirement if you want to transact on Bitcoin in a timely manner. So yeah, this I guess is my call to arms is everyone should acquire a BitAxe. Solo Satoshi is here and has some on hand is my understanding. I believe we also have some prizes for the hackathon. So if you're looking to participate, there might be some available there. But I'm really hoping that every Bitcoiner takes it upon themselves, especially those who care about decentralization and maintaining an open network for any entrant to enter. It really is important that you run some small amount of hash rate and contribute to independent block template building. Even though your small contribution might not be something by itself, in the aggregate, I think this is pretty much one of the few ways that we can, as a group, make a difference. Cool. So the mempool is important, and I hope that we are able, as a community and a group, to bring back its relevance by decentralizing block template building as much as possible. Great. Okay. So that is that is my time. I'm Nifty Nye. I run Bitcoin++. I also tweet, so you can follow me on the internet. I also run a project called Base58, which is where I do Bitcoin protocol education for engineers. So if you're looking for more information about how blocks are built or transactions are put together, I've got some content on Udemy, and I'm looking at trying to build some more classes back for this year. Great. Okay, I think that's everything I have time for. Maybe we have like 2 questions if anyone has questions, and then we'll move on to our next panel. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm just curious, have you given thought to, and I saw a recent delving post on the topic of weak blocks, and sort of like, they're not full network blocks, but it's what potential next blocks may or may not look like if we start propagating or have a mechanism for broadcasting weak blocks.
So the question was, what do I think about the concept of weak blocks, which I have to admit I'm not fully up to speed on, but it sounds like it's a way of telling people what a candidate for the next block would be as a way to improve block propagation. So currently, you don't really need weak blocks if every mempool across the network has basically a fairly high fidelity copy of what transactions might end up in the next block. Currently, ideally, the mempool replaces the need for that. If you start running your nodes, or most nodes start running in a manner where there is no, they aren't propagating, they don't have a mempool, for example, then you would need something to kind of help people know what the next transactions might be as a way to basically speed up block propagation. So I think like in the ideal world, running a mempool is something that most nodes are doing, so you don't need to be pre-telling them what might be in the next block, if that makes sense. I have one more question, or yeah.
In terms of like the death to the mempool, or these kind of like private submission channels, would having mempool policy be closer to consensus, or consensus moving down to be closer to policy, kind of make the mempools more relevant and disincentivize people from going out of band other than private mempools? I don't think you can, like at the end of the day, if somebody wants to go to a private mempool, you can't stop them from.
So I
not
think what
showing that.
you're talking about, I think, is like an important aspect of the mempool protocol, and or at least the transaction propagation protocol, and that the general idea is that as it currently stands, the requirements in order to send your transaction across the public network, gossip network, that is the mempool, is currently more strict than is required for a miner to put it in a block transaction. My answer to this is that it doesn't really matter if you achieve block template decentralization, because if going through the mempool is the only way that you as a transactor are able to have, let's say, a 50 to 60% chance of getting your transaction in the next block, and I realize that achieving that is probably a few decades away, if that, in terms of decentralizing block template, then the transmission protocol becomes a lot more important. So the fact that people are able to go talk to miners independently and get their transactions into a block without going through the protocol is basically a sign of basically, it's a symptom, I would say, of the centralization of block template building, more so than like a problem in terms of the disparity between the two. And the reason that you can take advantage of the disparity between the two is because of exactly what my email says, that you can send your transaction to 10 people and have a 93% chance of getting in the next block. So it's really the fact that there are routes to go around it and still end up in a block, rather than what do you call it? But I mean, you're right in that there are transactions that people want mined, and so it economically incentivizes them. Well, it economically incentivizes miners to accept transactions because they want the fees that they're paying, et cetera. But again, if you manage to decentralize block template construction, this is really no longer as much of a problem, so to speak, in my theory. This is where I stand. So, but that's a great question. Great. Okay, that's everything I have time for. Thank you all for coming. We're going to do a quick reset to set up for the next talk. I'm really excited about it. Luke's going to be up here talking about policy. And so we'll probably take a short, maybe 3 to 4 minute break, depending on how fast we can get reset, and we'll be back. So thank you very much. Okay, we are about to come back. I am very excited and thrilled to be introducing Luke Dasher and Jason Hughes, two legends in their own right, who both just so happen to work at Ocean Mining now, who are here to talk about some history around mempool policy, which I think will be very enlightening given their history and length of tenure working on Bitcoin on exactly this problem. So thank you, gentlemen. And without further ado, I'll turn it over to you guys.
Probably should start by pointing out that policy goes beyond just mempool. It also is how you construct the block. Originally, the Bitcoin mining software and the node didn't do any kind of transaction sorting. It just went through a list of transactions that it had and decided whether to include them or not. Probably the earliest policy was essentially it would look at each transaction. If the block was a certain size, usually it was around 4 kilobytes. It would just include the transaction regardless of whether it had a fee or maybe not at all. Once the block was bigger than 4 kilobytes, it would change its policy and adapt. The primary consideration there was the age of the coins being spent and the amount of the coins being spent. So if the coin was older or had a higher value, it would be allowed regardless of fee again until 40, 50 kilobytes block size. And then after that, it started doing a minimum fee. And at some point, may have been there from the start, I don't recall, but that the fee as the block got bigger would actually increase the minimum fee. So it would have a strong bias for a smaller block.
Yeah, I think I think part of the point was it wasn't always sorted by fee. There was initially like no policy around how that was sorted at all. It was just if there was some space at the beginning, we could include it, and if not, eventually this coinage priority was introduced. What was it, 2012? I think we kind of settled on.
I think that was when it started being sorted by.
That's when it started being sorted by, right?
But even from the start, I think the coinage priority metric was there.
It was there, and I think just for some clarity for anybody who doesn't know what the coinage priority is, it's when the UTXO was created, the height of when that UTXO was created. So nothing else, just at that time. So that's its age.
Another major distinction is that the mempool at the time was not sorted itself. That's part of why the block creation was also not sorted, but also it could include transactions that the lock time had not yet been met, that were conflicting with each other, and so the block creation actually had to sort out which of them to take, and usually it was fairly random. Sequence number may have been respected at one point.
I don't recall if it was or not. It's been a while. We're digging pretty deep in the archives, going back in the history here. But yeah, the kind of the point being that like the current, like to get to today, there were a lot of intermediate steps, and the mempool policy that ends up going, it very, very closely influences what block your node makes. So, but that's not completely connected, like you were saying with the lock times. Like what's in the mempool isn't exactly what would get into a block. At least that's not how it's always been.
Right, you can't include a transaction that's not consensus valid yet, and if there's two conflicting transactions, you'd have to ignore one or the other, even while you're still relaying it around the network.
Right.
This was all way before replace by fee got introduced. I think that was, what was that, 2015 or so?
I think 2015 we moved to a big chunk of the block being prioritized by coinage. I think when I just glanced through this like 15 minutes ago, there was a thing for I think it was 27 kilobytes of coinage priority, and then the rest was by fee. Don't hold me to that exactly, but I'm pretty sure that's how it started in 2015.
And at some point there was also the replace by fee introduced. Originally, the design of Bitcoin had just the sequence number, so you would start at 0, increment it to 1 as you revise the transaction. Obviously, that's
just the DOS vector at that point.
Right. And then you could relay each revision around the network, and it would just tie up nodes bandwidth without ever having to have anything but the last one actually mined and actually pay the fee on it.
I don't know if you even had to change the fee at that point. I think you just had to change the transaction and it would replace it.
Reduce the fee.
Right. You could just replace the whole transaction no matter what you wanted to do. It wasn't replaced by fee. But I guess there wasn't much of an incentive for the network to relay that because obviously.
I believe at one point it was actually realistic DOS vector that was going on, so that was that point was where it changed to first scene only. Only the first transaction scene would be accepted into the mempool, and anything else would be.
Which is interesting because that's something that people just assumed was always a thing too. Like it's the first transaction that makes it that spends these UTXOs, and that wasn't always the thing. There was a method of replacement that was eventually made policy.
It wasn't even a replacement. You could have both of them in your mempool.
Oh, true. Yeah, that's right. Because you could have both of them. It would just be kind of whatever that miner ended up pulling out of the mempool.
Yeah.
So.
What other major changes were there over the years?
Well, I mean, we had up until that point, we've still been working with like get memory pool for creating blocks externally, and then
Which point is that?
I mean, this is
Started
right
out with
around
get work.
Yeah, I mean, we're still doing get work, and then get memory pool was in there, and so you started having like external things making the blocks, and not necessarily
Right.
the Bitcoin node. And then it wasn't long after that we had GBT. Get block template. So
Right.
that kind of moved a lot of that off of the node on how it was actually going to make the block, even though the node would give it kind of obviously a template on how to do that based on its own policies. But the pool software or the mining software was able to kind of disregard that and kind of use the information it had as long as it made a consensus valid block.
Yeah, the design of get block template actually was designed around the idea that there would be external modifications made. So that's why the get block template result actually tells you which dependencies transactions have on each other, and you can use that to trim out transactions. Obviously, if you add, you'd have to sort out all potential conflicts yourself. Fortunately, that never really materialized just simply because of the complexity.
Yeah, it's definitely complex because I think GBT also tells you like the children of a transaction and whatnot, or it's dependencies, a transaction's dependencies. So if you need to remove something, you can't remove something that you have to remove everything that depends on it as well. And so I don't know if anybody really has done that too much. Everybody just usually just use GBT as given by the node.
Yeah, even the more complicated decentralized things, I think we're just going to combine the GBT from the pool with the GBT from your own local node, and there was never any actual implementation of anything complicated in that regard.
I think the closest that came to modifying the GBT was in your pool software that you made originally, the Eloy pool, because it would trim transactions, or when there was that bug a while back where it had to be a power of 2 number of transactions, that wasn't implemented in Bitcoin. It was implemented in the poolside software to kind of avoid that, and that's just all able to be done because of the policy around you can actually do these things.
Yeah. Another thing historically that's been done with policy is the filtering of what's considered a regular standard transaction or not. Originally, it was just the pay to pub key and pay to pub key hash.
Was that originally whitelisted? I don't recall if it. I think kind of anything went for a while, and then it kind of flipped back and forth a few times.
The original whitelist was added in probably the end of 2010, so it's not all the way back to the very 0.1.
That's close enough. I mean, most people here have not been here since 2010.
But as new address formats were created, new entries to the whitelist were added. It was eventually figured out with Betch 32 and Betch 32M eventually that you could future-proof it by having the version be part of the actual address instead of just, something you ad hoc add every time you add a new address format.
Right, not just an interpretation by the software like what version this is. It's actually like you specify what it is.
Right.
And when was that, do you think? That was basically SegWit, right?
SegWit and Taproot did a revision on that.
Okay. Trying to think. I mean, as far as like the whitelisting goes, I mean, that's still something that's in place today for the most part, except for the newer versioned addresses. But there's nothing, like you still can't just make, let me rephrase. I mean, there's, like we still have the few standard address types, and that's pretty much all you can use. I think you can still pay to public key though right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's standard still. You can.
It's mostly been append. There hasn't. I guess the only time it's had things removed is you've got options for rejecting bare multisig and things like that.
Right, and that wasn't even always an option, I don't think, because it was.
No, that was added when probably after P2SH. So that would have been 20, Probably around 2015 again.
2014, end of 2014, 2015, somewhere in
Yeah.
there. I think it was after GBT, so let's go with early 2015. We're guesstimating here. I'm not trying to be perfect, but just kind of keeping in sequence a little bit. So P2SH was interesting in that you can kind of put any script in there, and then but that script still had to meet some definition of policy. How did that exactly work? Because I was there around P2SH, but at the time I didn't have the greatest understanding of exactly how all of that worked, and you were years ahead of me on that at the time.
I think initially, I don't know if it was released or not, but P2SH also had a whitelisting policy.
Yeah, I couldn't recall if that was something that actually ended up materializing. I know it was discussed, but that's just kind of the nature of these policies. I mean, there has to be something. We have to determine what we're going to allow and what you're going to allow in your block. And these are things that were defined, like when these address types were created and such.
Yeah. Another factor that goes back is, for the longest time, the policy of the node for relay was different from the policy for mining. You could have a lower fee that you relayed, but then a higher fee that you required to mine, or even more complicated things where you would accept and relay transactions based on their content that you would not mine. Or
Let me ask the dumb question that everybody's probably thinking at this point. Why would you want to do that?
Other miners may mine it, and it's not that you're trying to block those transactions. It's just if you're trying to break even on your electric bill or whatever, you might have a bias for only mining stuff that's got a higher fee. Keep in mind the transaction fees weren't actually required until
I think
quite
that
some
was
time.
around 2015 as well. Somewhere a little earlier than that, but like, yeah, transaction fees weren't always a thing. And it looked like, I had tried to double check that I was right on this, but it looked like there was instances of when the original Bitcoin client, like way back when, didn't always include the fees that were added in the actual Coinbase collection. So I'm actually, when I get back, I'm going to run a script to see how often that actually happened, because I'd be really curious.
I'm pretty sure that was a bug, though, not a
No,
policy.
yeah, bug. It wasn't an on purpose policy, but yeah, I mean, that's just kind of an interesting history tidbit at that point. But I'd be curious how often it happened, because like, would things like claiming the subsidy and stuff be considered policy, I guess, in your eyes?
I don't think I would call it policy.
Probably not, because you can't relay the Coinbase.
There were definitely cases where miners intentionally did not claim the whole subsidy, just
Well, intentionally and
does.
unintentionally, apparently.
true. Yeah, there was one case where a miner actually burned the subsidy by accidentally creating the exact same generation transaction, so the transaction ID overwrote the previous blocks.
Well, that's another policy that was introduced to fix that. That was a whole thing where now we have to include the height in the Coinbase.
Well, that was actually a soft fork in the end, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, but that was to make sure that was unique, because the reason it ended up being the same transaction ID is because it paid the exact same address with the exact same input, and it just happened to be the same transaction ID. So yeah, I guess that's not spendable anymore.
No, when it happened, there was actually probably a bug with reorging. You would, if you passed the second block and reorged backward, you would not have the one that it overwrote anymore. These days, it's a little more sane
A
implementation.
little more robust. So we actually kind of grew past that a little bit. So I'm half moderating. So we're looking at different policies. You say there's difference between what can be relayed and what can end up in a block. Is like, fast forward to today. Like, is there a reason that we'd want some disparity there? Like, is it the same reasons? Like, well, we would want, maybe we would want to relay this lower fee transaction, but we're definitely not going to mine it.
Might, if you just want to be real strict with your mining policy. I don't have much hash rate myself, but most of the time the blocks I'm trying to mine are like 6 transactions, because I've just got a high minimum fee.
Yeah, and that's just how it goes. So because you can set that policy, but is your node relaying those transactions, or is it just?
No, the current code base doesn't really allow for that.
Gotcha. Do we have any idea when that changed?
Actually, I take that back, because that is the one exception. You can't, when you set a minimum transaction fee, that can be more strict than the relay policy.
So I touched on the only thing that we can accept. Is we're just finding the only edge case now. Got it. So we're up to about 2015. I think we skipped some things before then, because we have like the minimum relay fee was a thing that was introduced. I think it started at like a million sats, like 0.01 Bitcoin.
After it was no longer allowing free relay, yeah.
Right, and that was introduced like for a few reasons. My understanding was like kind of the dust protection thing as a DOS vector, so that we're not just spamming the network, for lack of a better term.
Yeah, as Bitcoin got more mature, more bad actors starting showing up, so we had to be a little stricter about what got relayed around the network.
And I think at one point we actually had an attack happen with I don't know if it was a dust attack, but there were really a whole ton of transactions that were really small, and it went on for several days at a minimum, maybe even longer back when we were running the old pool. So
I don't know if it ever stopped. It might have just slowed down.
I think they ran out of money. That's what it seemed like to me. I mean, obviously we kind of reacted to that, and a couple of the other pools that we were friendly with at the time reacted to it as well, and implemented policies that were, well, there's no point. These aren't real transactions.
Yeah.
It was obvious this was an attack, and we were able to react a lot more quickly back then too. So.
And that reminds me of the whole Satoshi Dice attack.
Well, yeah. I mean, there's going to be people that disagree with you that was an attack. Those were valid transactions, sir. So, but yeah, the Satoshi Dice thing was at some point like 95% of the block space that was being consumed.
Well, it was pretty uncontroversial that it was an attack at the time. Not only did Alagius filter, but even Bitcoin Core eventually added the dust filter to try
Right.
to address that.
Well, the dust filter kind of wasn't directly. It wasn't saying that Satoshi Dice was bad, but
That was the main
but
target.
it was the triggering event to kind of tighten the grip on that. But obviously, like these types of things that just flood the network with not useful transactions have previously been considered something that we want to get rid of in policy.
Yeah, for those who might not know, Satoshi Dice was essentially they gamified the spam by saying you send them a certain number of Bitcoins and they'll either send you back double or one Satoshi. And so it was just constantly flooding the network with the one Satoshi, of course.
Believe it or not, they had like kind of open sourced how they did that, and I don't want to get into those weeds. But yeah, the one Satoshi thing was definitely why. I guess they got to the point where they originally didn't do the one Satoshi thing, if I recall correctly.
I think it was always there. It was basically just sending a message back that you lost.
Well, so if I recall correctly, and it's not an argument, but if I recall correctly, that the way that they started it was they would only send it back if you won, and then you could later verify with like a string of hashes that were pre-computed that you really did lose. But then people started complaining, and they're like, okay, we'll send back one Satoshi to say that you lost.
Well, a funny thing was, I think it was actually, whether you won or lost was actually based on the transaction hash.
It was.
Transaction ID. So if you knew what you were doing, you could just not send the transactions that were going to lose.
Well, there were a lot of people that were using hash power and getting the pool. Like if they lost, they were getting their transaction double spend back out by pools, just so they could cheat Satoshi Dice, which I thought was amazing at the time because it was just an attack, obviously. But yeah, that's just one of the things that like if we had mined a block when we were filtering the Satoshi Dice stuff before the change in dust and core, that could potentially have been double spent because that was the policy.
Yeah.
So I don't know where else to go with that, but
Yeah, we probably covered that way too much.
yeah, probably. But that's just one example of why the dust limit was made. I think it even was variable at a time pretty early on.
It's still variable, yeah.
It's still variable, but I think it ends up kind of staying in the same place for the most part now for some reason in core. I know.
Well, with core, it's a variable that you have to actually set.
Yeah, but it's set to a default.
Yeah, it's only in knots that it actually adjusts as the fees rates change on the network.
Which would make sense to me. I mean, you would have a limit that kind of prices out things that we would consider dust, and as you're getting to the point where you want to spend, where you're actually moving actual amounts of Bitcoin, it would make sense to make that easier to do.
I think one of the hesitations to adjusting it in core has been that some things like Lightning, the actual outputs are time locked and you can't spend them for a certain amount of time. And so because you might want to be able to bump the fee, they've got the ephemeral anchors, which until recently had to have at least the dust level. And so if the dust was dynamic, it would have been harder to predict what they needed there.
And I don't recall, and that's all by policy. That entire thing is done by
Right.
relay and mining policy.
The very recent policy basically allows one of the outputs to have zero value as long as the transaction itself has zero fee, and then it has to have a child paying for the entire fee for that transaction, spending that zero value output.
And if I recall correctly, that policy doesn't enforce that it is a zero value output.
Right, that's the problem with that policy.
So yeah, I mean, but this is done in policy. This is not something that needed a fork or anything like that. This is just something that was implemented and could be, it was just adopted by the nodes, and it's something that should happen probably when this reaches some kind of.
Probably needs to have the whole problem with having it be potentially dust values fixed as well. But
Well, sure. I think that's a bug that should be addressed. I don't know if you have specifically pointed that out or not yet, but if not, somebody needs to.
since it can be exploited, I pointed it out privately to some of the core developers behind it.
Got it. Well, then hopefully I didn't mess that up there.
Kind of jumped forward there.
We jumped way forward, but we kind of got to jump back and forth to give context. So where are we at now? We introduction of the dust limit in the first place. There was, what was it? It was called like the penny rule or something back in the day, where like you could only do so many one-sat outputs or something that would get relayed. There was actual options for it, and maybe I'm making this up, but if I recall correctly, there was an option for like you would only allow so many before they like fell out of your mempool or something.
I don't recall that one.
I'm gonna have to look it up, but that was a policy that I recall like very early on as a thing, because it was like one of the earliest DOS protection things, because obviously one-sat outputs aren't that expensive, especially when you can click to mine a 50 Bitcoin block.
Yeah, I don't know how many people actually realize that original Bitcoin software only allowed you to go down to the bit cent, 0.01 BTC.
Maybe that's what it was. Maybe that's what they were calling the penny at the time. I could be wrong. Again, we're dusting off some archives here.
Yeah, I think that changed in 2011. That was my first contribution to get rid of that.
So
allow all 8 digits of precision to be used.
So was there a reason like early on like to bypass any of these policies? Like were people doing so actively? I mean, what was the incentive compatible way of doing these things back kind of?
The whole incentive compatible thing never came up until much later.
I was just being facetious, but
until maybe 2013, 2014, almost all major miners and pools basically had their own forks of Bitcoin D where they implemented their own modifications to the
definitely
policy.
a different time, because you kind of had to do a lot of that in order to run a mining operation, a mining pool. There wasn't really any good ways to do it, especially before GBT. There wasn't like a standardized way of doing these policies. You would have had to have modified the code in Bitcoin to implement any kind of policy like that.
Yeah, ironically, it was right around the time that stopped that we had started refactoring the code to make it easier to customize just the policy. And then nobody ended up doing it.
Yeah, I mean, GBT gives you a lot of that optionality, and it tells you exactly what you can modify and what it will accept and what would be accepted by the network, obviously, as long as you don't mess up the actual transactions.
Right, I'm thinking like we split all the policy-specific code into the policy subdirectory of the project.
Right. Yep. And now, like, moving forward, I mean, I guess you still use a lot of that stuff.
Yeah, at
It's
this
been
point,
refactored
it's
30 times since then.
At this point, it's all configuration customizable,
Yep.
everything that goes through those files. I think technically the main one still has a comment at the top. This is intended to be customized.
I mean, there's got to be same defaults to a lot of this stuff, and I think that ends up being part of the conversation. So, like when these policies were set up, like one of the policies that still exists that has a default that I know you and Knots and Core don't agree on is like the bare multisig one. Like that's a filter policy. Like it's one of those things that like we kind of agreed that this needs to be dropped, but we kind of still allow it. But I don't know where I was going with that, but it is a policy that's settable that you would expect people would look at. But we found that people generally don't move off the defaults.
Unfortunately, it would be nice to do something to push people to make their own decisions in that regard. to that, and that's why Knots has all this stuff exposed in the GUI for users to see up front, understand what it does.
And you would, over time, like the policies can evolve, but we've mostly added policies that are configurable. I don't think too many have been trashed.
In Bitcoin Core, they've trashed a lot of them, but
Well, yeah, I mean, Bitcoin Core is kind of like taking the choices away, but that's not the debate today.
well, even Knots, the whole idea of having the minimum fee increase as the block got full, that's not implemented anymore. Maybe it should be again. I don't know.
It's not implemented anymore. I thought you had a thing that was similar to that kind of, either in there now or was coming. I don't remember.
No, I don't believe so.
All right, well, circle back to that.
I guess we should cover the concept of the transaction fee rate and virtual size. That is also a matter of policy. People often confuse it with consensus, which has the weight of the transaction, which the weight of the transactions is relevant only in terms of the block weight limit. You can only have so many weight units in the block, but the virtual size is related usually, but doesn't have to be. It's a policy matter.
Well, I mean, that boils down to the fact that SegWit was able to be done as a soft fork and not a hard fork. The actual block size was never changed.
No, the block size was changed.
Well, I mean, what
The old nodes just don't see the whole block anymore.
right? So they don't see the whole the SegWit data is segmented from it, and
really?
but like, well, it's the way you were able to do it as a soft fork is the bottom line. Because like a hard fork would mean that the old nodes have to accept the larger blocks. So this is kind of on the side, and the concept of the virtual size is what kept everything within those limits.
Sure.
Okay.
The virtual size is usually the transaction weight divided by 4, but it's not always. Even in Bitcoin Core, if you have a SIGOP, it will enforce a minimum virtual size on that transaction,
Right.
even if it's higher than what the equivalent weight would be.
Yeah, this was all redefined in policy.
Right.
Is the point I was trying to make. It wasn't something that like everybody had to change in order for this to work, because like you said, the old nodes don't even see the additional data that was added by SegWit.
Right.
But they also see much smaller blocks as a result too, because most of the time the whole point was to kind of get that over to SegWit.
So that's consensus more than policy.
Right, but that was kind of the point, that this kind of big change was able to be done with just policy. That was what I was getting at. Which is neat. That's how powerful policy is.
And then for a few years now, Bitcoin Knots is actually, if it sees data in the witness field, you can tell it, don't give that the witness discount.
Yeah,
You can
and
count
that's,
it as the full fee rate, and you could even tell it to count it as a higher fee rate.
but the fact that you can do that shows that
Right.
that is block creation policy. That's kind of the nature of this. This is supposed to be kind of the first line of what gets into the blockchain, is you're able to decide what kind of block is created.
Yeah.
And the fact that kind of thing that everybody kind of thinks is a fundamental thing now, that like the weight limit and the V size, that's all just policy. It just happens to be that the way that the soft fork worked out, it works out that when you have the V size be 1/4 of the weight, that it just happens to work out pretty well, but it doesn't have to be that way.
I've actually had miners come to me and ask, is there a way to create the block sorting by the lowest fee first? And there actually isn't a way to do that right now, and there's kind of a fundamental flaw in the concept, because you're never going to have the smallest fees in your mempool in the first place. Even if you intentionally try to redesign your mempool around it, nobody's going to relay you the zero fee transactions.
Yeah, well, the zero fee relay thing's the thing. I mean, you can get as low as what you can see on relay. I think we've seen some kind of hit some nodes that are below that, because you have peers that are willing to relay nothing, but they don't make it very far. But that's, again, kind of the power of the policies.
Right.
And so, I mean, I personally want to make a block that's completely random one of these days. I just want to randomize the transactions and just put it in there and throw off all of the analyzers.
When the free transactions went away, actually, the coin age priority sorting remained, the ability to look at how long a transaction has not moved and its value. That feature remained and still remains in Knots, but it it still doesn't get the 0 fee transactions and maybe even the lower fee transactions simply because it's only picking from what's in your actual mempool.
I mean, we haven't even mentioned is standard.
We kind of did earlier.
We've danced around it, but we haven't actually said when did that become a thing?
That's been there for a while. It's a really confusing name, I think, because it's
Right.
The goal of the function is to identify whether it's a script that's basically defined in a standard, like a BIP, but it's also used in policy as a way to whitelist transactions and scripts for the transactions. And there's kind of a lot of overlap there, but it's not exactly the same thing. Like the data carrier is not standardized, really. There's
nothing that
if
actually
there's
makes
data
it a standard.
carrier, it's arbitrary data. There's no standard for how to make it and what to put in it.
But that's still something that's under the umbrella of is standard.
Right. Even though it's not a standard, it's still implemented in that function because it's allowed by policy in a lot of nodes.
And I feel like we're speaking to the people that understand this, but obviously there's the overarching consensus rules that can't be broken, and then there's the standardness rules of what is standard will generally allowed to be relayed. So
Yeah, I prefer to stick to the word policy for everything.
it's policy, but like there is a function that's literally named is standard.
Yeah.
That kind of is what starts the chain of everything happening with policy.
Yeah.
I don't
And
know if that
that's-
was the intention, but that's what it's become.
Yeah. Yeah, that's used basically when it's adding it to your mempool. And that's usually where a lot of the configuration is going on for the spam filters and things like that. On that note, there's a ton of those in knots, not so much in core anymore.
Well, yeah, I mean, spam filtration is kind of one of the first reasons that policies existed.
Right.
I mean, that was one of the things. You have to protect a network like this from attacks, and that was I don't want to say it was the first, but I'm pretty sure it was one of the top 5 first policies that were ever implemented.
I mean, that's most of the policies are for that purpose.
Right.
It's only, I think it started probably after P2SH, the idea of having some policies that would prevent using NOPs and later witness versions so that they could be used in the future for new formats and transactions.
Yeah, so I mean, I think right now you can't relay a transaction that has a witness version over 1, if I recall. Is it 1 or 2? I think it's over 2. Off the top of my head, it'll actually prevent that by policy. So that won't
I
get
think
relayed.
it's 1, but that's because the original SegWit was 0.
Yeah, the original SegWit was 0, so it's 1 is Tapper, and then 2 won't get relayed.
You can relay them as outputs, but you can't spend them.
Right, yeah, you can create
Thanks
the
for
outputs, but you can't spend
clarification.
them. That would be non-standard to spend them.
Yeah, and a 40 byte limit on any unknown witness version.
And that limit is policy,
Yeah.
to be clear. So, yeah, I think that's kind of the main thing. The policy is the reactive and the more malleable aspect of what ends up in blocks, what ends up in mempools, and we're here at the Mempool Bitcoin + conference. So,
Yeah. The important thing, reason to have it in policy is that, one, it can be adapted faster. You don't need to wait. You don't need to coordinate between all the nodes to upgrade at the same time. And also, as people develop new things and test them on testnet, write up BIPs, you can also add whitelisting entries and allow things that may not have been allowed before, simply
Right,
out of
exactly.
abundance of caution.
any good examples of that happening? I'm trying to think of one, but I don't know of one off the top of my head.
Most of the new address formats, basically.
Well, yeah, I
They
mean,
developed when they weren't yet whitelisted and
Right.
protected by policy, and gradually, first it was allowed by policy, then the wallets adapted it
that makes perfect
step by
sense.
step.
So yeah, I mean, the policies do a lot. I mean, they are the front line. They're the front door to what gets into blocks, and we definitely need to define what they are and how they function, and give the optionality on what that is, because this is how your node operates. It's kind of the nature of the beast at this point.
I think we're down to like 10 minutes. Should we open the floor to if anyone has any questions
Yeah,
or wants
sounds
to
fine
add
to me.
things that we skipped over?
I'm sure we've missed a lot because this is a long topic.
You mentioned. Hello. I don't know if it's working. Do it. Should I just ask anyways? Maybe
We can repeat for you.
Yeah. Okay.
there you go.
They have it now. You mentioned that Knots has config options, especially like easy for users to use in the GUI. What do you think are some important config options that Core doesn't have that Knots has uniquely?
First of all, there's the ability to determine how you handle the inscriptions, which bypass the data carrier size limit in Core. Knots can either just project them as non-standard data carriers entirely, or you can configure them to not get the benefit of the witness discount, or you can configure them to have it respect the data carrier size limit that you've set on your node. So that's one thing. Some users don't like the runes tokens. There's an optional filter in Knots for that. It's off by default, but a lot of users have been turning it on.
Does block priority size still exist in Core? I don't think it
No,
does.
Core removed the ability to sort by coin age priority several years ago now. That's still in Knots. It's by default 100 kilobytes of a block in Knots. A lot of users disable that one though.
Yeah, a lot of people do, but there are some that use it, which is cool.
Yeah.
I guess worth pointing out, like, why would you want to do coin age priority? Because like you've mentioned it to me, but I don't know for the benefit of these guys that the like there's a reason why you would want to like prioritize that.
Yeah, the probably the main reason is no matter what the spam does, it's never going to have access to these older coins that haven't moved in however many months or years. And so even if they somehow manage to get your own policy to fill the block with spam, that you can still have this 100 kilobytes or whatever size you set it to be known definitely good transactions.
Yeah,
and so
it's
you
a
can't bring
carve-out.
the whole network to a halt.
Right. It's a carve out that makes sure that the network keeps on chugging along, even in the face of an attack.
And also another nice benefit of it is even if you didn't get the fee right and you forget about it, eventually the transaction will meet the criteria of coin
Right.
priority and confirm. So it won't sit in limbo forever indefinitely.
Exactly.
You have that finality eventually.
Did we get your question? Do we have any others?
I think that probably all changes to policy would be argued that they're attempts to improve the circumstances, but to what extent would you guys distinguish between policy changes that are made in reaction to circumstances that are occurring on the blockchain versus policy changes that have been made with an ideal of improving, but not necessarily in reaction to circumstances?
I think probably most of them have been reactionary. I'm not thinking of very many that are.
Well, I mean, there's preemptive ones like not allowing the non-standard versions and things like that. Those are,
Right, that counts.
there's stuff like that were like, what are they, like upgrade hooks, I guess we would call them.
Right.
And so we have those, but yeah, a lot of the policy is reactive, and that's by design because it is the most adaptive way to implement these things. Because if, let's say there was a novel attack on the chain tomorrow that we could filter in policy, like that's something that grinds the network to a halt that could be filtered in policy. Well, telling everybody to adapt this policy tomorrow to filter these transactions so that most pools don't mind that could happen tomorrow, potentially. Like that wouldn't take that long, but getting a whole fork happening in a couple days to prevent it indefinitely so that we can actually prevent such an attack forever won't happen overnight. So the policies need to be adaptive and reactive to pull that off.
Even thinking of things like the witness discount, that was still a reaction to the at least hypothetical issue. Probably not that hypothetical, but because it had been happening, but the issue of it being much cheaper to create an output, a UTXO, than it was to get rid of the UTXO and take it out of the UTXO set. So the reason for that was the creation of the UTXO uses about 25, 26 bytes or so, and when you go to spend it, you have to have the public key and the signature, and that adds up to like 80 bytes. So it's about a 4-to-1 difference, and so that's why the witness discount policy was created. In that case, was to balance that out.
Makes sense to me. Did we have any other questions, or should we keep rambling?
So it seems like the general trend of core has been to reduce configurability and choice. That's kind of how I take a lot of what you've said. And Jason, you just talked about like preventing attack and you know, not having to do a fork or something like that. It seems to me that one way to prevent that is to keep as much configurability at the node level, so you have more options that you can give people to fight. Now, that's not the only reason for configurability, but I think it would be one of them. Also, by the way, I was fascinated to learn that we used to have different choices in terms of node relay and miner, because I could see how I would want to do that. I think that there are some scenarios. I'm not saying it's like some sort of mission critical thing, but I just in terms of...
Yeah, the gears have been churning on that one since we brought it up as well, so.
Yeah, yeah. So anyway, I'll just let you guys comment on that.
So I think some of the configurable policies in knots could, like some theoretical attacks, like you could actually filter in policy, or like right now, if they were to occur, and we wouldn't be able to do that with core. My understanding is that a lot of the policies still tend to exist, things that were configuration options were removed, but they were just baked in at whatever the default was. Would that be a kind of, not all of them, but some?
I'm not sure.
I'm not sure either, but that seems to be my understanding of at least a few of them.
This idea of removing and unlimiting opportune may be the first case where the policy is removed and actually
Oh, and then baked in?
and
All right,
baked
maybe
in
I'm
in
wrong
a
on
certain
that.
way, yeah.
So, well, that'll be interesting if that happens. But yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like the whole concept behind like thwarting an attack, because we don't know what all the attacks are. We have no idea. I mean, the attacks that are yet to come like haven't even been thought of yet, and whether they can happen or not. Yes, it'll probably need some kind of fork to like fully prevent some of these things. But in the meantime, the policies are there and they work, because you just need a kind of a majority of miners to implement policies so that these things don't end up in blocks and normal transactions can continue unhindered.
Actually, the whole Citria Watchtower challenge spam that was brought up recently, that's something that knots can filter today already.
Right, and that's an attack that hasn't even happened. So yeah, I guess
Yeah.
it's an interesting point, because you're going to obviously get differing opinions on what is an attack and what is not. To me, anything that prevents me from sending you Bitcoin is an attack, and that's where I leave it. But there's not that narrow, but in general. Did we have any other questions?
I guess it's worth also, to that point, to the fact that people do have differing opinions on what is an attack, what is spam, is also an important reason why it should need to be customizable.
Well, I mean, that's why you want to customize the policies, because we don't agree. I don't even think me and you agree on we don't even have the same policies set on our nodes. So I mean, there's always that. If you and I can't agree on exactly what policies to put on nodes, I mean, everybody in this room is not going to agree either.
Yeah.
So let them pick what they want. There are no dumb questions, in my opinion. Oh,
Sorry to jump in front.
You're going to challenge someone to find a dumb question.
oh man, what have I done?
All right, so this question is kind of outside the spam issue a little bit. Sometimes I think about the pros and cons of mempool uniformity across nodes, and I don't have a clear answer to it. So let's say all transactions were pure, great, pure financial transactions, no data storage, anything. And then I think of, okay, do I want mempools across nodes to be mostly the same, mostly different? Advantages of mostly the same is better prediction of fee estimation, which may be important, maybe not. Benefit of diversity is just that I kind of like the idea, especially for miners, having diversity in their mempools. How do you guys see this trade-off outside of the spam issue?
It's an impossible goal, first of all. There's always going to be some variation simply because you see transactions at different times, and there's necessarily a difference. You can't just take the highest fee because it could be 1 Satoshi higher, and that would be a DOS vector. So there's always that necessary difference. It's also not really desirable. That's why we have miners. That's why we have a blockchain, is to give that kind of finality and settlement.
I think, oh, sorry.
As far as fee estimation goes, that should never be based on the mempool because you can't predict the future. All you can really do is look at the past, which is all the blocks and what has been mined in the blocks over the past day, week, however long.
I think we're about to get cut off, but I think one of the things is with the miners, we can't pick what a miner's incentive to mine something is. So when the subsidy starts getting to the point where it's too low, I mean, it's going to be the miner's choice whether they're going to actually mine a block and what they're going to include in it to determine what they're going to earn from that. And that's going to be highly variable. Thank you, everyone.
Robert Warren, the author of The Bitcoin Miner's Almanac, head of research and education at Bitcoin Park, here to talk about the mining incentive in practice. Please, a very warm welcome for Robert Warren.
Beautiful, thank you. Morning, everybody. This is going to be interactive. I know that that's exactly what you should do with a bunch of devs, is force them to be interactive. But I'm an interactive person, and I'm super glad that you're here. First off, a huge thank you to Nifty and the BTC++ crew. This is immense. She planned all of the ensuing drama really well. And while lamentably I couldn't be here yesterday, I was admiring the esteemed panel and the arguments that were occurring. That was a seminal moment for Bitcoin, I think. We're going to be talking about it in 5 years. It didn't come to fisticuffs, and I don't think it will. But what am I talking about today? The great thing is that now you get to talk to approximately the least qualified person to be here addressing a highly technical audience, which is a philosophy major who has worked specifically on the applied side of things. That being said, what I'm going to be talking about today is the mining incentive in practice. So there's this ongoing conversation that is stemming from a technical side of things at the protocol level, and they're very significant, they're meaningful, and they're entirely legitimate concerns to have. And these are concerns around things like relay policy, things like mempool policy, around block sizes and whatnot, all of these sort of third rail issues that we have hit upon in the history of Bitcoin. And while this has been happening, there has been this other thing happening in the world of mining, and mining really is applied Bitcoin in a very unique way that is counterintuitive from a purely technical side of things. So first off, who am I? My name is Robert Warren. I, like many folks, got interested in Bitcoin in 2016, 2017, and it was strictly from the perspective of, I'll buy this thing and I'll get rich. I had no idea from a technical perspective the significance of the network, the meaning of Nakamoto consensus, or what that meant from a monetary perspective. So that, of course, changed, and it changed with my introduction to home mining. A dear friend, who was still a friend, Neil, Ronan Miner, and Joe Rogers, formerly of Bitcoin Magazine, but currently with AnchorWatch, decided it would be a good idea to buy a pallet of S9s. And the reason they did that is because they could break it down, and they could flash them with brains, and they could send them to all of their friends and give people an idea of how Bitcoin mining works. And this was something that occurred prior to the BitAx. The only way that you could really understand how mining would work, short of having your laptop taken over by a botnet because you went to the wrong website and now it just ran hot continuously, was to purchase an S9, because we were in the era of ASIC supremacy. You weren't going to be running an FPGA, and a lot of the folks who didn't have a super technical background didn't understand how to set up GPUs, CPUs, FPGAs, whatnot. So I started in home mining, and from there worked with Upstream Data. Upstream Data builds, they've gone through a couple of iterations, but most famously introduced a series of protective enclosures that allow you to hash in very, very difficult environments. Stood up a company that was a privacy-oriented hosting company in northern Wyoming called Distributed Hash, and this was an introduction to a lot of what we didn't know in Bitcoin mining, which were things like, we didn't know underclocking was a thing, because you were stuck with whatever stock firmware, and a lot of the secondary firmwares that you could install on machines, there wasn't good data regarding, and it was very much a closed box that you were playing around with, so nobody had hard numbers on what underclocking did or why you would do it or what the cutoffs were for particularly wanting to underclock or overclock on the counterpoint. But we were suffering through a bear market, so everybody was figuring out underclocking. From there, I had the pleasure of working with, and I see some folks here, the folks at Riot Platforms on their mining projects and operations analysis, so I was exposed to the mega mining side of things through both the Rockdale location as well as the Corsicana location, and currently run research and education at Bitcoin Park, which just opened and expanded recently in Austin, of all places, which is wonderful. So the first question is, how do you mine? From a superficial perspective, from a non-technical perspective, you enter really through two domains. And the first is the domain of the ASIC. The ASIC is obviously the chip. It's a malapropism. Bob Burnett is here. He is seething because I am calling the whole machine not a Bitcoin miner, but an ASIC, which I will be sure to correct. I'm very glad that you're here. you need a machine that mines Bitcoin, and you need some kind of protective enclosure, because we exist in the physical world. I understand that we are a distributed protocol, but mining as it exists today only exists in the physical world in very specific kinds of ways. We've obviously gone through many iterations in terms of what the footprint of a Bitcoin miner looks like. We started with, obviously, CPUs, GPUs. Then you go into FPGAs, which is an alien technology, and if you ran an FPGA or know somebody who ran FPGAs to mine Bitcoin, I want to meet you, because I've met approximately 4 people who have ever done that, and 2 of them, I think, ran data centers. And we're currently converging on the technological state of the art, which is the ASIC chip that accompanies some form of enclosure, some kind of cooling, with a power supply unit and some kind of control board. And this is the general architecture that we are working around, and it changes moderately as you go through different types of cooling efficiency. You might go from air cooling, as you see here, to immersion cooling, which is dunking this in a dielectric oil. It drastically improves, almost by an order of magnitude, the heat transfer coefficient, and allows you to remove heat from the machine substantially more effectively. From there, you can jump to water cooling, which is, again, almost another order of magnitude improvement in your ability to remove heat from the machine. And then from there, there's actually, and unfortunately, I wrote the book, The Bitcoin Miner's Almanac, and it went to print. And if there's anybody from Mara here, I wish I would have known you a week prior, because Mara comes out and announces that they have their 2-phase immersion, which is a very interesting technology that uses something that is actually in the industrial world called a vapor degreaser, and modifies it for an even higher degree of heat transfer and even more meaningful removal of heat from the ASIC machine, which is very, very cool. But we're converging fundamentally on this kind of footprint. And personally, and if you talk to any of the other Bitcoin miners here, it's ugly. It's really ugly. And where we're going in the future, to be decided, but understand that we're converging on something, but we are in no way, shape, or form optimized on that thing. So the second thing that you see on the side here is that there is the facility itself. And the facility itself, obviously you need some way to protect your machines from the environment. If you can protect them from the environment, well, the first question is, what is that environment? So you have to somehow shape this protective enclosure to the environment that you're in. And additionally, you have to power the whole thing, power the whole operation. So if I enter Bitcoin mining from the naive perspective, or from just the outside perspective, I know that I need a machine, and I know that I need some kind of thing to hold it in. And I know certain things about the game. 2 primary things that I'm sure all of us here are familiar with in some way. The first one is this idea of hash price. Hashes have value. They have value. It doesn't matter if you're solo mining, or if you are being a hasher as opposed to a miner, as Bob Burnett would say. Hashes have a commodity value that is priced, and it's called the hash price index. Luxor invented it. And so it's a way to essentially create a standard. Now we'll discuss to what degree that's a meaningful or significant or good or perfect standard, but we have a commoditized price of the value of the work that the machine is doing. Okay, well, that's something interesting that we can know. And then if you look on the other hand, let me make sure I'm saying the right, left side. On the right-hand side, you can see hash rate and difficulty, which I'm sure is a chart that we're all familiar with, which is up and to the right, the growth of hash rate and the resulting difficulty on the network. And this is something that we look at and we say, oh, this is knowable. We can know kind of the game of Bitcoin mining if we're understanding it from this outside to inside view. So we can start to build a naive model, a way in which we would say, this is how you mine Bitcoin optimally. And we would say something like this. We would say, you're going to generate revenues. You're going to generate revenues because your machine is going to do some work. That work is going to be in some kind of volume, terahash, and it's going to have a value that can be multiplied effectively by this derivative, this hash price. So, okay, those are my revenues. This is how I make money mining Bitcoin. And then I need to subtract out everything that it takes me to do that. Okay, well, what does it take me to get that revenue? I have an expense. So I have an electricity bill that I have to pay. I have a quantity of electricity that I'm going to need. And this is, for anybody here who is on the accounting side, obviously this is operational, as this does not include all of your debt financing and the very complicated spreadsheets that you built in business school, but a simplified version for our purposes, right? You have some kind of expense that you have to pay to run the machine. There is no free electricity. If you create free electricity, please call a Bitcoin miner first. What is this moderated by? It's moderated by two key factors operationally. It's moderated by joules per terahash. Joules per terahash is I put in this much electricity, I get this much work out. I want to have the most efficient machine on the face of the earth. And we are in an absolute arms race right now on the ASIC development side of things, trying to push the joules per terahash as low as humanly possible. For every joule that I put into a machine, I want to squeeze out an immense amount of work, as much work as humanly possible. In the same way, if there was a limited supply of gasoline, I would want to be driving a Prius and not a Toyota Tundra. It's also moderated by uptime, which is something that everybody assumes is 100% if you don't work in mining, and everybody suffers to get to 100% if you do work in mining. And if you put it all together, you get profit, and you are a successful Bitcoin miner, right? It's easy. Everything is publicly available. But, I tried to make it bigger, but that's the biggest but we can have. These are not real and actionable metrics to a Bitcoin miner. These are aggregates, these are derivatives, but they really fall short when it comes to the actual relevance to a given Bitcoin miner. The hash price index is a wonderful tool, I'm not knocking it, but it's fundamentally a derivative. It's a derivative of the value of what you're producing, and it is constantly being updated and calculated, but it's done en masse. It's not done in reference to a specific pool. It's not done in particular reference to the fees that a given pool charges. So yes, it's a marginal difference, but the important thing to recognize here is that hash price index, while being useful in some ways, is not a catch-all in application to the actual operation of a Bitcoin mine. And that's because it's fundamentally a derivative. And then the second one, hash rate and difficulty. When we say hash rate and difficulty, I know how difficult it is. How complicated can it be? And I've written a little bit about this online and tried to disabuse people of the notion that, kind of unpopularly to be honest, that every hash matters by making the point, which was that the hashes that contribute to the network are the ones that achieve the difficulty and thus add to the continuation of the blockchain. Difficulty is fundamentally backwards looking. So if you're trying to gain business insights from looking at a hash rate and difficulty chart, you're driving looking in the rearview mirror. We know that the trend is up and right, but that does not give you any sort of necessary advantage or information as somebody who operates a Bitcoin mine, because you're using a metric that fundamentally looks backwards. Every 2016, 2015 off by one error, you are calculating a new difficulty, and then that's what we are hashing at towards the next 2 weeks. But remember, it's not 2 weeks. It's block-based. And so we're always responding to what happens in the real world on average, and this is what makes a fundamental difference in the way that we can use this tool. Because, it's useful. It's really good to see what happens. It's fun when you look back in it and you see the China ban. It's fun when you look back in it and you see things happen historically throughout Bitcoin. But it's not necessarily a forward-looking tool that you can use as a functional Bitcoin miner. So why is this a naive perspective? The reason that model in the most basic form is a naive perspective to way to look at mining is because it is not a macro optimization game. Bitcoin mining is not a macro optimization game. And what do I mean by that? I mean it's a micro optimization game. That there is this sort of wall between what we see in terms of what is happening on the blockchain and what is happening in the real world of Bitcoin mining in real life. And what I want to emphasize is that that's actually a really important line to be aware of. It's really, really important to be aware of when you are talking about something at a conceptual or a higher network level versus when you are talking about a specific miner with specific limitations in a specific geography and a specific business model. And to be really, really, really careful about the kinds of assertions that we make about Bitcoin mining or the kinds of things that we say when we say, oh, it's going to trend in this direction, or it's all going to wind up in this way, or it's going to fundamentally, nobody's going to want to mine there for X, Y, or Z reason. To understand that it's almost impossible to make those kinds of statements because there is this blindness when you are looking strictly in the blockchain. The blockchain only records what has happened. It doesn't tell you anything about what is happening. We use something like the miner reward, the average block fees, to make statements about having to have some future miner subsidy or tail emission or do something with MEV or some other fancy nonsense. And not to disregard it as having some legitimacy or some legitimate concern or threat in the future at some point in time in the future, but this is really only a small slice of the actual equation of Bitcoin mining. And to look at only the carrot that people are chasing and to believe that you understand the entire industry from backwards-looking metrics is a drastic oversight. And so this isn't an indictment of the development community. This isn't saying that you guys are doing anything wrong. This isn't saying that you're silly, you're creating some kind of hazard or whatnot. It's simply saying that we should be really careful monkeying with incentives at the protocol level if we're not using the correct data to actually understand what's going on. And if we understand that there's this fundamental wall, this blindness between what happens on the protocol and what is happening in the world, I think we need to be very conscientious about making changes on one side of that equation in regards to what's happening on the other side of the equation. And also, I sound like my grandmother here. Big shout out to my beloved grandmother, whose one of her favorite phrases was "don't monkey with it." I don't even remember what one of the tens of thousands of things I was touching at the time would have happened to have been, but consistently, don't monkey with it, don't monkey with it. So fundamentally, we have a bit of a problem if we're coming from one perspective and applying the logic, good logic, from that perspective to another perspective, which is that we're confusing the map for the terrain. We're confusing the map for the terrain. And it's because of this thing, domain specificity. And it's not to say that we're doing something wrong. It's simply to say that we need to recognize which domain we are operating within. I feel so proud that ChatGPT can do letters way better now. You should have seen some of the ones that I screwed up, though, when I didn't correctly describe how I wanted it to look. But fundamentally, we have this kind of situation occurring, which is that you have developers, and developers are brilliant, and developers work on very particular niche things and have to attack them from all angles and have to fuzz them and make sure that they really, really work by the time they go live. And then you have miners. And we are blowing things up, making bad business decisions. We are the creative destruction in the capital markets, and we are the ones being destroyed. As somebody who has both marginally succeeded and been destroyed. And we're the ones who are proving out in real time how this thing works in practice. So what do miners actually optimize for at the ground level? And I'd love to take us through a few examples so that I can really drive this point home and have you understand that the internal logic, the result of what we see when it comes to finding blocks, is all similar. A hash is a hash. A hash is fungible. But what it takes to get there can be so profoundly different, can be so radically different, but all incentivized through this same kind of carrot-chasing profit motive. So what's the robust model? Revenue minus expenses equals survival. It's really just a less granular model, so please don't attack me for that. Like, these are developers, so you do have the degree of technical capability to know that I've actually just shifted the goalposts here and haven't introduced a new model. But what we're arguing is that you have to understand this at a different level. In Bitcoin mining, you have to have an edge. And what does an edge mean? Is there anybody here who works on the finance side of the world? Doxed, sorry. In the finance side of the world, you say, oh, I'm going to have an edge. And I used to think naively, oh, an edge. I'll read some books. I'll discover a conceptual thing that somebody hasn't thought before, and then I will use it to make money. That's what they mean by an edge. And that is what a 17-year-old thinks. It's not what they're talking about. What they're talking about is a mechanical edge. What they're talking about is a systematic edge. They're talking about something that has some kind of statistical advantage or repeatable advantage that allows me to succeed over time by doing something. And in Bitcoin mining, you have to have an edge. So to introduce one thing, and then I'll show you some examples. What I contend is that there's really only 3 reasons why you would mine Bitcoin. And we see all 3 of them happening today, but we haven't seen the full consequences nearly of any of them. You have ideological mining, which we have typified really beautifully in the growth of the BitX project. You have business or utility mining, which is fundamentally folks that are in it for the profit motive or who are in it to provide some sort of ancillary utility. And what that means could be the load that they consume. It could be the heat that they generate, but it's entirely legitimate as a way to mine Bitcoin. And then you have state-level mining. And state-level mining is a bit of an interesting question mark because in the best of cases, you make the kind of soft war argument, which I'm not a fan of, for various reasons, but you make the kind of argument that a state or regime has to maintain their sovereignty to the C channels of the Bitcoin network by having hash, which allows them to not be censored in participating on the network. I think Bob Burnett's argument about scarce block space becoming the actual commodity is actually the better argument there that people should be focusing on, which in the positive sense or in the geopolitical sense, it makes sense. But in the draconian sense, you could see how an oil-rich or resource-rich nation would find ways to disabuse its countrymen of their sovereignty so that it could use the resources of that state to puff up its own coffers. Unfortunately, this is the consequence of us having money for enemies, is that you don't just get your friends using Bitcoin, it is also used by the worst people you know. But these are really, I'm contending, the 3 reasons why you would mine Bitcoin, or the major folks who would be incentivized to mine Bitcoin. And you can break this model down of revenue, expenses, and profitability by type as you start to look at the actual types of miners that participate. So you look at something like a BitX and you say, what's the profit motive? Does anybody here run a BitX? Somebody shout out, what is your profit motive? 0. Because it's fun. It's fun, damn it. Yeah, because it's fun. It's ideological. And it is the best teaching tool that we have to date. And what the BitX will do in regards to helping people understand Bitcoin and understand mining, to understand Bitcoin as a complete system, so that if I had this when I was first getting into Bitcoin, it wouldn't have taken me so long to change my thinking of Bitcoin from something that is strictly an asset to something that is actually a decentralized peer-to-peer network. It was mining that did that. And so a tool like this is of incredible importance because it does that. And so if you can get tens of millions of people running BitXs, you can, in some sort of network perspective, obviously it's arguable, who are you hashing to, we can have template wars and we can do all of this. You individually have a fleetingly small chance of ever finding a block, but you get enough of these online and they will start finding blocks at some sort of interval. But there is not a direct profit motive. It's a thing that you run ideologically. You compare that to something like this. Who's seen something like this? This is so great not being at the mining specific conference because it's like, I get to show you this stuff. You're like, what is that? We've never seen that. What is this? This is a unit called a fog hashing unit. And on the side that has a little Bitcoin logo, you have a small container that's filled with dielectric fluid that you would put a single S19 into. And that machine is going to run. It is going to produce heat. And then that heat is going to be circulated through what you see on the other side, which is a dry cooler. And you see an array of various tubes that are connecting in and out. And so what is my incentive to run this thing? Is it simply that I want to run a Bitcoin miner, and so I'm really concerned with my price of electricity and my fundamental input, and I'm really concerned with the hash price at all points in time? And the answer is no, I'm not. Because every single one of you who is not living in a camper van or is not tent camping 99% of the time lives in a home, lives in an apartment building, and in that home or apartment building, you consistently have a sunk cost that keeps you warm, and every time you turn your tap on, there's water that comes out of it that feels good. You can take a shower without freezing your tush off. This is a sunk cost. This is a function of modern life. And so what we've done now is we've combined worlds of a utility that is required in the household with Bitcoin mining. And so what I'm not doing is I'm not purely profit maximizing in the sense of participating on the Bitcoin network. What I'm doing is I'm using the revenues I can generate from mining Bitcoin, and I can also utilize the utility that that Bitcoin miner produces in my daily life. And by getting that utility, I start to reduce a cost in another part of my life. I'm taking away from a sunk cost that I have to pay every single month, which is my utility bill, and I'm replacing it with something that generates some kind of revenue and gives me utility as a result of it. This was very tangentially spoken to on some of the early Satoshi emails, but I would contend, and a lot of folks who work in mining, that nobody had any vision that we would be here. It's a bit of an absurd growth. It's what personally keeps me really excited about the space, because it was not intuitive that any of this would emerge from the white paper. It's entirely unintuitive that it would emerge from the white paper. Nicholas Druin, fantastic guy, runs a company called Constellation Heating, makes this beautiful little unit, this little pool heater. And so what does he do? Does anybody know what this is? Tyler's a plant in the front. Tyler Stevens, author of the Heat Punk Manifesto, great person to talk to about this. This is radiant heating in a floor. What does that have to do with Bitcoin? Well, I can take my Constellation heating unit, and in certain climates, I will radiantly heat my house. I'll heat the slab, and it will radiate up, and it will keep us at a moderated temperature seasonally. And so what are builders realizing? They're realizing that normally, to run a system like this, what do? I have a glycol loop system. I have this manifold where I can direct heat where I want it, attached to a thermostat. And then I have a heating element. Now what am I doing? I'm attaching a Bitcoin miner. Does this have anything to do with the network? Thank you for the proof of life. No, it has nothing to do with the Bitcoin network. You're solving an entirely different problem, an entirely ancillary problem through the side effect of Bitcoin mining, the consequence of Bitcoin mining, which is the heat that you produce. When you run it through this model and you say, okay, what revenue? It's going to make some kind of revenue, and it's going to have to pull out some kind of expense. You have to now include the utility that I get from the heat that I'm generating from this. And so now I have an entirely other equation where now I'm deducting off of my heating bill. And that is profit. Is that profit? Is it strict utility? Is it usefulness? Does this have anything to do with Bitcoin at all? You look at gridless compute. Is anybody here familiar with gridless compute? Fascinating company. Gridless compute, Eric Hirschman, Philip Walton. What they do is they go to energy assets. They're based in Africa. They go to energy assets that are predominantly stranded, and it's run-of-the-river hydro. And what you have out there is you have a lot of cases where folks will build these large hydroelectric dams, and it's some kind of non-governmental organization or some Rockefeller Foundation, and they say, hey, we're going to come out to this African village, and we're going to install some kind of electrical generating asset, and then the community will come to it, they'll have power, there'll be flourishing, it's beautiful. And they sell this great story. And what Eric says is, that's BS. What actually happens is you dump millions of dollars into building an asset, and then the town that you just put that asset next to is too poor to buy the electricity, so they don't buy the electricity, so the asset sits there and runs at 5% capacity or 10% capacity, and nobody gets full utility out of what's sitting there. And so what does Eric do? He goes and he says, well, Bitcoin miners don't care where they are. So what I can do is I can go to this asset and I can say, can I buy 80% of your power? And the utility says, what? Yeah, you can buy 80% of the power. And they say, okay. And they set up a hash hut and they operate next to these large stranded assets. And then what happens? Well, now that the facility is actually running, I have to hire somebody to run the facility. Okay. Well, now that the Bitcoin miners are running, I have to hire somebody to actually take care of the Bitcoin miners. Okay, so that's 2 jobs I just added to a community. Okay, well, I probably need shifts, so there's probably 3 or 4 people I have to have work with me. And then what does Eric do? Because the townspeople come to him and they say, well, what happens when we actually want the electricity? They turn around and they say, well, what are you willing to pay for it? Because I'm only willing to pay 5 cents a kilowatt hour. It's competitive out there. The community says, we're currently paying 40 to 50 cents per kilowatt hour. Could we do 15? 10? And they go, yeah. The utility goes, yeah, that's amazing. So what's happening now? Rural communities are now having access to a cost of electricity, personal cost, that is less than half of what they would have otherwise have to pay, because the operation of the actual electrical generating site is being almost entirely subsidized by somebody who is agnostic to where they are, wants to buy as much as humanly possible, and doesn't want to compete with the people in the town when they actually need the electricity. How does that fit into my model? What you think of in terms of the hash rate chart, or what you think of in terms of the hash price chart, this blows it on its, it turns it on its head. It blows it up. Because now all of a sudden he's providing utility to an energy generator. And the consequence is, yeah, he makes money buying Bitcoin, but the way in which he maximizes profit is not strictly a function of, oh, I have to have the state-of-the-art, most ultra-turbo machines. He now has a couple of customers. He has a customer, which is the Bitcoin network, or the pool that he is giving his hash to, or if he's on Ocean, he's making his own templates, hopefully. So he has one customer, but he's just got another customer on the other side, which is the utility itself, the energy generator. And so if we're going to talk about things like mempool policy, if we're going to talk about things like tail emission, if we're going to talk about, importantly, the miner subsidy issue, is there going to be a miner death spin? Well, you should start that conversation by understanding that people are doing this. And most of the data that you're using to try to make choices around isn't actually being captured in the data that you're looking at. But you have to know what Eric is doing in Kenya to understand what the heck is going on in the macro sense. So Mara two-phase, I'd be remiss if I didn't throw it in. This is fantastic. They introduced something that's very, very cool. They took what is an industrial cleaning tool, vapor degreaser, and they switched out the heating elements for Bitcoin miners. And now I can change a solvent from a liquid to a gas, which has the immense capability to remove heat, and I get these super, super dense heat-producing units that just happen to my Bitcoin. Well, where would I want to put a super, super dense heating unit if I could consume 3/4 of a megawatt or the entirety of a megawatt in something the size of half a shipping container? Has anybody ever been to New York? I might want to put it in a spa. I might want to put it in the basement of an old brownstone. Provide some heating, some district heating, because a lot of those old buildings have radiators in them. So I have this immense technology that is now using the state-of-the-art in cooling combined with this incredible utility of Bitcoin and the space limitation that you've just introduced to do something that is entirely remote from a discussion around growing difficulty or Luxor's presentation of hash price. Hash Labs is another fantastic example. They're doing district heating in Norway. I know they've had a couple of sites. They're using water-cooled Watts miners, which I think is just beautiful technology. Has anyone seen sites like this? And I'll go a little quicker. And I'm belaboring the point, but that's the point to be made, which is that when you look at a site like this, are they operating on the naive model of Bitcoin mining, which is strictly, I have a certain amount of revenue that I generate because I generate a certain amount of terahash or exahash, and I sell those exahash for a certain value, and the price of electricity is what I net out at the day? And the answer is no, because they exist with an ERCOT. And what does ERCOT have that's very different from other places to participate in the network? Which is that they have a known cost of electricity, a price of electricity, and they let you participate in electrical trading. And so Riot has energy experts, Kevin, if you ever get the chance to meet him, he's a fantastic guy, who spend their day buying and selling electricity on the electrical markets, and then you have a whole other team that participate in controllable, in ancillary services and controllable load services that serve as an insurance policy to the grid for which they get paid. And now what you have is a publicly traded company with a multi-billion-dollar balance sheet that doesn't just provide a service to the Bitcoin network, but provides a service to the utility that it exists on, an insurance policy for the grid in Texas, because when the grid operator goes, oh crap, we don't have enough generation and it's really hot out today, what do you want to do is you want to turn on your air conditioning unit. And they even have a third customer, well, fourth if you include the public markets, but you have this additional customer, which is the energy trading customers, which is that now you are trading on the energy markets. None of this is reflected in what we see when we go to mempool.space. Of course, there's other interesting cases. Upstream data, they're doing risk mitigation by getting rid of excess vent and flare methane. Methane is a liability. I can consume it. I can mine Bitcoin with it. It throws the equation on its ear. What is Mara doing here? They bought a wind farm. Well, a wind farm doesn't seem like a great investment. Actually, it seems like a stinking amazing investment. It seems like an amazing investment when you have dumped tens of millions of dollars into buying the state-of-the-art machines, and then you've depreciated them after 18 or 24 months, and you have to go dump tens of millions of dollars into buying new machines, but you have to figure out what to do with your old machines. And so what did Mara do? They bought a 100-plus megawatt wind farm, which is kind of like if your dog died, your parents would tell you, like, he went to the farm. That's fundamentally what they did for their depreciated Bitcoin miners. They send them to the farm. And it just happens to be a wind farm. And there's reasons why you would want to be on the grid continuously, because you have continuous power, or you have access to those markets. A wind farm is not great for continuous power, because there's changes in the way that the wind is blowing. But do I care if I'm mining with something that costs me $0? No. So this is all reflected in what we see, and I'll add a few more points here. This is all reflected in what we see when we look at the macro level charts, but you have to be aware of where you are in your own domain specificity, because even us as Bitcoin miners, we added this additional ring, which is, see, the GPT didn't work. It was supposed to say energy as a liability. But that's the best I could do on short notice. We discovered this other thing, which was that there's this whole other customer out there, which is the world of energy as a liability. And even when, I've been in the space for a while and had a robust set of experiences when it comes to Bitcoin mining, even I have to sit there in awe when I hear some of these energy traders talk, because they're totally outside of my domain of expertise, and yet they are still very competent in the world of Bitcoin mining. So my core thesis is this: don't engineer solutions for problems that don't exist. You will know they exist if we see a persistent and consistent drop in the difficulty of the network. You'll know. If we see that happening continuously, then we'll know that we have some sort of problem occurring in the world of Bitcoin mining, and you can nudge or open up a conversation about the subsidy or tail emissions, which is already, it's like, it's a hex to me. But this is the best metric that we have. Everything else is us just in creative destruction land, figuring out and solving problems of the world. So thank you so much for listening. I really appreciate y'all sitting through and coming on this journey of this non-technical journey. And hopefully it's added a little bit of context when you get back into the trenches of the code, and you can start to understand maybe a little bit more of just what the heck we are doing in the world of Bitcoin mining. So thank you. And I'd love to, if we have a couple of minutes, to answer any questions. Just scream at me. Alan.
So some question about is like when you do like mining in the rural area, how does that, what besides the energy price, what are the other difficulty you have to face, like network speed, like mempool maintenance, or decentralized? Because this is critical for us to make mining decentralized. So what can the developer do in the mempool space or the development to maintain, to make this happen?
So two things. The best example in my mind to look at is look at what Upstream Data is doing and what Steve Barber is doing. They have built these ruggedized, highly modified, essentially C-cans that allow you to drop Bitcoin miners into rural Alberta and survive the summers and the winters. They have gone through every kind of iteration, having to do like, what is it, the LTE, which is the cell tower connections and whatnot, have huge latency issues. From a bandwidth perspective, it's not so much that like the bandwidth is the issue, it's a lot about the stability and the connectivity. So obviously you want something like a Starlink nowadays to be able to have better access to that. This also illustrates another point, which is that, and this is really where I started to learn it, which is that a lot of folks who are going to be setting up mines like this don't care about Bitcoin in the least. Their core problem is the liability that they are sitting on, which is the natural gas that they have to do something with. And what this emphasizes to me is that if you are going to be a Bitcoin company, not just a hasher or somebody who kind of tacitly participates in the industry, but if you are going to be a Bitcoin company, it is really, really, really paramount upon you that you focus as much as you can on decentralization, on making sure that you don't become another vector of centralization. Because if I have all of these geographically distributed CCANs and I have them all hashing to the same pool on the same template, I've done nothing for the template decentralization of the network. I've done something for the physical security of the networks. Nobody can drop a bomb on one of my sites and destroy the thing. So I've done something in the real world that's very useful, but I haven't actually done anything on the actual network security or the censorship resistant side of things, the decentralization of template creation. So if you do run a Bitcoin company that works tangential to folks who don't care in the least about Bitcoin, they see a problem and they see a thing that doesn't cost them money to get rid of their problem. And if it makes them a little bit of money, that is way better than getting a huge fine from a regulator. So it's incumbent on us to really, really aggressively ensure that we embody these ideals of decentralization. Thank you for that question. Cool. Thank you.
connector. And I was like, what? And then, we also have this second stage transaction where, we were limited by the up return limits. Therefore, we just use unspendable taproot outputs to store data. I'm like, what? So just the first two ones are pretty important, and the most important ones, because like somebody actively building on private bridges to miners is bad. It's pretty bad. Somebody actively storing thousands of dust outputs in the GXO set is pretty bad. And then you have the second stage transaction using unspendable taproot outputs instead of up returns, which is bad, but also not that bad. But it was also the easiest to fix. So I just emailed the mailing list back in the train to New York. Hey, we should just raise the operator limit because it's not binding anyways. People are using the witness data instead, which is cheaper. It's not constraining anybody, but it incentivizes these guys to do more harmful stuff. So we should just remove it.
I think, Mr. Gibbs, do you have anything to add to this?
Yeah, and to be clear, I think they did spend a decent amount, maybe due to your conversation, because I met him later on, but many of the transactions are actually standard. The ones that have like ticking clock on them, pretty much, those end up being standard because they want to rely on the public network, because that'll get you the fastest confirmation. But then there's these things like these huge fraud proofs using Groth16, these zero-knowledge proofs, or these thousands of connector outputs, which they use for security of their system. Like, there's only so much papering over you can do. You can basically make it rare to happen, where this transaction should never be played, but if it does happen, that has all these negative externalities.
And if I understand correctly, Citria is trying to bring to market Ethereum like virtual machine and a zero-knowledge proof roll-up? Or?
So the core of it, yeah, there's two parts, right? There's the bridge, so how does money go in and out of the system? So versus a traditional kind of federated sidechain system like Liquid, where it's N of M signers, you essentially have a 1 of M assumption. So as long as one of the operators are honest, money goes in, money comes out, everyone's made whole. Then once you're in the system itself, that's where like the sidechain is, right? And where the roll-up is, more specifically. And Citria is working on the EVM compatible, but you could, in principle, have multiple roll-ups inside, including like privacy-based ones or other systems, depending on what you want.
Which is, to give rough numbers, basically a 10x scaling solutions for making Bitcoin payments.
Right. Like one example would be using Jonas Nick and whoever else worked on this shielded CSV system, where you have like Zcash level privacy, and each transaction has to be, there's like a chunk of data that has to be published on the main chain for security called data availability, and this would be 64 witness units, right? It'd be only in witness data, and it's 64 bytes per. And with that you get, so, you know, that's a pretty good scaling. That's smaller than even normal transactions, which is pretty cool.
So yeah, this is the Citria use case is to scale Bitcoin to make more payment with your money, to be clear. And not that I'm particularly interested in what they do. I was just blown away by the lack of connection we had between how they use the protocol and the tooling that we offer. And I wanted to bridge the gap between how they do it, and it would also to reply to some things online. I don't want to accommodate them. I just want to ask them nicely to do less harm in how they store data.
But at the end of the day, you really can't enforce that, right?
Right. So the best we can do is, like in this case, this very specific case, we can do things like give comparable goods where the price is the same, and then with a pretty please on top. Ideally, we'd make it even cheaper, right? Make the right thing even cheaper. But those are some fundamental scaling issues we've had since the dawn of Bitcoin, I think.
Yeah, this was a question that popped up into my mind that I wasn't able to ask during the first debate last night. It was like, how do you guys approach? Because let's imagine operator limit gets eliminated, and then a product like Citria and others like it, they don't find product market fit. Like, do you think there's an argument to be made that maybe they should find PMF first and then you do this, or?
I don't really care about Citria in particular. The specific use case where they would be using up return is in a second stage transaction that should never happen on chain, and in practice will never happen on chain because there is such it's a challenge transaction where the person challenging is putting a bid, a significant bid, and the amount that the person that is being challenged put there as a bound is so high that they're never going to try to cheat. But it just sends a signal to protocol developers that, hey, application developers are working around your protocol and we better fix it before all the next protocols come around and start designing on top of it and on top of these workarounds, these harmful workarounds, and then probably they won't be playing as nice as C3I is. Like the C3I guy I talked to, he's here today.
Probably he's going to be on later.
Probably a bunch of other application developers are not going to care that much at all about the harm they inflict on us, and they're just going to be using unspendable outputs. And once they build it, we won't be able to convince them to build it back on top of a larger up return. So it's more for the next ones in preparation.
And I'd argue that if we're seeing material damage in the network it depends on what we're talking about, but for this one specifically, if we're seeing material damage, it's already too late. It should have been done before. The question really is, to me, when I think about this is, do we want to maybe the number's wrong, right? It shouldn't be 80, it should be 144, but that's it's a very opinionated app-based response versus saying, what is this rule really for? Has it outlived its usefulness? And are we doing material harm making app decisions at this protocol layer?
Yeah. One way you can see it is that an intervention was made in limiting the number of up returns, which create distorted incentive for people to use more harmful ways of storing the data. And I'm arguing that we should remove the intervention that created distorted incentives instead of trying to do more intervention on top of each other to fix the previous intervention.
Yeah, are there any lessons, is this enabled because of the combination of SegWit and Taproot to begin with? No.
Like data publication was always possible, especially in a standard sense, since at least P2SH. Obviously, the arc of history of Relay and Bitcoin protocol has obviously been towards more relaxed and expressive, right? So, you can just look at, I have to read the Taproot BIPs every single time to refresh my memory, but you can just see how the resource limitations are relaxed more and more, such that app developers really don't have to worry about it. You don't have these situations where, oops, I did one too many, I did a non-adversarial multi-sig, now I can't spend my coins, right? This has actually happened in the past, and we're trying to avoid that going forward.
Yeah. Has this week at this conference been productive for conversations outside of the internet on this topic?
Not as much as I wished.
No.
I feel like I understand more of the arguments than I did before, because in person ends up being a little more informative and you can have more back and forth, really getting to the core of the issue. I do think that at this point I can confidently say that these are two separate visions there's N separate visions, right? But my vision versus someone else in the Knots camp, our visions are just different and irreconcilable, I think, in some core sense. The way a project has to be managed is very different how they're proposing. They're proposing dynamic filters. I've heard basically kind of web of trust, low to config kind of thing. And now maybe this is just the one person talking I was talking to, but this is an opportunity, I think, to encourage people to really put, what's the Knots vision for filtering? Because you can't just say, this is a bad thing, let's stop it. That may be true, and I might even agree with you on that. But how you stop something is the more important engineering discussion, and I just don't think it's possible.
Yeah, I think
in a decentralized way, at least.
No, and I've been saying this for the last week. It makes sense to me, considering what's happening with these projects going out of band to mining pools and that messing up the P2P layer in terms of bandwidth and CPU usage,
And I don't think degens care about the decentralization of the network.
No, which is fascinating.
They'll do whatever they want.
Which is do they not recognize that if they want to accomplish their goals and bring a product to market as an app developer, it sort of depends on Bitcoin being sufficiently robust and decentralized at the protocol layer?
Short-term vision versus long-term vision.
Yeah.
It's just very short-termist, but unfortunately, there is such demand behind it that Is there really though? Is it?
Well, most of the block space demand in the past years were
Okay.
for inscriptions.
No,
So
demand for
even-
block space agreed, but is there demand for the end products that they're bringing to market? Like I think
Speculation is the
Yeah.
innovation.
Yeah, it's very innovative.
People love to gamble. I mean, I kind of got into the space because I realized that it enables casinos, and like that's market fit right there. I'm not a gambler, and I don't work on that stuff, but I don't know. Like the idea that you can't stop it is what got me in the space.
Yeah.
I can't get around that.
No, and that was, I think, yet last night when Peter Todd brought up open timestamps and the fact that they're hashing data using op return, like that is subjective use of block space.
It's a non-monetary use case.
Yeah. And it's one, like seeing what Simpleproof's doing with open timestamps is really encouraging. And
Lightning is publishing data through the witness for HCL Supreme Ages.
Yeah.
So even Lightning is using data publication.
Yeah, like it's resolving, other people resolving their HTLCs, which enables you to resolve them. It's not a payment, right? But if you're making these moral judgments, what's a payment, what's not, what should be filtered, what's not, it becomes very unclear to me where this line ends too.
Yeah, if we want to filter some things, like if we want to marginally increase the cost of some people to make some transactions, there's a lot of people that I dislike way more than degens buying fucking inscriptions, right? There's like financing of terrorism or whatever. If we are going to filter, might as well filter those first. But I don't think it's a road we want to take.
And then, in terms of how many people have been on this desk and conversations outside of this the last couple of days. I think it's a communication issue, particularly from Bitcoin Core, like a public relations issue. What would you say to that?
Yeah, that's very true because Bitcoin Core is not somebody with an agency and uniform thinking. There's plenty of people that just have their own vision and come and contribute. And I guess my email to the mailing list on the train back to New York from MIT is kind of an example of this. Obviously, there is some culture which could lead to maybe some groupthink, but not even that much. So it's very hard to communicate effectively when you lack organization. But we can bring some more organizational structure to the Bitcoin Core project, but it also comes with trade-offs. More organizations, less decentralization, kind of, which I, in the past, argued in favor of, because to make the project more efficient, but yeah, there's trade-offs. As a matter of fact, right now we are very, very disorganized, therefore we have poor communication, but we also are very unable to pull any kind of conspiracy or whatever.
Yeah. No, I mean, this has been an ongoing discussion about the open source contributors to Core specifically for years. A lot of burnout. It's like hard to get things through, and it is this Herculean task for the individuals working on it.
Sisyphean, maybe.
What was that? Sisyphean, yes. Good correction there.
Yeah.
Always pushing the rock up the hill, the world up the hill. And it's unique to Bitcoin, too, as an open source project, in a sense, where you have many people who are highly engaged in what's happening because their monetary value is attached to it as well.
It's unique in the sense that at the end of the day, we are coordinating around the consensus roles, and we need to all have the same consensus roles. So yes, it's unique in this way, unlike other open source projects where you could just run whatever software you want. You might dislike that people take a different path because then your preferred init system, whatever, is going to be underdeveloped compared to the new init system. But in Bitcoin, we need to all agree. And it's kind of an amazing thing that all of us, all Bitcoin users, already are coordinated on a fixed set of roles. If we wanted to come together today and actually draft a set of roles to all agree together, would just never happen. So yeah, it's unique to Bitcoin in this case. But what we're discussing is not even the consensus roles in the first place.
Do you guys have any worries about this creating some knock-on negative externalities, this op return discussion specifically?
I mean, there are definitely ways of handling it that could exacerbate the issue, but I'm pretty optimistic that calmer heads will prevail. There's no rush for any of these things. I haven't heard any apocalyptic kind of discussion from core contributors that it's like the end of the project if one thing happens or another. It's more like there's better and worse, and you kind of have to deal with that as we go, all while keeping in view that communication needs to be better.
Yeah, absolutely, I agree. Something I've been trying to pursue in the past weeks is to communicate better, but it's hard.
Yeah. Outside of this, hopefully this is just a temporary kerfuffle in the world of Bitcoin. What are you guys interested in right now, working on specifically?
Making Bitcoin stronger. I've been involved in the security advisories for Bitcoin, so putting together a disclosure policy, having proper disclosures of bugs, proper accrediting to security researchers, hopefully in an attempt to formalize the process better and potentially incentivize people to research more security bugs in Bitcoin, and once defines them, to route them through us, because we have a defined process. You're going to get credit eventually, but please don't go another route, because we need some embargo periods to fix it silently, get people upgraded, because yeah, it goes without saying that security bugs in Bitcoin can be pretty harmful.
Yeah. That's another thing, talking about like on-ramping to being able to contribute to Bitcoin Core, another conversation I've had many times throughout the years. And Bob McElrath yesterday was explaining he wants to build a RAG system to make it easier to search data pertinent to the Bitcoin project, put information about the mailing list, pull requests, Lightning, Bitcoin, different parts of the repository, sort of help onboard people who want to learn about Bitcoin, how it works faster.
It's called bitcoinuptech.org.
Yeah, go subscribe to Bitcoin Uptech.
Bitcoin Search, that's what I use.
Oh yeah. Bitcoin
Which
Search
indexes that as well.
Yeah, it's fascinating. And it's hilarious. It's almost poetic that this conference is happening the same week that MicroStrategy is having their like Bitcoin for corporations, and you have people plunging hundreds of millions, billions of dollars into this asset, and I'd be pretty confident saying they're probably completely ignorant to the conversations that are happening here, which are extremely important. What about you, Gibbs? What do you?
Well, the past couple years, or 2-3 years, I'd been working on Mempool policy stuff because I'd worked on LN Symmetry as a project under Blockstream with Rusty Russell, and I became very dissatisfied with the API of the Mempool, so to speak, as an app developer. And so that gave me a side quest along with a number of excellent people, which I'm sure you talked to or are going to talk to. So there's Peter Woola, Suhas, Gloria, others. I mean, there's plenty others, but that would be like the core group, I'd say. And we got through a lot of these kind of basic package relay things that are backwards compatible with today's network protocol. It's unsticking kind of a lot of L2 protocols, which is like Lightning today. They're going to adopt a lot of this, as well as set things for the future, up for the future. And then currently, I'm helping just on the review side of things for Cluster Mempool.
Peter gave a presentation on that, but I was here. Can you explain high-level Cluster Mempools?
So the current Mempool probably doesn't work the way you think it does. I think a lot of people think Cluster Mempool is already merged in the sense of they think that once you get a transaction over this peer-to-peer network, they just know they know how good it is for a miner or bad it is for a node from an economics perspective. This is basically not true. There's a set of heuristics that were built over time to deal with things like mempools getting too big, because a long time ago, 10 years ago, if your mempool just keeps growing, right? And so your node would literally crash. And this happened to mine a few times back in the day. So there's limiting in place, but then it says, okay, if there's limiting, how do we choose, what's best to mine? And a bunch of heuristics were put in place that are incorrect. They were heuristics, right? They mostly work, but actually don't work correctly. And so Cluster Mempool is an attempt to make sure that the mempool is ordered at all times. We know what a miner would want, we know what a miner wouldn't want, and allow that to be exposed to the node operation to more efficiently gossip what will actually be mined, and also provide a path for wallet developers to actually effectuate transactions that make sense, right? In a kind of a meaningful way. I can go more into that if you want. But
would this help with like block template development in the sense that you
So-
may be able to get the highest potential fees out of each block?
So yes, the mempool is ordered such that at the top of the mempool, you have the thing, you can basically have an ordering where you know that the first thing you'd mine is the last thing you'd evict if it was getting mempool was getting too big, and vice versa, right? So you don't have weird conditions where you're handing things to a miner that they actually don't want because their mempool is oversized. This could literally happen today, and that goes away.
So this would be massive for basically peer-to-peer efficiency.
Yeah, peer-to-peer efficiency and for building on top. So we've been talking just today, a few of us, about generalizing package relay further, which was a tough, maybe impossible task to do well. Because if you don't know how good a transaction is, you definitely don't know how good a transaction package is for the miner. And we did this in a very limited setting in 28.0 and 28.9. It's this one parent, one child, but it's very constrained, right? How can we do it for general chains of transactions? And the answer is the cluster mempool. And so once we do more, when we want to do more general package relay, we have to do deep analysis of like, is somebody trying to censor a real package that's somewhere hidden in this bigger package? How much energy are we going to spend trying to validate that this package is a good package? There's all these like design decisions which basically weren't answerable prior to cluster mempool and now are. So that's why it's my number one project to get pushed through.
This has effects not only the P2P layer for miners, but second layers too, if you're trying to...
Yeah, a bunch of pins actually go away. There's a bunch of rules for replacements, for entering the mempool. These will just go away. If you make a better fee rate package, you will get in. And that is kind of like there's one asterisk to that, and which I'm sure people will work on, but like 99% of the pins you actually see in real life end up going away. And then also just app developers on top can do things like, given this package, what's my effective fee rate? Like, what would the miner actually want this? Like today you can't do that, and you should be able to pretty easily tomorrow.
It's very important. Well, gentlemen, thank you for joining me. Thank you for the work that you're doing.
Thanks for having us.
This has been awesome.
It's useful.
Yeah.
For communication.
Yeah. Yeah, it really is. We should do...
The Pope's American.
Pope's American. We got a Pope announcement.
Finally, the plan is... It's not Trump.
We got
I was like, finally, it's happening.
the Book of Matthew. See you guys later.
Yeah,
Thank
see
you.
ya. Yeah,
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
We should do longer TFTC episodes too, not just the live stream.
Definitely. I'd like to advertise my work on the consensus cleanup, which is much more important than fucking out returns. I would be interested.
We're gonna talk consensus cleanup later with Antoine at some point. No, come on in. We're no breaks. No breaks. We got a new pope. Bitcoin's over 100,000. You can't stop. The new pope. Logan, what are your thoughts on the pope? Any thoughts? He's there. The first American pope in history, Cardinal Robert Prevost, will go by Pope Leo the 14th. Is the Pope the Antichrist?
Yes.
Rob, good to see you, sir.
Good to see you as always.
What is your perspective on the week that has been in Austin, Texas?
I love this like double stacked conference vibe because I was over at Bitcoin Park, Austin campus, for the Texas Energy and Mining Summit. Now over here at Bitcoin Plus, you have this really cool cross section. And what I really love to appreciate always in Bitcoin is that the culture has a lot of breadth and depth in that you go to the mining summit and you just have guys that are working on rigs. They're behind the meter, just running natural gas lines and flaring things and dealing with like the hard gritty nature of just all of the machinery. And then you come over here and you talk to like the software side, right? You have like this dueling, like not dueling in the sense that they're in conflict, but you just have like the people that could be very invested in Bitcoin could just be very, very different.
Two very different lanes.
Yeah. And then you have this new emerging third class now of the suit coiners, right? So
they're down in Orlando.
Yeah, right. So you have all of these different people that all come to Bitcoin and they all see it as different things and we all kind of unite and rally around it. It's very cool just seeing like the diaspora of all of the culture and how it Bitcoin touches people in different ways.
Bitcoin touches people.
It does consensually because it's permission. It's all consensual.
Yeah. What did you think of the debates last night? Did you stay for the second one? I had to bounce. after the
I
first.
stayed. I think it was good. I think it's interesting with the Oxford style debate of it's the structure has pros and cons in my opinion. I think in the pro side, people get a chance to fully expound upon thoughts, and I think a lot of the stuff in the context and the nuance of it all, you need more than just the pithy 280 characters on Twitter to really get a point. On the downside, if someone makes a point, and let's say like Mechanic makes a point, Shinobi wants to respond, Shinobi has to wait 15 minutes to make a response, right? And because of that, you have to. It's almost like a duty to whoever's consuming the debate has to be really attentive and following the discussion correctly. Correct. You can't glaze through it like it's any other kind of content because you have to kind of have this holistic
context of what people
of
are
this
responding
debate. Exactly. I enjoyed it though. I think it was a good conversation. I am doubtful that people meaningfully change their position in any real way. I mean, I think it's the conversations that were good just to get different perspectives because I asked a question during the first one, the panel, and I was asking about, the second, third order effects of this if this PR were to get merged and there were to be changes to Bitcoin. Like, what is the countermanding response, right? And hearing Luke in his own words say previously that like miners that are included in this stuff are attacking the network, we were talking about filtering 2 years ago. The inscriptions haven't been filtered, and Luke responded that they have been filtered. And I think that goes into like Luke's interpretation and his perspective. That's more edifying to get how people are thinking, to be able to map mental models and to have a better understanding of the other side. I think ultimately I don't think opinions were changed or swayed, but I think talking is good. We are all here talking about this stuff because we care about Bitcoin. And even though we see things differently, being able to exchange ideas and talk about it is kind of that Socratic method is what helps everyone.
Mm-hmm. I've been asking everybody, I don't want to belabor the point, but your general thoughts on the up return limit.
Yeah, my very high level thought is closer having consensus mirror relay policy within reason. The op return stuff, it's really unfortunate in that I think a lot of the cultural outrage is a Streisand effect that brings more attention to it.
I agree there.
There's definitely a lot of just doing it out of spite to troll people. And
we've seen that with the op return bot this week.
Yeah, right. And it's something that I understand why people are passionate, and I listen to and hear these discussions, and I sit here and talk in person. I mean, I was talking to Mechanic for 15 minutes before he even knew who I was, because I didn't have my name tag was flipped backwards by accident because it's two-sided, and then he was like, "You're Rob." I was like, "Yeah, like we can all have these conversations." Like Twitter, first off, is not a real place. Right now. My Twitter's on screen. That's your tag. Yeah. So I like having the conversations with him. Twitter's not a real place, first off. I think people, things get heated online when you're behind a screen. I think being able to have conversations in person helps. Ultimately, my opinion, I think, comes from a general sense of, from the health of the network, having transparent mempools, not having dark mempools, being informed on the fee rate market helps with Lightning as a layer 2, let alone any other layer 2. I think one part that gets missed, though, is this idea of, like, for monetary transactions. And I think technically, strictly speaking, a roll-up can be used as a monetary tool. It's a different set of security and trust trade-offs, and I think often roll-ups get bundled in because people issue tokens around them, and it has other abstracted computational, like, programming use cases that are more associated with Ethereum. But the idea of a roll-up, I can send someone money instantly and like peg them into like a roll-up without an UTX. So you can do that. I mean, you can also do that stuff with ARC, and you can do that stuff with like Fedimints and stuff. But I think like it is a monetary use case. So I view it in the sense of it's hard to really start policing until there's a full codified thing that we have consensus on, not mempool policy. It's going to constantly just be whack-a-mole people. Citrix doesn't need any change to any of this stuff to have it work. Yeah, I don't know. Like I think there just needs to be more discussion around this stuff and kind of like what happens next.
Yeah, that was the interesting part of the first debate last night. I think, is like a monetary use case of Bitcoin subjective? Is it different between each individual? And it was funny having Peter Todd up there, who runs open timestamps, which arguably isn't no monetary use case at all, but I see value in that project specifically. See what projects like Simple Proof are doing with it. I think that is extremely valuable for the world. And I've been grappling with this for 2 weeks now, but I think there is objective consensus rules that enable certain things, and there's subjective sort of views on what people are doing within the rule set.
Absolutely. Yeah, and that's why I think ultimately the natural second, third order step of this is having a consensus conversation. I don't think we can rely on miners being altruistic in the sense of thinking some sort of greater good that exists beyond their own, either they're publicly, especially if they're publicly traded, they have fiduciary duties to make money. And the abstract argument of we need to make sure that for the long-term endurance of Bitcoin, we have this like non-consensus lens in how we view these things is, I think it's wrong. I could be glib and call it like it's a new version of ESG. Like you have to source ethical transactions in your blocks. And I think that if you want to actually, in the brinksmanship of Bitcoin consensus, move things like in 2017 and like the block size wars, that was a consensus threat, right? We were going to force things and invalidate and fork off the network. And until you're at that level of brinksmanship, you're not able to convincingly dissuade miners from changing their behavior. And then the extension of that to be transparent, I think it's somewhat of a perpetual whack-a-mole game because there is so much data that exists that needs to exist in Bitcoin, whether it's the transaction ID, whether it's the signatures, the public keys, the end lock time, the end sequence number. These things have to be part of every Bitcoin transaction. They will find new ways to just put data in elsewhere. And so I think you have to really, really think about what does it look like. And I don't want to go back to a world of script templates. Originally, Bitcoin had a whitelist where only certain formatted transaction types could be allowed in the network. And I think short of going back to that, and even then you'd still have stuff, you really start kind of breaking down like the permissionless nature of the network. If I make a new mini script template, I don't have to go to the core repo and say, please allow my new kind of transaction to be included, right? Like that's not a good way, even from a financial use case. Things like removing the SegWit discount, I think impairs a lot of people just that want to use Bitcoin as money. I use witness data for signatures.
And the scenario that you're laying out too, it seems like it introduces a potential to become much more political that way.
Explicitly so. Yeah, it would definitely be political if you went back to a whitelist, because you have to then go lobby a board of people to do that. And then you have like a high council of people who say, can your Bitcoin transaction be included or not? The whitelist, though, wouldn't be consensus. It would probably be policy. But then you just go back to, I can just go to the Slipstream API and get my transaction included. There's not a clean answer because both sides have very strict different value sets. The pro-op return increasing the limit size or living more of Bitcoin as a technical distributed system and understanding how decentralized systems should work and kind of for the health of the technical elements of the network. And the other side has a non-code based heuristic. And ultimately, Bitcoin as code, you have to encode the rules that you want to do in code for them to be enforced. And that's where it gets subjective. And that's what makes it difficult.
Yeah. Fun times.
Yeah. We're all here because we're all fighting because we all care about Bitcoin.
That's actually a little exciting. Like there hasn't been like a open sort of contentious debate around Bitcoin protocol in a while.
Yeah. I think I view this as an extension of the inscription ordinal conversation. So this has really been the main driving point. It just kind of went dull for a year. It's good to see people care and they want to debate and talk about this stuff. I think I think we need to get these kind of smaller stake things out of the way as Bitcoin continues to grow because if Bitcoin continues to succeed, there'll be more sophisticated attacks that are much more impactful to the health of the network that we need to make sure that us people who care about Bitcoin are on a united front, right? It'd be really unfortunate if we start fractioning off into a place where that makes it easier to divide and conquer down the line.
Well, thank you for joining us.
My pleasure.
We pulled you in.
Yeah.
We've got Nifty Jeff coming on next.
The MVP.
Oh, let's talk about Berlin.
Berlin.
Awesome.
Very nice.
Let's go.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Rob. Rob Hamilton, everybody, from AnchorWatch. If you need to ensure your Bitcoin held in cold storage, hit up Rob at AnchorWatch. Lisa. What's going on?
What's up? This is
Jeff?
Nice to meet you.
Have we met before?
Likely.
I think we have, yeah.
In passing, at least.
Yeah. Lisa, I'm sorry I missed you yesterday. I had to jump back to
oh, that's okay.
Bitcoin Park Austin, but this has been an incredible event. Is it true what the people are saying? Did you manufacture all this op return discussion?
I gotta be honest, it's like, I feel like it's like, people accuse Trump of being good at 4G chess, and it's one of those, like, I wish I was that good at 4D chess. Like, yeah, I wish I could manufacture controversies ahead of every event. That would be great. Maybe, like, I don't know. I think it's interesting because, like, I've been planning this conference for over a year now, right? We talked about it end of last year after last Bitcoin plus here in Austin. We start planning what we're going to do the next year. I mean, obviously I have a bunch of conferences going on, but yeah, I don't know. No, it is a great, but I think the thing is, it's like, I didn't realize, most people didn't realize that this was happening. All these interesting conversations were happening at the Mempool, right? So that's why I did the conference, is because I was like, this is really interesting, controversial stuff. Like, there's a lot to talk about here. And it feels like everyone found that out right before the event started, which is like, yeah, that's great for me.
Thank you for putting this on. I mean, just sitting here the last 2 days and the caliber of people that are at this conference and having these very important discussions is extremely impressive, somewhat humbling and what's the word, intimidating for me, having to sit here and talk with all these low-level protocol developers.
Oh yeah, but thanks for coming out to chat with them, because I feel like it. One of the things I like to have it happen at these events is people get to learn from all these people that are doing cool stuff and make it feel maybe less far away, right? Like less hard to understand because you get to hear them talk about it in person. Yeah.
So let's talk about Berlin. Jeff, what's going on in Berlin these days?
Still a lot, I would say. I mean, it's been. I think it was one of the cities or places that picked up Bitcoin on a larger scale, like one of the first in the world. And I would say it's still going pretty strong. I mean, we had 2 Bitcoin plus conferences in Berlin in the last year and the year before.
Yeah, so the story with me and Jeff is I wanted to do a European conference 2 years ago, right? 3 years ago
Yeah,
now?
I think we talked about it in Miami.
It was
23 probably.
Last Miami conference, I think.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah, I was telling Jeff about how I was planning on expanding the Bitcoin plus universe because we had done Austin and Mexico City, and I was looking to move to Europe. And
then she said, I'm planning to go to Paris. I was like, what's in Paris?
Like, it seemed like a fun time. I don't know. So I tell him this, and then I think 2 minutes later, maybe it was even an hour or two, you're like, let's go talk at lunch. So in Miami, I got pulled over in the speakers area. Jeff pulls me over, and he's like, okay, I want to pitch you on doing it in Berlin, and this is why. And so we did the first ever Bitcoin plus in Berlin 2.5 years ago now, right?
Yeah, and it was on Nix.
It was Nix.
And it worked. And if you can run a conference on Nix, you can run a conference on everything or anything.
A niche of Nix, which is...
Yeah, it's like a very niche conference in terms of Bitcoiners. It's a very small group of people, but we did it. We got 150 people there. It's probably one of the bigger Nix conferences. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah.
It was mostly Bitcoiners. We did.
It was a good event in the run-up of we had many good events over the years. Probably most namely the Lightning Conference in 2019,
which is huge,
which was great. And so I feel like BTC++ is a good continuation of that tradition.
We're doing our best. Yeah. We're actually gonna. Yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say, correct me if I'm wrong, but last year's Bitcoin++ in Berlin had the iconic images of developers sitting on elevated surfaces giving presentations.
Right. Yeah. Layered developers.
Yeah.
Because we were doing eCash was last year, right? So we did the first ever Bitcoin++ eCash conference with Kelly and a bunch of Fedi people. So we had Cashew and Kelly there. Yeah.
That was also something that felt right at the right time, at the right place, because the whole privacy aspect and privacy improvements on eCash. There's a strong community, I would say, in Germany and in Europe that's prone to privacy, and you have a bunch of developers that are rooted in that general area. Let's say Europe. I don't want to dox anybody.
Yeah.
So it was a good place, and also last year it felt like a good time where everything was kind of ripe enough to have a whole conference on it. So I guess that was also first, right?
Well,
it was the first major
eCash
eCash conference.
Period.
And
Yeah.
the timing seems perfect. I mean, the proliferation of Cashew and Fedimint
Has only
over
gone
the
up
last
since
year
then.
has been insane. Like we were talking about
Yeah.
hash pools with VMPRC and Average Gary yesterday. They're implementing Cashew to fix the mining pool layer of Bitcoin. It's one of the areas I'm most excited in Bitcoin right now is eCash.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Same.
and rightfully so.
Yeah. So what's the topic this year?
I think we're calling it Lightning plus plus.
Okay.
But it's still
Yeah.
Bitcoin plus plus, right?
Yeah.
So it's Lightning again.
Yeah.
Again, as we did like in the Lightning conference 6 years ago.
Jesus.
So it's
Jesus.
time to bring back a Lightning themed conference, and
In
of course
Berlin, yeah.
everything that's accumulated over the years. eCash is, especially Cashew, is closely related to Lightning. So that's also a topic that's gonna be touched. It's and yeah. Do we have like? Are there any like? Did you book anything yet, or do you
We're going to be back at the same venue. As far as speakers are, I know the whole LDK team is going to do their offsite there, so we'll have them coming.
Oh, great, yeah.
Working on getting Blockstream developers to come. I think one of them had a sailing trip they had to check that didn't overlap, that kind of thing. So I'm still working on getting talent booked. As you can imagine, I've got a lot of that stuff happening with like between this conference and the other stuff. But yeah, it should be good. Kelly will be there again talking about eCash stuff. So, I mean, I think it's going to be focused on Lightning, but I'm really hoping we can also get maybe some Arc developers there, eCash stuff, and have it be focused on how Lightning is also enabling all these other layer 2s to, build cool ecosystems. Because, like, eCash and eCash and Arc, which are other protocols, not Lightning, different kind of models of how to send money around and liquidity, that kind of thing. But most of them use Lightning as their common layer of how people transact with them. So you'll have an Arc wallet, but you'll pay a Lightning invoice. Or when you want someone to send you money, I haven't really used it yet, but I think you can give them a Lightning invoice and it'll land in your wallet as eCash. So I think there's this really nice synergy going on where Lightning is kind of becoming this nice connective layer between all the different people, and how you hold your Bitcoin kind of at the end can be slightly different. So I like to think like eCash and like this Arc stuff is really kind of solving the last mile problem that Lightning has. I think this conference would be a good place to kind of maybe showcase how Lightning is able to make other kinds of layer 2s possible to some extent, and still in a super decentralized way, which is cool.
Yeah, it's something I said a couple times over the last 2 days, that it feels like it's very underappreciated, the maturation of the interoperability of all these networks and what can actually be built. And I would not be surprised. I mean, just going back to Cashew specifically, like the pace of development on that protocol over the last year has been mind-blowing, partly enabled by the ability to have these Lightning gateways to make the mints interoperable.
Yeah, and I'm happy that they're finally starting to do real-world implementations of the multi-nut payments.
I wrote about that earlier this week.
And that relies on Lightning, right? Like
Yeah.
that uses an aspect of the Lightning protocol to work.
So let's explain multi-nut payments to people.
Yeah, so the idea is with eCash, you're really giving your sats to a mint, and they give you eCash as like almost tokens that represent the Bitcoin, but that is held by a mint, right? So someone else. So you don't really want all your sats to be at one mint. You kind of want to separate it out, right? One, so no mint has all your sats. If they disappear, they go away. So it's kind of like this like distributed. You can distribute your sats against many different eCash wallets, right? So many different eCash mints. You could have a wallet with a bunch of sats in it, but let's say you want to pay a single Lightning invoice. Lightning is set up so that you can ask each of those mints to pay a portion of the invoice for you, and have it when it reaches the end, it'll only go through if every single mint sends the sats that they're supposed to, so it adds up to the total. And that uses something that we added to Lightning years ago at this point called multi-path payments, which lets you take a Lightning payment and split it such that whenever it gets to the destination, it comes from like a bunch of different places. It's really cool to see the eCash or Cashew in particular reusing that thing that we added to Lightning and making it so that they can spread out your sats across many different places. I think it's great for privacy, right? Because all the funds aren't coming from any one person. And eCash is kind of this hidden layer that helps coordinate all these different people paying to a single source, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and this multi-nut payment design is a forcing function for a competitive landscape of mints, where they're more incentivized to act in the best interest of their users instead of being a malicious actor.
Yeah, and I think one of the cool things about having that level of like interoperability, I mean, this is like, you know, open protocols are great because, and like especially open protocols that let, you know, people build this other layer of eCash on top of it, right? And then it doesn't matter what Lightning implementation those like 4 different mints are running, they can all manage to still pay your Lightning invoice equally, right? So you can get this nice diversity of clients and mint software, but they're all running the same protocols, right? Like all the mints are running the Cashew protocol, all the Lightning nodes are running the Lightning protocol, and you can get this really cool like cross usage that just works together pretty nicely. Because they all built to a common specification. So shout out to open protocols, I don't know. And just, you know, it's cool to really see, I think, that distribution happening and decentralization, right? Because this is like real decentralized payments network, right? Like, and I think, you know, it does leave this opportunity for competition. So let's say you've got a bunch of mints, maybe they charge different fees to make Lightning payments, and so then they're in so that'd be for like you as the user. You get kind of the best experience, I would think, right? You get to use all your money. It doesn't matter where it is. You can just use it as one balance. You get the opportunity to have that decentralization of funds. So there's like a little bit of like, you know, having your money spread across a bunch of banks. So if one goes down, whatever, it's not a total loss, right? And then you have, in theory, these banks, you know, if they became big enough, competing for your business. Because they want you to be, I'm assuming, charge some little transaction fee to do the exchange between eCash to Lightning. I expect that to be how I would expect people to use it. So there's just kind of I think it's a cool, I think it's a really cool thing to grow, and I want to see more of these things develop because I do think they're good for like the whole ecosystem.
Jeff, do you have any thoughts on this intersection?
Ever since BTC++ last year, which was BTC++ going nuts, right? I think like the multi-node payments is the lowest hanging fruit that does most for usability, and I'm happy it's finally being worked on again. There was a little break, and I guess different focuses, and now it's getting some traction again. So I hope we can see some like actually working wallets and products in October.
Yeah, and it's interesting to watch all these disparate projects working on their own scaling solutions. Obviously, Citria, part of the conversation this week with OpReturn and what they're trying to do with ZK rollups and creating an EVM to unlock all these financial use cases of Bitcoin on a second layer. Curious to get your thoughts about the competing sort of views on how to scale Bitcoin, particularly these two models. These ZK rollups versus a multi-second layer protocol that's interoperable, creating sort of modular use cases.
Yeah, I feel like I have to be like shout out to, we're doing a conference in Istanbul right before Berlin where we're going to be talking about ZK and scaling stuff, because I think that's like a whole different, I guess I do kind of see that as a whole different topic. When I hear people say scaling Bitcoin, I feel like a lot of people mean slightly different things by that, and maybe maybe they would say that they disagree, which I'm totally open to that conversation. But I feel like the Mint stuff and the eCash things is really focused on payments. Like, how do I take my Bitcoin and give it to someone else? And how do we do more of that for lower cost, right? And how do we do it more privately, more decentralized, like all those things? I think like more privately and more decentralized is really where like eCash and Lightning are focused. On how do I get Bitcoin to someone else in these ways, and faster a lot. Like they really improve the speed compared to on-chain. The ZK stuff, I think they start going in more of a slightly different direction where it's like, how do I do more complicated programming on Bitcoin, more complicated programs, more complicated contracts of like who's involved in it. Like it's not a payment so much as it is like a logic of who gets the money at the end of the day kind of thing. It's not just I want to send value from point A to point B. It's like I want the value to get there only in these 3 conditions or whatever. And so scaling that kind of like programmability on Bitcoin just strikes me as like a slightly different use case, and you end up with slightly different tools that you want and slightly different designs of what you're proposing, because what you're attempting to accomplish is slightly different than I just want to get Bitcoin from point A to point B, period.
Do you think there's room for all these solutions?
That's a good question. I think people are building all the solutions. Is the market demand there for something? Like, I mean, I think we still have that conversation in the general like Bitcoin space of is it a good MOE? What is the M is? Medium. Yeah. A good. People talk about the medium of exchange stuff, which is like that's getting it from point A to point B. So a lot of people I think still talk about like, well, is Bitcoin even worth doing from point A to point B? Why don't you just hold it, right? And this is almost I think a third category of is Bitcoin worth doing complicated programming contracts with? I think it's one of those things where like I understand. For me, I'm very much like I think being able to send people Bitcoin is really important, and so that's why I like focusing on Lightning and working on those protocols personally. I think that that people doing more programmability stuff, I think they've seen use cases and uses that they think people will pay to use, and they're working on proving that out. I think to some extent.
Yeah, I think it's the fork in the road of the visions of two forms of DeFi. Do we want decentralized finance, or are we definancializing the world with better money? And I think the two solutions that we're talking about now are going down those two different paths.
Yeah.
Like how can we just recognize that Bitcoin is definancializing the economy? We don't need to go speculate and create a new hyper-financialized system. We just need better money. And how can we build tools to make it easier for people to receive and send that money? And the other, DeFi, decentralized finance, is saying, no, like this hyper-financialized economy is good. We need to recreate what's already been built in this Bitcoin world.
Yeah, I think so. Maybe the ZK, and so this I joke about it every year, but I think maybe it's kind of true that like the reason I hold conferences is to find out what's going on there and like better understand it, so create conversations people can have like in public. So hopefully we'll be having some really great conversations about what's going on in Lightning and Medium Exchange world in Berlin in October. So tickets are available. Check it out. We're very excited about it. But I think the ZK conference in Istanbul will be a good opportunity for me to really get a better understanding, and everyone I hope that comes and people that are building there, like they'll get to showcase what they're building, why they're building it, what they think why Bitcoin needs it, and I think it is an opportunity for them to really make their case, on a stage about like as technologists and people that are building solutions and care about Bitcoin, like this is what we're doing and this is why we're doing it. So yeah, I'm looking forward to that, both those conversations. Yeah.
I think they can probably complement each other.
Mm-hmm.
So having the one in Istanbul first, we see what you can bring to Berlin out of that conversation. And
yeah, exactly.
Well, outside of Bitcoin plus Berlin, if anybody's traveling through town, is interested in getting involved in Bitcoin events, where should we send them?
There's a meetup page called Bitcoin Lab Berlin, and this doesn't really mean anything other than that's the name of the meetup. But pretty much everything going on in town is on there. We have a Socratic BitDevs that's been going on for 6 years now, I think.
Yeah.
So every month there's a BitDevs, and we have several monthly meetups. So one of them is actually, and if the opposite, but it's the longest running Bitcoin meetup in the world.
Oh wow!
It's been running since.
I think Tampa Bay may have some.
It's since summer 2011.
Oh wait,
it's been running.
And they claim 2014, so if it's 2011, it's longer running.
I think like New Hampshire might be up there, but I don't think the meetup.
This talk is titled Mara Slipstream, Making Impossible Transactions Possible. And what I meant by this was essentially transactions that normally wouldn't be available to get mined on the Bitcoin network due to the difficulty of propagating them around between nodes to get to a miner. How do we make this a reality where individuals can basically submit anything consensus valid to a miner and get it mined into a block for the right fee, of course? So I'm going to go over a few things, and these are kind of some of my example fun little blocks. There's been some art blocks that have been done with Slipstream. There's a little bit of a private mempool block recently where a bunch of op returns that were not able to get relayed around the network somehow ended up in the Marathon mempool, paying quite a bit of extra fees, which is very nice for the miner. I'm going to go for this talk from the perspective of a Bitcoin miner that is profit-driven, and just like in general, the last blue box, a giant non-standard transaction in general on mempool.space. If you ever browse the website to look at block contents, blue means one of two things. It's been non-standard and did not get relayed or seen by mempool.space is mempool, or 2, it was a standard transaction that was privately submitted or just had not been seen by mempool.space. The majority of transactions will be seen by mempool.space. So when you see blue in a Mera block, it probably means it was submitted through Slipstream. So we're going to go over like what is Slipstream, kind of like why I came up with the idea for Slipstream, policy sets, relay versus consensus, why Slipstream, and kind of like a few ethical questions about like what about doing this? Like why do these policies already exist? And yeah, I am going to put out one final note as well that I am currently contracted by Mera for a small number of hours per week. I do not represent them in any official capacity with this talk. This is just my experience building a product and having it operate mining blocks. So what is Slipstream? It really is just a fancy way to say a miner, Mara, accepts non-standard transactions. It's marketing fluff. And so, but at a technical level, Slipstream is a set of utilities to accept a larger set of transactions than normally what would be accepted by a Bitcoin miner. Their mempools at any other node would go, hey, this is too big, this has wrong type of output, etc. Like, I'm not going to take it. Slipstream is policy to take all that stuff in, to get as close to consensus as possible, maybe even get to consensus, where we can take in all transactions that are valid Bitcoin safely. And so what does that suite of tools consist of? It consists of a fork of Bitcoin Core, internally just called Slipstream Core, with modifications. It consists of a web portal as well. So that's our little website, slipstream.mera.com, and you can literally just paste in your non-standard transaction and hit the submit button, and it will, as long as you meet the fee rate, it'll get mined, probably in the next Mera block. And then there's also an API for customers who would like to do more volume as well. Yeah, typically for access to the private mempool. So one thing about Slipstream, though, like why don't we already do this? And that's like, why don't Bitcoin miners just accept everything? It's because my goal, though, to get to consensus level acceptance, there are limitations that are policy-based right now to protect the Bitcoin network from some pretty awful blocks that can be constructed, as well as just like other like little rules have been put into place over time. Like this week, we've been discussing op return. It has a long history. Is it actually bad for the Bitcoin network? It's up for the user to decide. In my opinion, no, because it just data UTXO set gets pruned. So Slipstream also does require a higher than normal fee rate to get accepted because that web portal and API act as a gate to get into specifically the Marathon mempool. The regular relay policy is just all standard rules, so those transactions funnel in through nodes and get there, but anything that's non-standard has to go through the kind of this gate process so that we can accrue extra fees that way. And the side effect I didn't originally anticipate to Slipstream, but became very apparent initially, was that this actually created a private mempool, which Nifty and I went over like death to the mempool, which is actually, I think, at the heart of one of the biggest problems of what policy's created is it's really kind of given miners the ability to earn extra revenue, created private mempools, and distorts fee estimation, and potentially even like transaction submission routes, right? It may become more effective just to submit directly through some sort of transaction broker. And also very important, I created the name for Slipstream, so not that it really matters. But yeah, as I said earlier, blue transactions on mempool.space will be typically Slipstream. This was the first Slipstream transaction I ever did on mainnet. This was 10,000 op trues as different outpoints just to prove like, hey, this was a consensus valid block, contained a non-standard transaction, got mined. Oh, whoops, sorry. So before I even started Slipstream, this is really the PR that got me thinking about like, hey, like what is the difference between policy and consensus? And this triggered like my research originally because of the fact that I use a one-of-one pay-to-multisig, and I kind of chain it along every couple of months, and I make these transactions, and I see this PR, and it's getting pretty heated, and they want to disable the ability to relay this, and I was like, oh crap, that means my pay-to-multisig won't get, how do I get it to a miner at that point? But at that time, I wasn't working for Mera, so it just kind of stuck in my head, but what this really did was it made me look into like why this is happening, what exactly is policy, all the different types of policy, and what consensus can accept, and later on like why these different policies exist from we're trying to not have arbitrary data on Bitcoin, to, hey, there's a block you can create that you do not want to get stuck into the time chain. And then along with that research of like what you can safely do, I found this kind of like really ironic quote by Luke Dash Jr. And I'll say it afterwards though. But he originally said February 1st, 2013 on a reply to a post by Sergio about the worst case block you could ever create. And at the time, they could only get about a 3-minute block. Luke said blocking out non-standard transactions in general just harms potential innovation. Very different tune than today, but I would also I put at the bottom very clearly, he no longer maintains this position, which talked to him on a Twitter space about. So, thesis here, relay policy should be as close to consensus as possible, and this is to prevent miners from basically arbitraging the opportunity to get extra Bitcoins by building the golden roads to bypass the rules. Like, you should either make the policy, which is a subset, meet consensus by loosening it, or tighten consensus to meet policy. So, okay, Slipstream is kind of becoming an idea at this point. Talk about risk and rewards, and this is my experience, my opinions here. So, the first things that were discussed were social blowback. Communities of Bitcoiners could become very upset at Mara if we just fork Bitcoin Core and just go, hey, just pay us extra Bitcoins and we'll mine the transactions. Potentially maybe lose some goodwill with core devs if any even existed in the first place, but probably not great to hey, we just forked your implementation. And now you guys will not work with us for anything in the future. That would be very bad. Blow up a block or two. This is a pretty interesting one because Mara had just come off of, in the September before, they had blown up a block because of incorrect transaction ordering. I think it's pretty interesting. We discussed randomly sorting transactions earlier. Same thing kind of potentially happened, right? So you might blow up a block or two. You could also lose blocks because when you have these private mempools, or these transactions aren't standard, the caches to receive these compact blocks aren't warm. Basically, they're cold. So when Slipstream has a large transaction that hasn't been seen, it's not like the actual block header goes out with the TX IDs, the node's got it in its mempool already, and it builds a block real quick. It actually has to make a round trip back to Mara and go, hey, okay, I got the block header, I got these TX IDs, but I need the block data, so then that's another request, and it creates a lot of overhead to basically transact these blocks, which is not good. Attacking Mara nodes as a DOS vector was also considered, we attack Bitcoin nodes as Mara with a DOS block. That was a huge concern. So basically, could Mara be set up to create this bad block, and then they mine it, and then it's a PR disaster, right? Or Mara itself gets DOSed from one of these transactions somebody creates. But the rewards are very simple. Profit-driven miner, earn extra Bitcoin. And at some point, you'll earn so much Bitcoin that you can lose a block and still consider it very profitable to continue doing this. Becoming industry leaders, it's just good for image, I think, in general, to be known and have hey, these guys are technically the best at block construction or know the most about policy. Boost share price because it's a publicly traded company. Censorship resistance. This was one of my biggest things I wanted to why I wanted to create Slipstream was I wanted any transaction to go through, not picking or choosing, just hey, if you pay the fee, the block space is for the kind of mentality towards this. Also, side note is rewards were that the narrative around OFAC compliance basically melted away within 2 months after creating Slipstream. So before every Twitter thread Mara talked in or had a response to, you OFACers, all the worst terms possible. And now people just say these guys are spammers, which I think at least we're taking in everything possible instead of restricting the set. Promote innovation. That was the last one. So what are policy sets in Bitcoin Core? Policy is a set of transactions that will be accepted into a node's mempool. This is often contingent on consensus and policy of the node, but also existing transactions in the mempool. This is an important part because even though your transaction may be still consensus valid, policy will restrict basically chains of ancestors, right? At some point, it's just going to say, no, you can't attach another transaction to this. That's actually another tunable parameter, a part of policy, where miners can earn extra revenue from fee-paying transactions is like, hey, we can increase the size of these chains because you can process them. The most important thing, though, the policy rules are not the same as Bitcoin consensus rules, but they always must be a subset. So in terms of the things your mempool accepts based on policy, needs to never exceed consensus. Otherwise, you blow up the block. That's really bad. Consensus rules are evaluated at block acceptance level. So when your node gets a new block in, it doesn't even look at policy for these transactions. It only looks at consensus rules. It doesn't go like, hey, oh, this one was too big. Does not care about. All that stuff goes out the window when you get a block header and the data to back it up. So consensus itself isn't a policy, but it technically could be. But currently in Bitcoin, there are blocks that can be constructed that would actually be really bad. So I don't think consensus needs to definitely be tightened through the Great Consensus Cleanup, but also like policy should be, if that goes that direction, policy should be lifted a little bit to like move that way. But current consensus is not safe in Bitcoin. And this is a nice kind of like idea I got from Orange Surf, but this kind of describes like the predicament that consensus versus policy creates. And think of consensus as like this giant circle. This is everything that's valid in Bitcoin. And then inside, you have on the right-hand side, you have is standard. And is standard is the subset of transactions a Bitcoin node will accept out of the box by default. The kind of issue with that is it's actually more profitable to mine as a Bitcoin miner just slightly outside of that is standard zone, right? So, okay, let's take in some extra deeper chains. We'll take in larger scripts, even script pub keys, etc. But there's like this little bomb on the left-hand side, which is the DOS transactions. And so as a miner, the goal is almost always like, hey, how close can we get without these intersecting and you running into your pool getting DOSed or DOSing Bitcoin itself by a profit-driven motive. So what is Marathon Slipstream policy? So we've deprecated 2 policies, one quite a while ago and one more recently. So in the short term, script pub key standardness used to be not enforced. So you could basically broadcast to Slipstream any non-standard script pub key or any script pub key that basically didn't break one specific rule. But after my research with the Great Consensus Cleanup and the worst case block validation, until we put in like tighter restrictions, non-standard script pub keys are not accepted. OpSuccessX was basically removed quite a bit ago. I'm open to reopening it again. Max transaction size, basically up to the limit the template generator will build, 3,992 million weight units. The reason why it's 3,992 is because the Coinbase is reserved 4,000 weight units. Then there's an error right now in the get block template where it double counts that, so 4,000 times 2, 8,000, and you end up with basically 8,000 weight units you cannot use for any reason. Op return, similar to the discussion we are having on GitHub right now and even Twitter, op return, size limits, and number have been removed for over a year in Slipstream. Op check multisig can have up to 16 public keys. Dust limits were removed. Ancestor and descendant chains up to 200, size 1 megabyte total for those packages. Disabled flags, discourage upgrade for taproot, clean stack, low S values, minimal if, upgradable taproot version. Other restrictions, no more than 6K non-SegWit prevouts. One I forgot to list is no more than 20. I guess I didn't list it because of the fact that we've removed right now the standard is checked, but previously no more than 20 op check sigs in a script pub key. That was to prevent DOS vectors. And then the 0.3 sats per vbyte gets relayed as well. So Mara will actually mine sub 1 sat per vbyte transactions. So if you have any transactions you don't mind waiting a very long time in the mempool, I will see people occasionally submit something at 0.5 sats a vbyte, and they'll eventually get mined as the mempool becomes empty. So here is kind of one of the larger issues that is being created is with the too restrictive of a policy in Bitcoin, and that is that Slipstream has been capturing quite a bit of revenue in just the last week. And remember how I said like blue is stuff that's not seen to the regular network. No node can make fee calculations based on any of this. It adds a little bit of centralization pressure because I think Mara's earned like in terms of Bitcoin like 0.37 or 38 from all these op returns this week. And so yeah, these are just like the most recent blocks, and you can see like there's significant demand currently to like place op returns into blocks. And the majority of this is op returns. And some blocks are over like 95% of the expected fees. And so what does that all turn into is like the thesis proved itself very nicely that Slipstream generates revenue above what most miners get. The average block, this is just in the last week, average block fees for Foundry compared to the expected, minus 2.15%, minus 4%, minus 4%. The only green on this entire chart every single time is Marathon, and that's because of Slipstream. Let's do real quick. So we can go to here, but on any, let's go to any time frame right now, and Mara's positive. So 24 hours plus 6%. Last 3 days, 12%. Let's just jump over to a month, 0.38%. 3 months, 1.51. 1 year, 3.40% extra fees. The only pool right now to gain more fees than what is expected, and that's because of the additional revenue captured by this arbitrage of non-standard transactions. Okay, so I kind of wanted to go into one thing, like I keep talking about like the DOS vector in Bitcoin. Like what is the thing that actually is that Slipstream will not allow, or should not allow technically? And that is from my demo up next, which is right here. And I'll speed run this for about 1 minute. But basically in this example, yeah, I have 2 nodes. On this side right here, this is a attacking node that has set up through non-standard transactions a block that will take over 25 minutes for the victim node on the left-hand side. And I use Mempool, open source Mempool project to visualize this, to validate this transaction. So, or this transaction, and by proxy, the block itself. We're not going to watch this for 25 minutes. I'm going to speed it up to 60x. I have the little counter in the bottom left-hand side. But the goal is Slipstream should never let people mine these like setup transactions or the actual redemption transaction on chain. And so let's get this started. And so I kind of organize my screen a little bit, get the command prep to mine these blocks. And this is done on reg test. And the reason why is like publicly, I don't want anybody to know and do this. So I'm not going to be like, hey, like let's do this on testnet, because then you got the cookbook to do this publicly. This is private, so. Next thing, checking the block, and then this is the terminal of the node that's going to build the block. And submit it. Oh. Okay, and timer started. Block has been mined, and you can see this part right here at the very bottom. That log should have continued moving forward down and said total connect time, but it didn't. It got stuck. Connect 2 transactions and it's not moving. So let's go to 60x. And as a side note, you have on the right-hand side here the CPU monitor of the victim node that is receiving this non-standard block, and it's stuck at 100% all 4 cores. That is an Intel Xeon 2620 V3. So not the best, but still, like every tick, no, it's parallel. You can see every core is doing hashing for this operation. And so every single middle tick, that's actually 1 minute going by because we're at 60 seconds. And so at some point you'll see the RPC on the victim node. Yep, RPC just failed, and the block connects finally after 25 minutes. That is what Mara does not want to allow in any capacity or any form, because that's actually bad for Bitcoin. Like you can't have this in there. And some of the things about this specific block is that even if it gets orphaned out because of this kind of what I'm going to describe here in a second, the relay policy, you then just get to recycle it if nobody spent your inputs, and you could do it again. So relay policy. Currently, it's literally the protector of nodes. Like, why that block I just demonstrated doesn't happen is because of the fact that miners are applying this policy to their nodes that is restricting the set of transactions to not allow the transactions that cause that to happen, basically not propagated across the network. And also, it prevents these little guys from having to do hard to validate scripts. And by that, basically, every time a node sends a transaction to another node, it has to accept it into its mempool and validate the contents of that transaction. So the relay the policy, essentially in Bitcoin Core, really doesn't bode well for miners because of the fact it's really restrictive, because miners don't work on Raspberry Pis. They have Xeons, like I just said. But ultimately, you got to build relay policies such that it's safe enough that every node along the network can relay the transaction so it eventually gets to a miner. So essentially, like, faster hardware is in the hands of miners, so relay policy doesn't matter as much. And as a side note, that Slipstream kind of does one thing really well, is that even high validation cost transactions, because they're submitted directly to Mara's mempool, they don't get relayed across the network. So no node is burdened with validation cost until the moment the block gets mined, which is a once per 10-minute activity, which is much better than a general, like, hey, like, we're going to accept these complex or hard to validate transactions at the relay policy that is applied to nodes, and suddenly nodes are RBFing and revalidating transactions again and again and again that are very difficult. So basically, like, the worst case, Mara can submit a private mempool set of transactions that gets validated at most once per 10 minutes, assuming they, on average, they have all the hash rate. So consensus versus policy. So consensus is what blocks are validated upon, and this was an example where Mara did not follow consensus, and this is one of the risks of a product like Slipstream, is you're kind of modifying the Bitcoin Core implementation to go around the standardness policies, et cetera, but you're still touching things that are involved with block construction. In this exact case, what happened was the transactions in this block were ordered by fee rate lowest to highest. And that caused a problem because every blue block here is an invalid transaction because of the fact that it was a child pays for parent. So the child had a higher fee than the parent, completely misordered, gets broadcasted, and Mara mined an invalid block. That is the number one thing you can't do when creating a product like Slipstream. And this is kind of going into one of my points I want to make about the current situation in Bitcoin with specifically Core, is that by loosening policy in ways that don't actually create DOS blocks and really bad things for the network, you're disincentivizing miners to go in and start tinkering with their own implementations of Bitcoin Core, potentially like doing something wrong or making a mistake. Like, I like to think I'm very good at Bitcoin Core and I shouldn't have that problem, but still we're running a non-standard reference implementation at the end of the day. There is risk, but so far the risk is worth the reward because it's earned enough Bitcoins to justify, even if a single block goes bad, it's still profitable. So, okay, there we go, next. So why Slipstream? I'm going to ask a question to the audience here. I have a transaction on the left and right that a miner can accept. They are basically the exact same transaction every way. One pays 1 Bitcoin in fees, one pays 10 Bitcoin in fees. How many of you guys would take the one with 1 Bitcoin in fees as a Bitcoin miner? Nobody. How many would take the 10 Bitcoin transaction? Pretty obvious, right? What I didn't hear anybody raise their hand for and ask as the miner, what's inside? So at the end of the day, most rational, I'm not saying that's the point, but at the end of the day, that's kind of like, this was a very simple question, and nobody asked like that. They were just like, hey, this one pays more. It's an obvious thing. So at the end of the day, 10 Bitcoin transaction, miners should act like this because this is very simple for humans to model. Miners want to make money, adjust consensus based on that to make Bitcoin mining safe for miners and relay. So so demonstrate the miners will act rationally by trying to maximize their revenue in Bitcoin terms. The method of extra earnings was to arbitrage the policy by charging 3x for any non-standard transactions. That worked really well because Mara made a bunch of Bitcoins. But also the second thing, which part of this thesis with Slipstream was that other pools would follow in Mara's footsteps. And next thing you know, Antpool has an API. F2 pool is running a loose policy as well. And SBI is also now kind of taking non-standard transactions in on request more frequently than before. So in terms of earnings, since the launch of Slipstream, Mara's earned 17.4 extra Bitcoins that just got mined right to the Coinbase. All transactions were in band in terms of they were paid by fees inside transactions. 11.9 of those Bitcoins were considered profit. And what I mean by that is that we take the expected value of what mempool.space says that Mara should have earned compared to what they did earn for those transactions by replacing them. The large majority of the earnings came from violating the standard transaction size rule, Taproot specifically. And the majority of actual transactions themselves, so the first one was profit, so the lion's share of all the earnings came from the basically violating the large size transactions. But the majority of transactions by volume are definitely op returns at this point, just because of this week specifically. But so another kind of topic about Slipstream was pushback against like using policy potentially as a tool to kind of guide behaviors and or kind of using it as a tool to filter. I wanted a little bit of pushback because I don't believe that's how miners should act. I think they should act very rationally, trying to maximize profit at every corner. And the second thing is censorship resistance, which it's technically a product that can be censored. It's centralized, right? There's like a gateway, like an API. And by that, essentially, Mara now takes in, compared to what they used to, which was originally like OFAC transactions. Well, originally they had standard policy. Then they moved to OFAC and compressed that in a very bad way. Then blowback happened. They moved back to standardness policy, but now they're accepting technically more transactions than ever. So yeah, and then the timing around Slipstream, it basically made Slipstream very marketable because at that time Ocean had started a push towards the fix the filters movement, right? And this was in 2024, and then Mara just rode on the coattails of that specifically, and then created Slipstream, which is the opposite, and it worked. What about ethics in the time chain? Like what about like this data or these transactions? So originally, Slipstream received a lot of criticism about the potential for spam. And what is spam? That's kind of a question many would debate, right? It's the whole topic of like this week. But in general, like any arbitrary data, including script pub keys, can be turned into quote unquote spam. Spam essentially is user defined, right? Like what is somebody deemed to be spam? Slipstream was meant to be easy and accessible by everybody for any purpose. There was no bias during the creation of Slipstream to essentially enable like, oh, like if you want to do inscriptions, we're gonna give you a discount or anything. You know, it's just literally all transactions have the same exact multiple on them. And if you want to do really cool Bitcoin stuff, which some people have used Slipstream for, like consolidation, some complex scripts, etc., that is awesome. But with that said, yeah, there was supposed to be no bias in the creation of this. And oh yeah, Linus Robbins and his Blake 2 VM was a great example of somebody who used Slipstream for a very good reason to create like a proof. But ultimately, all Slipstream transactions have and will be mined at a profit, sans that one I just talked about, because Linus sent it in at 2 sats per vbyte, and Mara wanted to help him out. So the larger issue that comes from like this kind of policy versus consensus and the ability to profit off the arbitrage of this is mempool fragmentation. So like I said earlier, mempools are private for Marathon. And so those transactions, there's no incentive for Marathon to relay them to anybody else on the network because you want to keep the profit for yourself. You don't want to go, hey, like Antpool, I know you're also taking the same set. Why don't you try to mine this one? No, you keep it to yourself and you try to make more Bitcoin. So this creates issues because sometimes Mara's private mempool that they mine the next block on actually has a higher fee rate than what is being suggested by users to get into the next block. So for example, the regular network may say mempool.space, you have 3 sats per vbyte. But Marathon has some customers who use Slipstream is paying 10 sats per vbyte. But you need to get in the next block. You don't have that information to make that call. What you could do technically is maybe go to the Slipstream API and get the current mempool fee rate from Mara directly. But the reality is you don't want Bitcoin to become a series of like transaction order flows or APIs that you got to query, and you have like some aggregator like mempool.space, or not saying mempool.space would ever do this, but like somebody would come out with some ability to like basically gather information from all these private mempools and go, okay, this is probably the fee rate you need. You would rather have your own personal node have these transactions in there so you can estimate the fee rate for your next transaction you want to send in Sparrow or whatever you use. So, yeah. So yeah, this one I kind of went over earlier, but yeah, F2 pool was the first one to demonstrate like these really not good DOS blocks. And that was, they created in block height 364249 in 2015. They inadvertently basically collected a bunch of dust UTXOs as inputs with a single signature and put them into this giant transaction here. And users on Reddit noticed and posted, hey, this block took a long time to validate. And then essentially you can follow like kind of like why that happened back to Sergio's post. But yeah, like after you create something like Slipstream, you'll get an email from some people in the Bitcoin developers community like, hey, did you patch some of these things that can create this? So, and the solution to that comes from the Great Consensus Cleanup. So that removes not just the worst case block validation time like what I showed earlier, but there's additional things such as the time warp. 64-byte transactions also get removed. Another issue that can happen, this is a little bit less of a concern right now, but if you're running something like Slipstream and you're in kind of like a period where things might be forking, or just like in general, there might be a consensus change that is upcoming, you could accidentally take in and validate a transaction according to your set of rules that was non-standard before and break the consensus rules of the rest of the network that are enforcing these set of rules. This was demonstrated by Reindel with a op_success_x transaction. That's why we disabled it. And op_success_x defines basically if anybody uses this specific opcode, it returns true immediately for your SegWit script. It's like the opposite of op return. It's like the op you get to spend right away. And yeah, so you put that in there, which is fine because we're not forking, so it'll validate and it'll get mined, and which exactly what it did. But what if op_success_x was at that time being implemented by other nodes on the network to maybe enforce opcat or opctv inside of Taproot? And we just accepted this script and just went, that's good to go. And the rest of the nodes that are being mined on say, no, this is not the case. This is how you can fork off by using non-standard transactions as a pool. This is a very low risk, in my opinion, in the current environment. But I still had to note it because like if you're going to run a Slipstream or any non-standard client that does this kind of stuff, you can subject yourself to this. So the conclusion is like the success of Slipstream has been proving there is a model to profitability above which current relay policy allows. Like Mara definitively proves that like you can accept a set of transactions larger than relay and make more Bitcoins. And at that, quite a few Bitcoins. Many devs have enjoyed the functionality Slipstream, from just like party tricks like op_success_x to double op return transactions to like using op_true in their little experiments on main chain, which I mean, like, I don't know how much that actually turned into real products, but still, I want people experimenting with Bitcoin, building better products to either scale Bitcoin or improve the UX. Overall, Slipstream is pretty much just a portal and an idea that worked really well and created a great marketing opportunity for Marathon. It enabled Bitcoiners to do all sorts of transactions that were previously not possible, now very possible. And yeah, thanks for listening. Do you mind if I go? Do I have a few minutes? Oh, no, okay, I'm good. Do you mind if I show some of the non-standard transactions that I have crafted on testnet? Okay, I'm too poor to do these on mainnet. So yeah, I've crafted a few of like my examples, and let's see if I can get this. There we go, nice. So one of my first ones was understanding like what happens when people use ways of storing data on Bitcoin that they shouldn't be doing. And by that, I mean like something like op return is really nice because the data goes in, it gets trimmed from the UTXO set, it's gone. And I was like, okay, can we embed data into pub keys? This one is actually completely standard other than its size. But yeah, all these pub keys are literally just arbitrary data that has no actual purpose other than to store an image inside of it. Okay, so like how big can you go? Okay, cool. You can literally just do a full block and just store 31,849 UTXOs in the UTXO set that will literally never go away. Please use op return for stuff like this. Like don't store data in pub keys. Not good. The other thing is like, how many op returns can I stuff into a transaction? The answer is 70,767 where I say the word hi. And so, okay, well, next thing is there is a limit to how big your script pub key can be before it becomes unspendable. But that doesn't mean how big it can actually be. So what I did was I created I think it's like a 20 kilobyte script pub key, which literally just says hi a bunch of times continuously. That is completely consensus valid, but would never get relayed on the network for any reason. This guy would be, oh, this one's actually pretty cool, non-standard. But this is a transaction with empty pub keys. And so what that means is there's literally no lock script at all. No op-true, nothing. So you will have to put like an op-true on your script sig to spend one of these. But it was a fun test, and that also allowed me to get 900, I think this actually got 100,000 out points in a single transaction doing that. And it takes up the entire block. And then the final one here is, this was, I think, oh yeah, this was literally just op-true for all the out points. So these were some like the test transactions I was very excited like Slipstream could just enable people to potentially use stuff like this to do either fun stuff or build products on potentially. So, cool.
So Portland,
yes.
Why do you hate Bitcoin, and what made you want to try to kill it?
I don't hate Bitcoin, actually. I think the Bitcoin is one of the most important things humanity has right now because of being like a great money and decentralized, but at the same time, it comes down to my thesis that like I need miners to act rationally. I need miners to be able to model their behavior long term, always want to earn more Bitcoin. I don't want, this is a little bit more philosophical here, but like in nature, I don't want miners or the people producing the blocks to become governance systems, right? Like, hey, like this stuff's okay over on this side, but this set of group doesn't like this. It's like we should all kind of adhere to the same thing. It's just Bitcoin, consensus rules. Like policy in of itself is like a side effect of consensus isn't perfect and has problems. But that's my opinion, is that like I don't hate Bitcoin. I want to find these pain points. I want to better understand all of this stuff so I can hopefully be the person that maybe contributes to making Bitcoin better long term. But to strengthen Bitcoin, you have to poke it a little bit too. You can't just go that no nation state is looking at this stuff and thinking that it won't ever get taken advantage of. Find these things out, test things, move forward, fix them. I know, and like Antoine's done great work with the Great Consensus Cleanup. Literally brought up a pretty nice problem. Solutions are being found. So, thank you.
I guess a couple questions over here.
Oh yes, absolutely.
So of all of the pools who have kind of created like private mempools, they're all pretty small, correct? You have like Mara, Luxor, F2 pool, but no ant pool, correct?
Antpool is very recent with the Rebar product they subscribe to.
Okay, so they have.
But yeah, Antpool is very recent, and the definition of private mempool is, I think, a little impossible to technically determine because a private mempool would imply that they modified Bitcoin Core to turn off broadcast equals true as the argument on send raw transaction or the packages. But I don't know a lot of times if it was a private mempool just because nobody else was able to relay that transaction. So it seemed private because like mempool.space, like they have just a regular standard node, so they won't see it, right? But at the same time, they actually could be using a private mempool, but definitely non-standard transactions being submitted to miners like F2 pool has been a thing. It has all been through pretty much the same thing. Do you know Chun? Send him a DM on Twitter. I got this thing. He'll ask you how much you're going to pay. Then you can pay him. But yeah, private, I don't know.
I guess my question is, do you see like smaller miners potentially being able to create additional revenue out of the secret sauce that is like being able to mine some of these non-standard transactions?
Yes, absolutely, 100%.
And in that case, would these in fact be good things? Because they might be willing to take on more risk than a larger mining pool.
This is the conundrum, though. Is I want small miners to like, oh, did I just lose the? Okay, whatever. So this is a conundrum. Is that right now pubco miners like Mara, right, Foundry, etc. They all have an incentive to not do really bad things to Bitcoin. They want to earn more money, but don't actually break it. But a miner from, for example, like that might be using Datum or SV2 might not have the knowledge on how to, for example, make their version of Slipstream. So they can inadvertently become the vector to release these poison blocks into the wild, right? Because they don't know. They're just like, hey, this guy offered extra money. I'm going to take it. And so, yeah, with that said, definitely like right now, policy and the incentives of these kind of more centralized set of miners, it's really acting as the guardian to Bitcoin because none of them are going to let that block happen.
So, private mempools and the ability for smaller miners to produce different revenue and take on different risks.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely, 100%. Yes, like you could run your own mining facility, like have a crate or whatever, run your own templates, do it through SV2, and you could literally reduce your policy to consensus, right? And everybody would be like, I know this guy. Just send your transactions to him. You'd load your mempool full of it. You'd earn a bunch of extra Bitcoin while you're being a decentralized miner. No, do not. No, private mempools are very bad. You do not want them. You want users to be able to estimate their fees. You do not want to be caught off guard with, hey, oh, Slipstream's got a set of 4 megas coming through that nobody knew about, so they couldn't outbid them. Okay.
Let's hear it for Portland. Thank you.
Thank you.
project. This is a long story for me. I first talked about braids in 2015 at Scaling Bitcoin Hong Kong. I never had an interest in making a shitcoin. Very quickly, that idea was, basically, can we make a DAG? Very quickly, the idea was suggested to make this a pool. And thanks to the folks at Spiral for finally giving me a grant to work on this. So as of the end of last year, I'm full-time working on this. And I've also engaged 7 Summer of Bitcoin students, so we have a freaking army. I might be stupid, but we'll probably have something up by the end of the summer, so I'm very excited. All right, what is a mining pool, right? I like to think about mining pools in terms of these 4 bullet points, right? Mining pools do several things which are logically separable and really have nothing to do with each other, right? One of them is device monitoring. A lot of miners point each individual device to their mining pool. They shouldn't do this. They should be running proxies, but nonetheless, a lot of miners do that, and they effectively use their pool as a monitoring service, and they can tell them when a device goes down. The sub-bullets here, what we're going to do, we're building a local HTML-based node you can look at to monitor your own mine. It's local on your site. The second is transaction selection, which has been a lot of what this conference has been about. It doesn't really make any sense for the pool to do transaction selection, and Ocean has demonstrated this nicely. You don't actually need the pool to do transaction selection. So the fact that they do is just kind of a side effect of the way the protocol works. We're going to do this using a committed mempool, which I'll talk about in detail, and a deterministic block template. Variance reduction, right? So this is kind of the finance side of things. The pool is a risk taker for the risk of variance. How many blocks are we going to win, and how much transaction fees are going to be in those blocks? So the pool is acting as essentially a market maker. In other markets, commodities markets, you have entities like Citadel and Susquehanna market make options and futures instruments for production of commodities. We don't have that here, but the pool is effectively fulfilling that role. For BraidPool, and I think all decentralized mining pools, in order to emulate what FPPS does today, we essentially are going to have to go with a market-based approach, where we actually have a futures instrument or an options instrument that is on the decentralized pool that market makers then buy. We have to create this market. This market does, by and large, does not exist today, but we need to create a market of people who are willing to buy shares and take that risk on behalf of the miner. And the last bullet point is payment processing, right? So the pool pays the miner, right? So there are many ways you could do this. We can talk about payout mechanisms. Sometimes, they just send you a Bitcoin transaction. Some miners like to mine for dollars, and maybe they're getting paid in dollars from their pool. But that really has nothing to do with any of the others. So these, I think, are the 4 logical pieces of a pool, and they're all separable, right? We can make 4 different products that do these 4 different things, and that's what we're going to do. And I think, for BraidPool, I want to make something that is better than all existing solutions for all 4 of these bullet points. And that's our goal here. So I'm going to describe how we're going to do each of these things. Here's the outline. So I'm going to describe what a braid is, first of all. It's essentially a directed cyclic graph. We have a consensus mechanism which does not use timestamps, which I think is really interesting. I'll describe highest work path. I've got some simulations. Second, I'm going to talk about the committed mempool. This is all about the mempool, right? So this is a very different construction of how to do the mempool, and I think solves a whole lot of the problems we've been discussing for the last few days. All right, so what is a braid? A braid is a directed acyclic graph. Simple terms, a block can have 2 parents or more parents, right? In simple terms, that's all it is, right? These are shares, so each of the colored dots here is what I call a bead. I use the word bead to separate them from blocks. Any bead can be a Bitcoin block, but it is not necessarily a weak block, or sorry, it's not necessarily a Bitcoin block. They are weak blocks. The only thing about them that makes them not Bitcoin blocks is that they don't meet the proof of work target. So we set a proof of work target which is roughly 1,000 times easier to hit than Bitcoin itself. We get 1,000 times higher statistics on measurement of the hash rate of the contributing miners. But we have to use a different data structure, because if you use a blockchain and you start decreasing the block time, you get orphans like crazy. And you can't find the highest work chain anymore. And there have been a lot of attempts to solve this. P2Pool did it back in the day with the 30-second block time. There was a big orphan problem with that. There were a lot of latency games played on P2Pool. Ghost that Ethereum uses is an attempt to try and get faster, but they have to keep track of what they call uncles. This is kind of a more full solution, which actually goes all the way to a DAG. There's only one extra rule here that makes it not a straight DAG, and that is beads cannot name ancestors of their own parent as a direct parent. Call this incest. But what this means is you can't have triangles in this graph, so it's not a strict DAG, it's a slight restriction on a DAG. The colored blocks you see here are what I call cohorts. They are groups of beads separated by graph cuts. So if you draw a vertical line between any of the colors on this graph, it will cut all of the lines. In other words, everything on the left side points to everything on the right side and vice versa. This in graph theory is called a graph cut. And so the groups of beads that are all the same color within a block arrived within a period of time so fast that you can't order them as you would a blockchain. And if this was a blockchain, you would have to decide who wins. In other words, if there was a transaction in one of these that conflicted with another transaction, you only have to worry about it if it's within the same cohort, because the set of colors here, the graph cuts, are a total ordering on the direct acyclic graph. And there's also a concept of a highest work path, that is kind of the thick arrows in the middle. This is the path that has the highest work. The beads that are further from that horizontal axis have lower work as you get further away from that. And you can see that if you stare carefully and look at how many descendants they have. All right, so I'm going to do some statistics here. For those of you who hate math, close your eyes for the next 2 minutes. But so basically, we can think about the arrival time of a bead as a Poisson distribution, right? So this is a measurement process. We can't control who produces the next block. It just comes in randomly whenever they find it, right? It's a Poisson process. You can think about this by modeling it as a sequence of time intervals of length A, okay? A is an arbitrary time unit, okay? And we think about this in terms of blocks. And I can ask the question, all right, so in the first block, how many beads do I get? And it's given by this Poisson distribution. Could be 0, one could be 1, could be 2, could be 3, could be 7. There's a probability for each of those possibilities, right? If a time interval A passes with no beads produced, from a statistics perspective, that is the definition of a cohort. What happens then is that all of the nodes in the network have time to propagate all of the existing shares to everybody. And everybody sees everything at that point. That's one way to think of these graph cuts, is that if I'm, let's say, bead 14 and bead 15, 14 doesn't know about 15, 15 doesn't know about 14, but they both have the same view of history at that point. So these graph cuts are consensus points within the direct acyclic graph. So we can compute, okay, so what is the probability that we get, what is the expectation value of the number of beads per cohort? We can compute this exactly, and this turns out to be this formula, 1 plus a lambda x e to the a lambda x. And what you'll find here throughout these formulas is that this quantity a lambda x appears everywhere. It turns out that this process is a measurement of this quantity a times lambda. This is the latency of the network times the hash rate. And you can absorb everything into that one measurement. There's only one unknown number here in the whole process. And all of this math, by the way, applies equally well to Bitcoin as it does to a DAG. It's just that Bitcoin sets the difficulty so high that you rarely get orphans. And we can compute the variance, we can do all kinds of other statistics with it. This has a really interesting property. I think I should probably show you the graph first. This is the number of beads per cohort, right? So how many beads are in each of the color blocks I showed you previously, right? The top graph is the time, the amount of time it takes to form one of those cohorts, and the bottom graph is the number of beads in a given cohort as a function of difficulty on the x-axis. The really interesting thing about this graph is that it has a minimum. There exists a minimum time. If I want to have these graph cuts as often as possible, meaning consensus as often as possible, there is an answer to that. And that answer turns out to be 0.7035 over a lambda. This is in terms of something called the Lambert W function. It's the solution to the equation z equals w e to the w. Anyway, this is just a special function. We can compute it. What this means is that at that minimum, the average number of beads per cohort, if we operate it such that it produces graph cuts as quickly as often as possible, is 2.42. So on average, there are going to be 2.5 beads in every cohort. We can also ask, like, how often does this happen in units of time? And it turns out that's 3.44. So whatever A is, we'll go measure it. Whatever A is, we will see a graph cut roughly 3.44 times A, whatever that is. So this is a simulation of that. A lot of the work I've done has been just trying to analyze the structure of the graph and the statistics of it and trying to get it correct. If all of that math went over your head, the dots in this graph are a simulation that accurately simulates latency and propagating the beads to other nodes. And the lines, the yellow line on the bottom, or on the top, and the blue line on the bottom is the analytic formulas I showed you. And line go through point good is the takeaway from this slide. The simulations exactly match the math. So we have essentially exact solutions for how this behaves in the absence of any hash rate or latency changes, right? This is a constant hash rate, constant latency. That's how it behaves. With this, we can construct a difficulty adjustment algorithm, and it kind of doesn't matter. We want to hit that target number of 2.42. And here's what it does. I mean, so what I've plotted here is 7 cohorts. So I'm adding up all the beads within 7 cohorts. I like the number 7 because the ratio 17 over 7 is approximately equal to 2.42. So it's a nice little window I can look at. You always have to look at some window here because this is a stochastic process. Beads are just coming in at random, and I don't actually have a measurement from any single bead. You know, in Bitcoin, when we do a difficulty adjustment, we average over 2016 blocks. And the error rate on that measurement from Bitcoin is about 1%. So in order to get a 1% measurement, we have to take 2,000 blocks. There's a similar problem here. We have to do some level of averaging in order to get a measurement out of it. And then from that, we can turn that into a difficulty adjustment algorithm. The interesting thing about this is that we're using the latency as a clock. There are no timestamps here. One of the major games that's been played with decentralized mining pools, P2 pool and other pools, was that miners played games with the clock. There are hash storm attacks, time warp attacks that have happened historically, where what the miner tries to do is they try to adjust the difficulty on one blockchain down so it's really low. They remove their hash power, forge their timestamps, and adjust it down. And then they bring all their hash power back and mine a whole bunch of shares as quickly as possible. And they go bounce back and forth between the 2 blockchains. And so if the 2 blockchains have a difficulty adjustment algorithm that's amenable to this, they can make more money by playing this game and slewing their hash rate around. The point of this is that we don't have clocks. People can remove their hash rate, but they can't forge timestamps. So there's no attack possible that could cause you to artificially reduce the difficulty of the pool. The only thing you can actually do here is add another bead. You can choose not to add another bead and remove your hash rate, and we'll measure that and adjust to it. The other kind of attack here you could do is you could refuse to name a parent that you know about. That looks like latency from our perspective, right? It looks like an increase in A. Again, we measure it, adjust to it, right? It's not much of an attack because that actually increases the difficulty to do that. What the attacker wants to do is decrease the difficulty. I think this is really interesting. I've nerd sniped a couple of people, including Zowie, if you know him on Twitter, has taken a big interest in this. Nobody's ever described a way to do this without using clocks. Clocks are a centralized concept. We can all look at our watches right now, and they're all going to be off by a couple seconds, and there's no way to decide who's right. So not being able to use a clock is a big deal. What we're doing is we're measuring this product, A times lambda, the latency times the hash rate. And we will use timestamps so we can extract those individually, but they won't be used for consensus and won't be used for difficulty adjustment. Okay, that's what the braid is. Any questions about that before I go on and start talking about shares? Shares are the individual beads. Yeah.
Was your simulation motivated by like what's in the active mempools, or how
There's no mempool here. This is only simulating the propagation of shares, right? I'll get to the mempool in a second, but there's no transactions here.
So when you say you're going to have timestamps, do you literally mean somewhere in this whatever is hash thing you will have an end time field?
There will be an end time field. I mean, there are timestamps in Bitcoin.
In Bitcoin, of course, yeah.
So we have timestamps. There will be additional timestamps that we put in, but they are not going to be used for consensus and will not be used for difficulty adjustment in particular. That's what
of course, as founder of Open Timestamps, I might find a way to use this.
Okay. We should talk. I have a lot of thoughts about that. All right, so what are these little circles I'm drawing, these beads? What are they? Okay, they are weak blocks. Again, they're full Bitcoin blocks, full of transactions, and the only thing wrong with them is that they don't meet the difficulty target. of course, if you have a full Bitcoin block, these shares are coming, faster than once per second. If I have to transmit a 4 megabyte blob to you once per second, and then you've got to go validate it, this is impractical. It's very impractical, right? But pool members need to know with certainty that all the other pool participants are going to pay them if they win a block. And likewise, those participants need to know that this miner is going to pay them if they win a block. How do I know that without validating 4 megabytes a second? We need beads to be small. They need to be quick to propagate and fast to validate. How do you get beads to be small? You omit the transactions. Well, I just told you I have to validate them, so how do I do that? I'll show you. You can also omit the Coinbase. The Coinbase transaction, when you do mining, you send a share to your miner through the Stratum protocol, and the Stratum protocol includes the entire Coinbase transaction also. And what I'm saying is we can also omit that, because when using things like the PPLNS payout mechanism, that Coinbase can grow to be quite large because it's paying all the miners at once. How do you validate something you omitted? By computing it, right? So what we're going to do here is we're going to deterministically compute the block template and the payout rewards based on previously seen data. In other words, I can look at the parents of the bead you created and determine what your block template should have been, and then check it against the Merkle root that you have. Now, the way this works from a little bit of a code perspective, a bead contains 3 things. It contains a block header, standard Bitcoin block header. It contains a committed metadata field, which names your parents, and it contains an uncommitted metadata, which contains things like timestamps. You have, in addition, transactions. So the idea is every share carries a couple of transactions, only like, let's say, 2 to 5 transactions, okay? Those are then added to a committed mempool. They're committed because they're committed to in beads. They're protected by proof of work already. We create a new mempool and add those 1 or 2 at a time. Every time a share comes in, we add those to our mempool. With that, we can go ask that mempool, create a block for me. That's what I'm going to use to mine. But everybody who's seen those beads can do the exact same thing, and I don't actually have to communicate that block to them, because everybody can independently compute it. Likewise with the rewards, I can traverse the parents and compute the rewards independently. So I don't need you to tell me what your Coinbase transaction was. I can compute it. And through the rules of the blockchain, you have to pay people in a particular manner. You contributed this many shares, you're owed this much Bitcoin, and we can compute it independently. We've got a couple of other auxiliary things in here, a pub key for communication using elliptic curve integrated encryption standard, IP address, we could be able to contact the miner. This is for kind of future work. The extra nonce, which has to go, extra nonce, which has to go into the Coinbase transaction. We have to tell them what that is. Since we're not giving them the whole Coinbase transaction, because they can compute the rewards, we do have to tell them the extra nonce, which is part of the mining process. And we do have some timestamps here. And then we let the miner sign that uncommitted metadata block because it's not protected by proof of work. All right. I brought this up as a comment to somebody else's talk yesterday, but imagine that there are 4 different types of miners, okay? There's a profit maximizing miner. He takes all the best transactions defined, the ones with the highest fees, puts them in his block. He's trying to maximize his profit. Let's say some other miner, for whatever reason, is mining empty blocks. He just doesn't have the bandwidth to deal with a mempool. He's running on Ocean and just doesn't want to deal with it. So he's mining empty blocks, right? Let's say there's a third miner who only likes monkey JPEGs and mines only monkey JPEGs and takes fees out of band to do that. Let's say there's a fourth kind of miner. Let's say he's a small miner. He's using a BitX. He's using this decentralized pool. So he's running Bitcoin D and a BraidPool node on a Raspberry Pi behind a dial-up line. The problem with this guy is that if he computes a block and has to upload it to everyone, he might not be able to upload it. There are other reasons this could happen. If you're behind the Great Firewall of China and they block Bitcoin blocks, that could happen as well. These guys are not the same, okay? The amount of money they make is not the same. There's a social contract when I'm on a pool that everybody else in the pool is engaged in the same endeavor and has essentially the same profit profile and the same probability to create a block. I mean, there's a hash rate difference, but I measure that, right? But there should not be other factors that cause one miner to be better at making blocks or better at making more profitable blocks than another. Because if the agreement is, I will pay you if you will pay me, and if I say I will pay you out of my profit maximizing block, and it has a lot of fees in it, and you're going to pay me out of your empty block, this is not fair, right? We're engaged in the same endeavor, and we have to make those equal. So what is a committed mempool practically? What we're going to do is take a restricted tag-released instance of Bitcoin D. In other words, pick a Git hash, pick a version of Bitcoin D, such that we fix essentially all the rules we've been talking about what goes into the mempool. We'll communicate over IPC and use it only for its mempool. So it won't have network access, won't have a wallet. A lot of things are in Bitcoin we don't need. So we'll compile those out or use command line flags to turn all that off. We're going to talk to it over IPC because we want to prevent block template outsourcing. The problem here is that we've got a bunch of transactions we like, some we don't like. We're worried about propagating transactions. The fact of the matter is creating a block template is a really shitty job, fraught with legal risk, right? There's a good chance that some regulator is going to show up and say, you can't mine this kind of transaction. I mean, that could be anything from, you know, Canadian truckers to Ukraine donations to the OFAC list to maybe it's a BRC20 mint and they're saying, well, this is an unregistered security. Don't do that, right? There are a lot of reasons they might come up and tell you to do that. So this is nobody wants to do this, right? So in Ethereum, you have essentially two types of block producers. You've got MEV block producers, which are based around fraud. I'm going to front run your transaction, cheat you out of some money, and I'm going to make block templates that maximize profits that way. And the second type are compliant. We're going to look at everyone's OFAC list from every country and try and incorporate all of them. Both of these are terrible solutions. We don't want either one of these solutions. But it's still a shitty game. Nobody actually wants to make a block template. And when you have this kind of problem, the solution is to make everybody do it. And that's what this does. We take, instead of saying everybody make your own block template, which creates the situation I described above, where different kinds of miners have different kinds of profit profiles, someday we will be back in a high fee rate regime. Today it's very low and people don't care very much, but someday it's going to cost $50 to send a Bitcoin transaction again. It happened in 2017, 2018, and it will happen again. And at that point, miners are going to care a lot about this slide. So we'll solve this problem by making everybody do it. We take it out of your hands. You can add your two transactions if you like, right? But the rest of the block template is deterministic, comes out of a piece of software, and that will be your block template. It will mine those transactions. Okay. The advantage of this is that all of the transactions are already fully validated. I mean, this often happens on Bitcoin anyway because of the way the mempool works. You'll get like a compact block relay and you say, well, I already know about all those transactions, so don't send me your 4 megabyte blob, I already know. Here, it's the same situation, right? So if you've seen all of the shares that are parents to the one that won the Bitcoin block, I already have all those transactions. I don't need to revalidate them. I just need to compute the marker root that corresponds to it. And that can be done much more quickly than receiving a 4 megabyte blob, processing, all that kind of stuff. Another major advantage of this idea is that all nodes can broadcast a block as soon as they see the share. So at the Ocean talk yesterday, they were discussing what happens when a miner mining on Ocean finds a block. Well, it's his responsibility to publish it. And there can be differences in different miners' ability to publish it. They may have different bandwidth, different latency. One guy might be on a dial-up line. It might take forever to upload. And he has a much higher risk of making an orphan by doing that. So what happens here is that we've got a 20 kilobyte share. As soon as any miner, any of the BraidPool nodes sees it, they can immediately construct a block and broadcast it to everyone. So the block essentially comes from all BraidPool nodes all at once. So there isn't any kind of latency game to play here anymore. I already talked about transaction selection, legal liability. Talk a little bit more about transaction selection since this is the topic of this conference. I don't really want to get into this, frankly. I will say a few things. Large op returns have to be stored forever. A lot of people have been saying these are prunable. They're prunable from the UTXO set, but they're not prunable from your hard drive. You cannot compute the TXID unless you have op returns, and you have to have the whole darned op return. I think nobody wants that. Trying to filter invites censorship attempts by regulators. Let's not start telling everyone we can filter transactions we don't like or what we don't like, because then they're going to come to us and tell us what they don't like, and we'll find ourselves in a sticky situation. These are both terrible ideas. We can have a different set of rules for this new committed mempool. I really don't want to get into this game. We will probably just take what's in Bitcoin Core. I'm thankful for all the people here thinking hard about this, and hopefully we'll make a good decision for Bitcoin Core. But I really don't want this fight to come to BraidPool. It could, but I don't want it. So we're probably going to do something simple and just go with the peer-to-peer relay rules on Bitcoin, because there's a lot of good reasons for a lot of those rules. For instance, there's a quadratic hashing bug in Bitcoin where you can create a block that could take a minute to validate. We don't want people creating blocks that are minutes to validate. So we need to prevent those kind of transactions, and that's in the peer-to-peer relay rules, not in Bitcoin's consensus rules. We just saw Portland Huddle talk about all this stuff. There's one topic here that I almost never see discussed that I think people should worry more about, and that is that parasitic assets and decentralized exchanges are the real threat here, not monkey JPEGs. Monkey JPEGs are annoying and kind of stupid, but they don't really hurt that much. A bigger problem is if people make a parasitic asset, let's say a stablecoin, which grows to such a large market cap that trades on that stablecoin or stock or shitcoin, whatever it is, can outweigh the block reward. And at that point, there's a new game that comes around. You're not anymore incentivized to just create another block, add it to the chain. Now you're playing a game on another market, and you could make more money by screwing with Bitcoin, screwing with transactions, orphaning blocks, and doing all kinds of games. We really shouldn't want parasitic assets on Bitcoin, and we should try to do everything we can to stop them. A lot of these things, including Citrea, including BitVM, can be used to create parasitic assets. And of course, there's Runes and BRC20, which are parasitic assets, right? I think we should think harder about this. We really need to prevent this, because this is what's going to kill us, not monkey JPEGs, not shitcoin scams that go away in a week. This is what's going to kill us. Quick note about share value. The fundamental unit of reward is number of SHA-256 hashes, right? It's work or it's difficulty, depending on which web page you look at. But because we have difficulty targeting that will essentially change the work with every bead, we need to allow shares to have different amounts of work. Shares in this scheme do not have the same amount of work. So we have to use a proportional mechanism where we take into account the actual number of hashes that were computed and the difficulty in that share. To start, we're going to go with a PPLNS-like mechanism, which also weights by proportion, but has a window similar to PPLNS. There's a funny consequence of this is that beads with very large cohorts, we can't afford to pay. Because when a cohort grows very, very large, what that means is that there's an orphan risk within the pool. So two different beads that didn't know about each other for a long time could have been two different Bitcoin blocks. And now one of them has to be orphaned, and we won't get paid by that. So we don't want to allow these cohorts to grow very large. We have to shrink it down. And so in practice, what this means is that we have to have essentially an upper bound on the size of a cohort, and we have to make a cutoff where we're going to stop paying people within that cohort if it grows any larger. This happens naturally at the rate of about, like, one of size 20 happens about once per week using the kind of simulations I've been doing. So somewhere around size 20 or maybe 30, we will say, okay, if it grows longer than 30, maybe there was a network split, maybe something innocent happened, but nonetheless, we could have created an orphan, and we're not creating profit for the pool anymore. So there is a concept of work in each of these beads. What this is you take a look at the descendants, you add the work in those. If that's a tie, you take a look at the ancestors, you add the work in those. If that's also a tie, use the hash value, which is luck. This is what I mean when I say bead work, okay? And what we do is we just sort the list of the beads within that cohort, and the ones in the bottom don't get paid. These are the ones that are furthest from the axis you saw in the graphs earlier. PPLNS sucks. I hate it. We're actually researching something better. I think we can do better. The ultimate goal here is to create a financial instrument which looks like an option. We want there to be something that finance people can understand, they can put into the Black-Scholes equation. We can create this market that will buy shares, because that's how we're going to get rid of FPPS. Since we've had talks at this conference from several other comparable projects, I'll just mention very briefly that Zhongli talked about Hydropool. They're not actually validating transactions. Miners don't know if other hashes in the pool are paying them. They are validating the Coinbase, but they don't know if the block itself is correct and does not contain transactions, which would cause it to be an invalid block. As usual with any blockchain, you can manipulate timestamps. Hashpool was talked about by VNPRC. Uses eCash tokens to pay miners. I think this is a great idea. We are targeting BraidPool for the large miners. The fact of the matter is the rate at which we can produce shares if you just run the numbers. If BraidPool was 100% of the network, the smallest miner that could win one share for every Bitcoin block is about 15 S19 or S21 devices. 15 devices is not a small guy, right? That's a pretty large miner. If we want to get down to the level where we can pay smaller miners, like the BitX guys, we have to do something else. And so I think having other kind of custodial pools run on top of BraidPool would be a great idea. In fact, I would like to see the large pools too run on top of BraidPool, because they can get rid of some of their financial obligation while still providing the services they provide in risk management for those miners. But get rid of some of the problems they have. You know, they probably would like people to use proxies too. Nobody's using it. Here we're going to force them to use proxies. Ocean Tides, we had to talk about that yesterday. They are validating the Coinbase transaction, or telling the miner what the Coinbase transaction should be, but they're not fully validating blocks. They are spot checking. So after a while, they'll ask the miner, tell me your transaction, tell me your block, I want to validate it, make sure you're actually mining a valid block. What that means is that when a Bitcoin block comes out, all of a sudden, every hasher in the pool has to send them a 4 megabyte blob. Okay? So they have this storm of bandwidth, and they have to validate a whole bunch of blocks all at once. And sometimes blocks come within seconds of each other. And so they're not going to know if people are mining valid blocks. You don't know if everybody's actually participating in the same commercial operation and has the same kind of financial goals as, you know, maximizing profits or mining empty blocks or monkey JPEGs. This idea of spot checking or pre-announcing your block, I think is a bad idea for this reason. You have to check everyone in the whole network immediately after you have a Bitcoin block. This is kind of a worse problem than the orphan problem we already have and the empty block problem we already have, which ultimately comes down to latency and getting the new work unit from the pool. Future work here. We can allow miners to choose their difficulty differently. So we can have a large miner have a higher difficulty than a small miner. We want to do this, right? So it would be good if the pool produced basically the same variance for all miners. And it would allow kind of more space for there to be more beads. We cannot enforce this. We're going to put this in the software. It'll pick a difficulty for you that will be based upon your observed hash rate. But of course, you could run multiple instances of this, and there's no way for us to tell. You can't identify miners. But nonetheless, we're going to attempt to target the same variance for miners of different sizes. For miners smaller than that, in addition to the idea of using eCash, something like that, or maybe a Lightning-based pool on top of this, in like version 2 here, we'll also create subpools. This is another version of the DAG whose payout is in shares of the parent pool. Now this buys us another factor of 1,000. If this gives us 1,000 shares per Bitcoin block, making a subpool will give us another factor of 1,000. And we can group the BitXs and some of the smaller miners all together, and they will pay out in the larger pool. Other future work here, we really, really want this to be something the finance industry understands. So far, a lot of the things that happen in Bitcoin is weird things that software developers come up with, like smart contracts. People are not creating futures, options, warrants, equity. They're not creating those instruments. They're creating weird things the finance industry doesn't understand. We need to bring finance here because the capital requirements of pools are very large, and we need to bring big finance into the game because they will provide the risk management function that options and derivatives markets have, and we want to bring that to the game. And again, professional market makers and risk-taking firms like the Citadels and Susquehannas of the world, and today's pools as well, they would buy these shares on some kind of exchange. We're not building a decentralized exchange here. We're building the instrument. So these shares, BraidPool shares, will eventually have an address to be able to send them to somebody else. And somebody else could buy them. They take the risk, and they pay you out of band for taking that risk for you. And that's how we're going to squeeze through a market. We're going to squeeze on these fees, make it more profitable for everyone. The pool itself, by the way, BraidPool is an open source project. It is not a company. We are not going to take a fee. This is a zero-fee pool. So pools are currently doing this risk management function, and if anybody here is running a pool, I encourage you to think about the bullets in my first slide. Which of those buckets do you fall into? Are you really good at doing miner monitoring? Are you taking on a risk management function? Or do you really want to get involved in block template production? I don't think anybody does, but you have to. So yeah, you can as decentralized pools come online, it's going to mean a change to the business for centralized pools, and I fully expect them to still exist, and I think we can provide a service to them as well, and they can continue to provide services. General timeline here. So hopefully by the end of the summer, we'll have a node out that runs and works on mainnet. I have engaged with the Summer of Bitcoin project and selected 7 students to work with me. I may be stupid. 4 of those are allocated to the node software. We also have 3 allocated toward building a mining dashboard. I'm going to show you a demo of those in a couple seconds. BraidPool V2 will come sometime after that. We will add transactions and the ability to send shares to somebody else, continue to optimize latency, add subpools, and hopefully we'll figure out an options-based payment mechanism by that time. All right, so I think we have all the elements here to construct a trustless decentralized mining pool. I'm not the only one working on this. We had 3 talks here of decentralized mining pools. We're going to get one way or the other, even if it's not mine. And that makes me very excited for Bitcoin, even if this one doesn't end up winning and one of the other ones really gains traction. So let me see here if I can get a demo up. What's on the screen there? Okay. All right, so this is the product of these Summer of Bitcoin students that I've engaging with. I'm reluctant to say I hired them. They're interns funded by Summer of Bitcoin, which has grant money from some of the grant organizations in the space. So this was created by those Summer of Bitcoin students. Their official contract hasn't actually started yet. They just got selected this week, but they've already created a lot of interesting things. So this is a visualization of a braid and how it will kind of work in operation. You can see braids coming in. This is based off a simulator. This isn't real data. This is the simulator I used for the previous graph and things like that. And you can see that we can, in real time, construct these cohorts, figure out where the parents are. It turns out that drawing a graph, a direct acyclic graph, is an NP-hard problem. So you will notice that the beads kind of bounce around a little bit. The goal of this layout is that the lines don't cross the beads, but other than that, you'll see some kind of some funny things occasionally as things get rearranged. So a bead can come in and name an older parent, which causes cohorts to get reformed, causes everything in between to become part of one cohort. Also, to kind of give you an idea of what we're talking about here, this is a Beads Explorer. So we'll have something like this when we go live, and this is what your mining node would look like. You have an interface like this on your own mining node. You have the latest beads that we're seeing. This has a block hash, a bead hash, which is identical to a Bitcoin hash, block hash. Again, these are Bitcoin blocks that just don't meet the difficulty target, and every other way they're the same. Each bead carries a set of transactions. This first one has 3. This next one has 2. There is a work associated with this. She wrote it as difficulty, but that's essentially an estimate in exahashes of the total number of. Oops, I'm using the wrong one. She did a bit of work. Okay. So this is the total amount of work that was done by that bead, transactions carried, things like that. Again, we can extract the hash rate. This is all fake data. We can extract the hash rate and latency, and these are the kind of 2 main measurements that come out of this. We measure the hash rate and measure the latency. And then we can have a little rewards dashboard that shows you how many shares you've won, things like that. So I'm very excited. These students are very excited, and they've already created all of this, and it's going to be a fun summer. So come jump on our Discord and join us. Thank you.
So this is less of a question, more just a clarification. That on the P2Pool V2, we actually do validate the transactions, just like OG P2Pool did. Just wanted to add.
You explained this to me yesterday, and I forgot it in the midst of my talk.
We can catch up again for sure.
Okay,
I would
I'm
love
sorry.
to explain.
I apologize.
No, that's cool. It happens.
Okay.
So I've been to a number of conferences with some of the large institutionalized miners, and I've asked them, explain to me, you're large, like you have multiple percent of the total network hash rate, you have an absurd amount of money, you have an absurd amount of Bitcoin on your balance sheet. Why don't you make the investment to set up and operate your own pool? And I've gotten some answers along the lines of, A, we see it as a cost center where it basically costs us nothing to just point at one of the major pools right now. I've also heard stuff around the lines of, it's better for our accounting or auditing or something like that.
Well, so you can view BraidPool as a decentralized auditing system, right? So right now, if you're using a centralized pool, what you don't know is what is their total hash rate. They'll tell you what your shares are, but when it comes to total hash rate, you have to trust them because they're not going to give you all the shares from all the miners, and even if they did, that would be a giant amount of data that not everybody wants to receive.
So I guess I'm just wondering, along these veins, have you spoken with any of these players, and do you
Lots.
think that BraidPool,
Some of them are here.
So you think that BraidPool could offer an alternative for some of these large miners to help further decentralize?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, you know, again, I want to target the large miners here. We kind of can't target the BitX guys, although I'm sure they're going to be very useful in the beginning. I'm excited to have them. But, you know, the shares are just too small. I mean, they're earning pennies, and you know, we just can't handle that. So yeah, I think if we bring all the things I'm talking about, monitoring dashboard, one of my mining friends who's here actually, so this monitoring dashboard is going to be, we're either going to make this like a plugin to mempool.space or use some of their code. They are working on some kind of things that only miners are good at, like inventory tracking and repairs and all this kind of stuff. We are going to integrate together and have a solution that is going to be comprehensive for the large miners. If we are able to bring a market, this is a zero-fee pool, and that market has competitive pressure, which causes the squeezes on those margins. That 2.5% you're paying to your pool now, plus the 5% haircut that nobody talks about. You know, we can squeeze that down to, you know, a spread, and we'll start talking in bips. You know, wouldn't that be great?
Have you put any thought towards mitigating block withholding attacks?
Yes. I have a document about that on my GitHub. It's a bad idea, but I had an idea. Frankly, there's not much anybody can do. So a block withholding attack, for those of you who don't know, is somebody who mines on the pool and they submit shares, but when they win a block, they don't submit it. Now, this is an attack. It might be used by a larger pool to attack a smaller pool. And in centralized pools, you know, you've got a lot of statistics, and if you do your statistics right, you can figure out when people are doing this. You know, if you have a certain amount of hash rate and you never won a block, you know, you can say, all right, this is statistically unlikely, and at some point it's so statistically unlikely, you go to them and say, all right, we're kicking you off our pool. We will have the capability to do that statistically. Miners, we can't identify miners, but you know, in an environment where miners are selling their shares to a market maker, they need to keep a continuous identity, and they need to have financial contracts, and they're probably going to use the same payout address or communication pub key. They will be essentially identifiable. And because of that, we will be able to do statistics on them and figure out if they're doing block withholding from a luck perspective. It's not perfect, but it's basically the best anybody can do. There's no solution to this, unfortunately. You can't know what you don't know. You can't know if somebody withhold. You can detect it statistically, and we can make rules around that from a consensus perspective. Will we do that? Not at first. I want to see it in operation, and perhaps we will revisit this question.
And I guess I could ask a slightly related question that's much more cheery answer. If I am one of these BitX miners and I'm willing to semi-lottery mine, couldn't I just set my variance up much higher and occasionally get money from you guys as a, you know, maybe a once in a year thing?
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, so I view the BitX guys as either just have a fun hobby, or they're doing it out to go to their heart, or they're doing it to protect the network, or they're playing the lottery, right? This is really intended for people who are trying to make money. The BitX miners are not, by and large, trying to run a profitable operation. They're playing the lottery. Now, I don't play the lottery. I don't gamble. I know way too much math to gamble. But, you know, so is it interesting to mine and win $350,000 every once in a while? Is it interesting to people who want to do that to win $350 more often? You know, I mean, like small ticket lottos at the 7-Eleven are a thing. I don't know. They can do it. Yeah, go ahead. Point your BitX at the pool and win $350 now and then. Great. But, I mean, as a mechanism to make sure the network operates efficiently and everybody's getting paid, the BitX guys are not the hash rate that matters. No offense to any BitX guys, I love you, but this is really intended for the big miners.
Bob, if you'll allow me to like answer Jamison's question just a little bit, because Jamison, you mentioned the fact that a lot of the larger miners, the pubcos, are considering this to be a cost basis, and I actually work for one of the operations as a service providers for a lot of these pubcos, and as well as high net worth individuals who are a little bit of tire kicker at the beginning, but they end up being viewing this as more of like a KYC way to find Bitcoin, also as well as a I am going to land bank a little bit and buy an asset that's going to make me money over time, and ultimately a lot of them find out that that's not the case, but then also a lot of them actually find a way to get the margin and make it real. But the answer is yes. Like from our client standpoint, BraidPool is a very real possibility, because truthfully, a lot of miners are just these type of people who need the software abstraction layer. They need that ability for a software team to come in and explain the actual technology to them, and also make it plug and play enough for them to want to rely on it, because the same guys that are at Thames right down the street yesterday and the day before, those are land guys, right? Like they're oil and gas folks. They're manufacturing folks. They're not software people, and they don't understand Bitcoin on the deepest layer that we all understand it from Bitcoin++. So they need that abstraction layer to be able to build out and understand what BraidPool is doing and rely on it as a true like payout system. So the answer to the question, that's the answer to the question, yes. I think from Jamison's perspective, but my question to you, Bob, is can you go, I just wanted a clarification on like how you go over the cohort sizing.
Sure.
Is there a discrete limit? Is it a computed limit? Like what is the?
It's computed.
Okay.
So it's a dynamic process. Where did my slides go? It's a dynamic process that measures the cohorts after the fact, right? So cohort isn't something anybody can create intentionally, right? Because it's a statistical process that where they come in, right? So when a bead comes in, it's not until sometime after the fact that I see that there was a graph cut there. And somebody could always come along later and name a really old parent, which would reform the cohorts in between. So yeah, we don't know ahead of time where they will be. We measure them after the fact. That answer your question? Okay.
Could you touch on like who is in charge of running what part of the infrastructure in the architecture, mostly from the perspective of, running a large pool today requires significant capital to keep all the servers online and stuff?
The answer is individual miners for all of it. So a BraidPool node will consist of a standard Bitcoin node with a standard Bitcoin mempool, a committed mempool node, which is an instance of Bitcoin D that's just used for its mempool, and we feed it transactions that come out of beads, and the BraidPool node itself. So that this, if you can run a Bitcoin on a Raspberry Pi, you'll be able to run this on a very low amount of hardware. A lot of the problems that centralized pools have in terms of infrastructure investment, you don't have when you put a node at each mining site, right? So every miner is going to have to spend $500 to invest in a cheap one-use server that runs Bitcoin, right? And they can use their web browser and their laptop to look at this, right? But they're, big centralized pools have to invest in hardware because they have hundreds of thousands of individual mining devices connecting to them because the miners are not running proxies. They should be running proxies, but they're not. So now they need the bandwidth and infrastructure to handle the load of hundreds of thousands of connections, right? And not only that, but when a new block comes in and they have to tell everybody all at once, boom, everybody start working on something else. They have to send out a ton of data very, very quickly. So there's a lot of infrastructure investment involved in that, as well as financial infrastructure, right? I mean, they have to, if they're doing FPPS, they have to have a large balance sheet. They have to, make payments. They need a wallet. They got to do all this stuff. BraidPool needs none of that. It's just software. You can run it on a one-use server. So each miner will buy a one-use server, and that network itself is all you need.
What are the main differences between BraidPool and like Ocean or Stratum v2?
Well, Stratum v2 is a protocol that we may or may not use. Stratum v2, I didn't bring that up, but the part about Stratum v2 I like is they made a new binary wire protocol, which is more efficient than the JSON protocol. Other parts of it I don't want, like they have this job declarator within there. I'm afraid that people will use that as a means to outsource block template creation, and we want to make sure they don't do that. We want to make sure everybody has to do their own block selection. As far as Ocean, again, so Ocean is sending you the Coinbase transaction, sending you the Merkle root, but not, and saying, okay, you have to incorporate this in your block, but they don't know what your block is, right? And so then they have to go spot check it. So you have to upload 4 megabytes to them every once in a while so that they can spot check it. So because every miner is making their own block template, they don't all have the same profit profile. And when fees get high again, you know, the guy who's making empty blocks and the guy who's making profit maximizing blocks are not going to want to be on the same pool together. All right, thank you everyone.
The next session will begin at 3 p.m.
They don't want to have to hire people internally to do whatever audits that would be necessary without box checking.
Well,
Maybe it's the same thing.
You made the point that with us it wasn't really that necessary because we don't take if you're a miner bigger than like 40 petahash or something, every single block Ocean finds, you get all of the money you're owed every single time. So we never touch your money. And then it becomes like, well, do you need your ISP to be SOC 2? And do you need your do you need your power company to be SOC 2? Like Ocean doesn't really do that much. It just coordinates reward splits, which is all a pool should do. So, you know, but anyway, we're getting it. And hopefully we'll see another jump up when that happens. I don't know. Maybe we see another couple exahash. Maybe we like ramp all the way up to 30 suddenly. And then we'll be having a great time. We'll be finding like 15, 16 blocks a day, which would be incredible.
There was a lot of people saying when you guys originally launched Ocean that due to the option to filter and allowing miners to construct their own block templates, that it wouldn't be as profitable. But it seems like that's not the case. I believe you guys came out with some data earlier this year.
Well, that's because there's a whole bunch of factors in it, and people are like cherry picking the most irrelevant things and ignoring the most significant things. And there's like 8 orders of magnitude difference or something. So like if you use Tides, which is our payout model, versus FPPS, it's like double-digit % more with Ocean or something. I don't know how typical. Like Bob's first year, he got like 30% more on Ocean than 3 of the FPPS pools he was comparing to. But some of that is not stuff that you'd expect to always be the case. And it seems like, but we're still always like 5 or 6% better, like in kind of bad scenarios, and sometimes like 10% better than others. That's huge. But people were bashing us about spam filtration. 99% of the miner income in a block is subsidy. then you have 1% extra, which is transaction fees. And then if you start being selective about those, it might make about 1% difference to that 1%. So I calculated it. Last time I did the napkin math, it was like a guy with an exahash is worst case losing like $20 a day. And this is a guy who's spending, 40K on electricity. I don't know how much what's the electricity cost of running an exahash? It's a staggering cost. It's going to be a 5-figure amount per day, and we're talking about $20. Like, it's the fact that you'd hyper focus on that and ignore the wider context of how FPPS is just draining everything, made it all just feel like, it's in service of an ideology that says spam filtration is censorship, and this is obviously never true, and it was historically never true, and we've, not been. This whole conversation has been under the impression that we treat arbitrary data as a bad thing. To be fair, yesterday, the debate, everyone did agree that arbitrary data was bad. They're just saying there's nothing you can do about it. At least we've moved to that point in the discussion than the original one, which is either how do you know it's arbitrary data, how do you define that, and how do you get to say it's bad but monetary use is good? Like, that there used to be that level of like, how do you get to say this is bad? At least they're all agreeing it's bad. Like, so when Lop said, who thinks JPEGs in Bitcoin is good, and no one agreed, at least we admit it's bad now.
And Peter tried to raise his hand.
Yeah, but he's just being a troll.
Well, back to the point of like FPPS pools, over at Thames yesterday, there was an interesting discussion at the end of the day, basically that as the subsidy gets cut in half, maybe 2 or 3 halvings into the future, the forcing function of the economics of how FPPS pools work may lead to their ultimate disintegration, because it just doesn't make economic sense at that scale. So, like, which is encouraging to me, because it seems like there's a natural forcing function just in the way Bitcoin is distributed to market that should lead the market back towards PPLNS models or something more granular like a hash pool or something like that. You agree with that?
Probably. I'm not one to try to predict the future too much, but...
I gotta bounce.
Okay.
Thanks for having me, and
You're
thanks
out
for
here.
having all of
Thanks
us.
for coming. Luke.
You got BitAxe up next.
I've got these. We're going to continue the mining conversation with BitAxe Luke. Thank you for joining us, sir. Thank you, guys.
Did Scott change his name to BitAxe? Is that his actual name now?
Yeah.
Hey, BitAxe. So it is your name,
He responded.
right?
He responded.
Whew. All right. Yeah. Thanks.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks.
It's going diving deep. Diving deep. What's up, Alex? How are you? Whew. I mean, we've been live streaming, talking to the live stream right now. I've been live streaming for 2 days, so we got probably like 8 hours of content. We're going to put this on the podcast feed. Yeah. Yeah, we're... We've got Scott. Scott 9000.
Yo, Marty 9000. What's up, man?
Whew, it's been a long day. Been a good day. Good couple of days.
Should we take a quick break? Or you
No, we're good. We had a break right before that one, so we're good.
You guys were talking for like an hour.
I know. It's
How do you do this?
important stuff, you know? You put a mic in front of your face for 8 years and you figure out how to do it, you know?
You're a seasoned professional.
Yeah, I guess
you got
a
this.
podcast, as some people would say.
Dude.
How have you been? What's your thoughts on the week? You were at Thames and now Bitcoin Plus Plus. How's your week in Austin been?
Fantastic. This is my first ever time to Austin.
Really?
Yeah. I've never been. This is like the first time I've like been in Texas proper. I've been to like the airport and Houston and Dallas, I guess, and driven across that like top part.
Mm-hmm. The Panhandle?
Yeah. Yeah. I went to Carhenge. Have you ever seen that?
No.
In the 60s, this like crazy art group called like Alien something, they like buried all these Cadillacs in the ground, like standing up like this to form like a Stonehenge thing made out of cars.
That sounds pretty cool.
That's the only
I've
thing
never
I've
made
been
my
to.
way north of Dallas. I don't think I've been north of Dallas.
Okay. I freaking love these conferences. Like, I absolutely love it. It's so much fun. There's so many cool people to talk to. People are like, well, what's your favorite conference? It's like the one I'm at or the one I just went to, you know, like they're always so cool. So I'm loving it. The new Bitcoin Park Austin is fantastic. Rod's empire is expanding, and for good reason, because that dude's got something cool going on.
Yeah, Thames was great. And I think both conferences, obviously Texas Energy Mining, Bitcoin Plus Plus about mempool mining, very pertinent to what you're doing. And excited to speak with you now because I've had a lot of conversations over the last 2 days about mining.
Yeah.
But specifically like hash pools, what VNP-RC, I always want to say VPN, VNP-RC, and Average Gary are working on.
Super cool.
To make it so you can send hash rate to a pool, get eCash tokens in return.
Such a good idea.
Well, I think specifically for what you're working on, like it's optimal for the use case of somebody running a BitAxe.
It really is. I think it helps bootstrap small pools, of which I think we need more of. We need a lot more of. You know, we can't have an actual thousands of pools. That won't work. They won't get paid out enough. But what we can do is spring up 1,000 new pool types and let the best ones win. So we need these experiments. We need. That's one of the things the 256 Foundation is working on, is sort of a Hydra pool as a platform that people can try new payout methods like hash pool, stuff like that. So we can have this kind of rapid development stuff. But yeah, hash pool is great for BitAxe, for heat reuse, small miners, anyone that's not necessarily in it for, like, they're not running a mining business, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. So let's jump into, for anybody tuning into the live stream, may be unaware of what BitAxe is. Let's introduce it to people.
Okay.
The open source nature of the project, not only the hardware, but the firmware, the software, everything.
Okay.
What is the stack looking like these days?
The BitAxe is the first ever open source ASIC Bitcoin miner, which is insane because we've had ASIC Bitcoin miners for over a decade, and the BitAxe is the first one that's ever open source. Open source is obviously important. It's a fundamental part of Bitcoin. It's like one of the main reasons why I think we're all even here talking about this is because Satoshi put it in like the first sentence of the first ever public post that is open source. So yeah, BitAxe is a small miner. It's something you can buy and run in your house, but also sort of maybe more important to the revolution is that it's a reference design. It's open source, the firmware, the hardware, and you can take it and modify it and do something new with it. And people are doing that. We have the Nerd QAxe. A couple guys took and built this. They're putting 4 chips on there. Like the BitAxe only has 1 chip right now. They're doing 4 chips, 6, 8, 10. Like, we're going big. And in this case, it's really cool because they are respecting the BitAxe's open source license, which says that if you take the BitAxe and you modify it, you are obligated to release your changes under the same license, meaning just you have to open source your derivative project as well. So Nerd QAxe and the crew behind that is like all on board for the open source revolution in Bitcoin mining, which I think is starting to have some legs.
It's definitely getting some legs.
Yeah, I'm happy to see it. This is what I'm here for.
I mean, just talk about the growth of the project over the last year. I think the first time you came on Rabbit Hole Recap had to be like a year, maybe even longer.
Yeah.
Ago we were talking about it. And it's like holding up some hash boards, like this is what I can do. Now it's,
right?
It's like almost like a cultural phenomenon within Bitcoin.
I never would have guessed, but I'm super stoked, and it makes sense because it's a lower barrier to entry for anyone interested in mining. And it turns out there's a lot of people who are interested in it. It's permissionless, it's decentralized. Like, if you don't like me, it doesn't matter. You can still build them and make them and sell them. You can get involved. You can get them all different places, all around the world. People are manufacturing and selling these all around the world. I just talked to a crew from South Korea that they're like manufacturing BitAxes and like spreading them there. And it would be very hard for a small project that was proprietary and centrally located for us to get coverage and sales in South Korea on the other side of the world. So it has that. I think what's happening is that exponential growth due to like sort of removing the barriers to entry.
Yeah, and I think the timing's perfect because we've had this concept of ASIC commodification in Bitcoin mining for some time, but it does seem like the ASICs are getting to a point where the progression from one generation to the other isn't going to have the same order of magnitude jump forward that it has historically.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely right.
And this makes it easy. And on top of that, large-scale mining, the economics, the margins of that application are continuing to get more razor thin by the year. And these form factors that BitAx is really leading the way with really enable people to get modular and get creative with their setups to the point where you can do some really cool applications, reuse being one of them.
Right. That's a huge one. Tyler Stevens, the heat punk movement, they're sort of championing heat reuse, which, I mean, I'm certain that's going to be a majority of the hash rate in the not too distant future.
Well, let's put the stat out there. Tyler gave it at the Nashville Energy and Mining Conference in the beginning of the year. I believe it was if you convert 2% of the HVAC, if you convince 2% of people running HVAC systems in their house to incorporate Bitcoin mining for heat reuse, that would double the network hash rate at the time.
Yeah, and I think he said it's like 2 more zettahash,
Yeah.
right? So we're like almost at 1 zettahash right now. It would be 2 more.
Yeah, it would tripled. Yeah.
Yeah, just absurd numbers. Obviously, there's a lot of water heaters in the world.
Mhm.
Like most houses have one, and so it's a big market, and it's not like you just convert that overnight, but it does show the like sheer magnitude of possibility here, which I think is limitless. And 256 Foundation, which I'm also a part of, and the BitAx movement, we're working very closely with the heat punks because, they don't have the hardware yet to make Bitcoin-fired water heaters. Like, it doesn't really exist. I mean, the majority of the hardware on the market right now it's in that like S19 shoebox. It's meant for putting on a shelf and plugging into the grid.
Mhm.
And that's not a water heater. So things are going to have to change for this future that I think is going to be a significant part of the network hash rate.
Yeah, the form factors are going to be extremely important. And
yeah.
Let's talk about how you guys make it so people can create these unique form factors.
So right now, if you want to build your own miner, like your own form factor miner, you would need to get ASIC chips. And you would need to connect it up into a miner system in this new form factor with different power requirements, different control requirements. But the problem, the reason why very few people have started this is that you cannot buy chips. And no one's giving you a data sheet on how to use them. It's all totally secret. So what I've learned for the BitAx so far is from like years at this point of reverse engineering and hacking like how it works. We still don't fully know how it works. And especially if you're going to go to market with a product, like a retail product, like a hot water heater, like you need to know how this chip works. You're kind of asking for trouble if you don't. So the current paradigm absolutely limits what you can create with these things, like the new kind of products, the new applications you can go after with these things. So the BitAx is kind of taking that first step, and I am fortunate enough to be funded by open source granting agencies, so I don't have to like make a marketable product. We're just kind of getting this information out there. But we're starting to see, which is really cool, is other ASIC manufacturers who I think would love to take a bite out of Bitmain's market share. They're starting to want to play ball, right?
In what way?
They're talking to me.
They're just simply calling me. Saying,
Like,
hey, I notice you.
They don't just totally ignore me. I have gotten sort of preemptive calls from ASIC manufacturers that are like, hey, like, let's talk about this. Do you want to make a BitAx with our chip? Which is like 6 months ago, maybe a year ago, I absolutely never would have guessed that this would happen. But I think it's because what you're saying, like BitAx is now a household name, and
it's a cultural phenomenon. I love my BitAx on our bookshelf in the studio.
That's so cool.
I stare at
awesome
it.
When you have that.
I stare at it for 20 seconds a day and say, "You're going to mine a block." I point it at Solo CK
collapsing
pool,
wave functions.
Collapsing wave functions.
Just put your intentions right into it.
We actually have Andrew Polstra walking by. Maybe we should come ask him if that's actually possible. But
it's possible. We don't need to ask it for sure.
We are going to manifest a block from the TFTC BitAx on the bookshelf.
Remember the telehash the time before last that we had? Like that was all of us sitting on stage thinking about this miner, or it was a node, but like thinking about this node, and everyone watching the live stream thinking about it. And we solved a block against all odds. Of course, that didn't happen the other day, but hey, it's not an exact science.
If that would happen, I'd actually be scared of the security of the mining layer if you could just like,
Yeah,
everybody's just
right.
like, all right, we're going to manifest blocks now.
Yeah, right.
But getting back to a more serious
Sure,
conversation.
okay.
I think what excites me most about BitX, early days, cultural phenomena, definitely caught the eyes and the attention of many Bitcoiners out there, people buying them, people thinking about how to design new form factors to implement them. Let's think 5, 10, 15 years down the road, what is the sort of optimal path of the BitX project and the impact it has on the Bitcoin mining layer in your mind?
So for the BitX project, I would like to see more awesome home miners that can reach a larger target audience. Think like no coiners, grandma, anyone who's even remotely interested in running a miner at home. More reliable cooling, just like a plug and play experience. I think the BitX is fundamentally a small home miner, just to go after that market and do it right. But we also have this other sort of goal here, the like manifesto, right, is that Bitcoin mining needs to go back to open source. Started off as open source with Satoshi and CPU mining and GPU mining, went closed source with the advent of ASICs. We're going to bring it back to open source. And that kind of is kick-started by open sourcing the BitX design. And by providing that open source, I hope to get other people fired up. That was the title of my talk here today, was Build Your Own Damn BitX, and it was to try and, to rope in some of the smart folks here at this developer conference to like, hey, you want to work on some hardware? Want to work on some firmware? Like, let's just do this. It's a fun thing to do. So we get more people in on it, and that, the effect that has, I think, is larger than making a rad home miner in the BitX, and because that will benefit large pubco miners. I've talked about this before with the 256 Foundation, but when large pubco miners have access to open source firmware, there's crazy cool stuff they can do. I think if you talk to a lot of big pubco miners now, the people that are doing the operations, like no one likes the current situation. Like Bitmain firmware kind of sucks, and there's not much you can do about it.
It sucks.
Okay,
And
I was trying to
MicroBT
be
for that
nice.
matter,
Yeah,
like-
it's really bad. I mean, you're kind of locked into it. It's this adversarial relationship where they don't want to let you change to any
shitty
other
UI.
firmware. Yeah, it doesn't allow for overclocking, underclocking. Like all these guys doing demand response and load following stuff, they're kind of just screwed. Like they have to hack something in there. So once we have a firmware, and we're actively working on this, once we have an open source firmware that people like miners, pubcos, can start building on top of and building their custom applications to try things out, to like, implement their secret sauce, they're not going to switch back. They're going to demand open source because their entire business depends on it.
Let's contextualize this for anyone.
Mempool. This is joint work with Justin from Localhost Research. It's a new research and development shop on the West Coast in the Bay Area. They're doing cool work. You should check them out. But this is joint work with him. So before we can talk about Mempool, first we have to set the stage a little bit about all the problems we have to deal with, and that's mostly MEV. And so to be clear, MEV is MEV that is evil, MEV. Just making sure everyone's really clear. This is the most important part of the talk right here. Just MEV. Everyone got that? All right. So that's MEV. All right, but how do we make MEV? How do we make this evil MEV? So it's really all about linearity of mining costs, or cost per hash. Right? So mining is designed to be this hyper-competitive industry where there's a lot of miners, there's a lot of small entrants, hopefully it's highly decentralized, there's tons of miners across the globe, and that really only exists if we don't have massive economies of scale in the mining market. Right? If it's the case that for a small miner, the cost that you spend to get one hash is roughly similar to the cost that a large miner spends to get one hash. And of course, there are economies of scale in the mining market. You know, you have a larger business, you can invest in better things. Larger things are often cheaper on a per unit basis. But there's also economies of scale in the mining market. It's often cheaper to get very small pockets of free or very cheap energy than it is to get very large pockets of cheap energy. And so these things do tend to kind of cancel each other out fairly effectively in practice. The mining market is highly decentralized in terms of who actually owns and operates ASICs. And this is great. We love this. This is how Bitcoin is supposed to work, and it's maybe almost a bit of a miracle that it is working that way. But what would happen if we suddenly introduced some, let's say, fixed costs to become a miner? If we introduced, let's say, tens of millions of dollars in additional fixed costs that every miner has to pay in order to effectively mine, that is just fixed. And so suddenly it's no longer a linear cost, right? So suddenly a large miner gets a substantial discount on their per hash cost than a small miner does. This would, hopefully, it's very obvious, this would be highly problematic, right? This would drive a lot of centralization because suddenly large miners can continue to invest. They can invest in more hash rate and continue to drive up their advantage because they're getting larger, because they're more profitable. And suddenly, as they continue to get larger, these smaller miners start to go out of business because your per unit hash rate is just lower, and mining is almost a perfectly competitive, like theoretical economics, perfectly competitive industry. If you have higher costs than anybody else in this global industry, you will eventually go out of business. Okay, so this is some theoretical fixed cost issue, but how do we actually get this? What does this mean on a technical sense? How does MEV come about? And it's really this concept of transaction selection being expensive. It's expensive to build a block template. So let's imagine some magic thing that were to exist where if you want to create a block template, you want to say, here's a block template you're going to mine on, that is expensive. Say that costs, for example, $10 million a year. Suddenly you could hopefully see that mining would become very centralized, or at least pools. So okay, brief distraction, what is a miner for these purposes? I'm not trying to redefine common terms, I'm not trying to confuse anyone, but for at least the purposes of this talk, a miner is the transaction selection, right? Creating that template. Who is picking the transactions that go in a block? Because this is what matters to Bitcoin. The Bitcoin network has no conception of ASICs. It has no conception of pools. It doesn't have any idea what a Stratum client is. But the Bitcoin network sees transaction selections and transaction ordering, right? That's the job of miners, is to provide transaction ordering in the network and keep a consistent order and make it hard to undo or change that order after the fact, but to set the order of transactions, select the transactions that go in the block. That's the whole point of miners, and so that's what I'm going to refer to as a miner in this talk. And in the short term, kind of in today's Bitcoin, obviously that is pools. I mean, that should be fairly obvious. They're the ones who select the transactions that go in the block. But there's also, it's important to recognize, lots of important work being done to change that, right? Whether it's Stratum v2 and these technologies that allow miners to select transactions and build their own block templates as a part of a normal traditional pool, or whether it's something like P2Pool v2 or BraidPool, these technologies that allow reviving, a totally decentralized pool. But again, the important part from the Bitcoin network's perspective is that the miners, these decentralized, very decentralized entities, are the ones picking the transactions that go in the block, ordering these transactions in over time. And yeah, also all of these rely on this, all of these new cool technologies that we want people to build and start to adopt, hopefully soon, rely on this property that it's cheap today to build a block template, right? To have a competitive block template, all you have to do is run Bitcoin Core and hit one RPC, and suddenly here's your block template, and it's super competitive. This is gonna pay you roughly the same amount as any other miner. If, on the other hand, we were to imagine this theoretical change to Bitcoin, which results in building a block template being expensive, suddenly it's $10 million a year to get a block template from Bitcoin Core, again, it should be fairly obvious to you that all of these cool technologies that we think are really awesome, that are gonna like save Bitcoin's decentralization properties that are currently have big problems, just can't be adopted. Right? You would never be able to adopt a Stratum v2 or a P2Pool v2 or a BraidPool or whatever if it were expensive to get a block template. It's just not practical. And this is part of why I worry so much about Mevel, is because I've invested some time in actually helping get some of these things off the ground, Stratum v2, and encouraging people to build these. And I see these as kind of critical to the future of Bitcoin. Obviously, today's Bitcoin centralization is terrible, right? If you look at pool centralization, there's 2 entities selecting blocks, selecting block templates that have over 50% of hash rate. If you look at both Foundry and Antpool and Friends, which of course for the and Friends, it's Bitmain and Antpool selecting the block template. So whether it's a separate pool or not doesn't matter. Again, for the purpose of this talk, what is a miner is who selects the transactions that go in a block, and that's just Antpool. So we have 2 entities with more than 50% of the hash power. That's really bad. And so we want these technologies, Stratum v2, P2Pool v2, everything, to be adopted. And it's kind of key to fixing Bitcoin. Well, they couldn't be if we had this problem where building a block template's expensive. Okay, so what does this mean? I said that like building a block template gets expensive. We're going to say throw out a number. It's $10 million a year to get a block template out of Bitcoin Core. That's obviously absurd. How the hell would that happen? Well, we should start by looking at Ethereum because that has happened in Ethereum, right? So in order to build a competitive block template in Ethereum, you have to invest tens of millions of dollars hiring the best engineers on the market, hiring, investing in the right data center and everything else, literally becoming a high-frequency trading firm in order to build a competitive block template. And so in Ethereum, what does this look like in practice? There's there's kind of 2 types, but really there's many types. I'm going to focus on 2, or at least mention 2. The first and the biggest one of this form of Mevel in Ethereum, this thing that makes it expensive, is what's called Sextex arbitrage. So that's the centralized exchanges, so your Binance, your Coinbase, whatever, and your decentralized exchanges, so your Uniswap, whatever it is, the arbitrage just between those. And in order to effectively do that, you really do have to be a high-frequency trading firm. So in Ethereum, you know when the block is going to be found, and so you want to wait until the last millisecond to submit your block template so that you can get the latest price data from Binance, so that you can clear that price right before the block template. And it turns out doing that, being in the right data center, doing research on what the right data center is, and then also parking a ton of capital on-chain in this Uniswap pool or whatever, having it available for you to do this arbitrage, and then also parking a lot of capital at Binance so that you can do the arbitrage on the other side of the leg, it adds up. It gets very expensive. And so that's actually a majority or a plurality of the total MEV extraction in Ethereum is just this Sextex arbitrage. In fact, that the single, usually in Ethereum blocks, the very first transaction is the arbitrage transaction settling the Ethereum to USD price, just doing that arbitrage. As something like 10 to 20% of the total MEV extraction. Total cost to build a block template. The other one is just smart contract attacks. And this is one that's a little more nebulous. I'm going to keep it more nebulous, but should maybe be a little clearer that it's expensive. There's a lot of smart contracts in Ethereum, right? There's a lot of complexity, there's a lot of different things, there's a lot of weird casinos and weird shitcoins and whatever other nonsense, and DeFi and whatever stuff on Ethereum. There's a lot of complexity there, there's a lot of depth there. And if you want to build a competitive block template in Ethereum, you don't just need to collect transactions from people building transactions in the network. You also have to go look at all of these different smart contracts, all of the different things happening on chain. You need to be an expert in all of them so that you know how to stitch them together and exploit things in the right way, to do arbitrage between things, to, you know, take out a flash loan where you can go over here, take out a loan for infinite money, take it over here to this contract, crash the price of this thing, then buy this thing, and then take it over to this contract and buy this other thing to arbitrage out that price, and then you take it back and you pay back the loan, and it's all in the same transaction, and it's great, and you just made a bunch of money, but you have to know to do that, which means you need to understand everything happening. And so it should be hopefully relatively obvious that if you need to understand everything happening, you need to hire a lot of people, you need to hire the best people, and that's expensive. That's very expensive. And so we see this in Ethereum. If you look at these dashboards that are like, you know, 60, 70% of Ethereum blocks are OFAC compliant and are censoring, that's not just because proof of stake has some centralization problems. That's actually because of this MEV problem. So in Ethereum, there's only 2 or 3 companies that can competitively build a block template. It's not something where you can take open source software and run it and build a block template. No, there's only a few companies that are capable of it in a competitive way. You can take some open source template software and run it, but your block templates are going to pay you a lot less than what you were going to get if you went to their marketplaces. Okay, so what would this look like in Bitcoin? You know, the Ethereum has all these problems. We hate Ethereum, whatever, it's not our problem. You know, how could these things come to Bitcoin, and how could this pose a risk to us? So the first and very obvious things is there is some things coming on the pipeline that might end up bringing literally the Ethereum virtual machine, the entire Ethereum smart contracting platform onto Bitcoin. Right? And so that could be either a based rollup, so not all rollups. You know, a lot of people talk about bringing rollups to Bitcoin. Not all rollups would do that. But this technology called based rollups, where you literally allow the Bitcoin miners to select the Ethereum transactions that get included in the rollup, would obviously do this, because now the Bitcoin miners have to consider the Ethereum transactions. But also merge mine chains. If you have a merge mine chain with the EVM in it, well, again, you're back to the state where the Bitcoin miners, the people selecting the transactions that go in the Bitcoin blocks, have to select the transactions that go into this other Ethereum platform block, and they have to be aware of these things. And so a smart Bitcoin miner could build a block template that is more aware of these things, could do these kinds of exploits, and they could make more money than their competition. But I mean, those are the obvious, but you know, we could also have smaller cases of this, right? It doesn't have to be all or nothing. We could, for example, have native tokens on Bitcoin, where you have a USD token on Bitcoin on chain, and if someone were to build a decentralized exchange with that, well, all of a sudden, obviously, someone's going to be arbitraging that decentralized exchange. And miners, again, are going to be able to do that arbitrage and make a little bit more money if they're able to consider that arbitrage as a part of their mining process. The last thing, which is maybe really relevant to today, to the topics at hand these days, is unavailable. If you are a miner, and in order to build a competitive block template, you have to go do something creative in order to get those transactions that are going to pay you the fees, then all of a sudden we have this problem where mining is no longer linear cost per hash, and there's a high fixed cost to be a competitive miner. So if, for example, the filters on the peer-to-peer network do not match the types of transactions people want to make, well, now as a miner, you have to go invest in order to get a competitive block template, in order to make the same amount of money as your competition, you have to invest in going and finding out where those transactions are, getting them into your mempool so that they can be included in your block template. And maybe that's easy, maybe it's just a matter of running, you know, some patch that Peter Todd posts. Maybe it's hard. Maybe it's building out something like Slipstream and having a whole proprietary API, having full-time engineers staffed doing this. You know, as a moderate-sized miner, maybe that's not too expensive, but on a small scale, you know, full-time engineers start to add up real quick. Okay, so hopefully you accept that this is a problem potentially, that there's some risk here, even if maybe it's not super short term, maybe it's not coming soon. But what do we do? I just mentioned that it's terrible that we have all these private mempools because they increase the cost of building a competitive block template. But the solution to this problem is that we need to add a new private mempool. Seriously, no giggles? All right, this is a terrible crowd. So that is in fact our proposed solution. And it's not a solution we're happy with, to be clear. This is our proposed solution is something we're unhappy with, but we think is the best thing we've come up with in order to reduce the impact of this. So we should, again, learn from Ethereum. Ethereum's far down this road, and we should at least see what they've done and see what they've built. And in fact, they did recognize that this problem was a problem before it was necessarily totally wrecked them. And what they built in response was this thing called PBS, Proposer-Builder Separation. And so in Ethereum, the proposer is the person who's building the block template, and the builder is the staker, the person who's actually confirming it, or the miner in the Bitcoin case. And so they actually built a marketplace. They separated these entities out, and they said, okay, well, people can bid on block templates, and these folks can bid on it and select the transactions, and they can do all the complicated MEV extraction nonsense, and we can make those separate entities from the actual stakers. And so that shouldn't cause the same level of centralization in staking or mining before it that we're worried about. And this has been effective. It has allowed small-scale small. I mean, you still have to have a lot of money and some hardware, but moderate-scale stakers to be competitive. You can still get a competitive revenue stream from staking, but the problem they do have is that their entire marketplace is built around entire block templates. So because of some technical details in Ethereum that aren't relevant to this talk, it's a little simpler to model their marketplace as whole block templates. And so, of course, the problem is, well, the thing we wanted to solve for was we wanted to keep block template selection decentralized. And instead what they said was like, okay, well, we're going to keep the actual staking part decentralized, but we're going to let the block template selection part centralized, which was in fact not the problem we were solving for. That totally didn't accomplish that. And so that's why, in fact, you see again now 80, 70, 90% of Ethereum blocks, depending on when you look, are OFAC compliant, are in fact censored blocks that do not include transactions that the US government said are bad, for example, among other things. That's because the block template selection marketplace is completely centralized around literally 3 to 4 companies. There's only a few. So there's an obvious solution to this, and that's that we can take this marketplace and we can try to break it out. We can say, okay, well, actually, we're going to build this kind of marketplace for block templates, and we're going to allow specialized entities to do this MEV extraction, but we're going to make them do it on a per transaction basis. So we're going to say, okay, miners, you should still look at your own local mempool. You should still connect to the peer-to-peer network, take transactions from anyone who wants to submit them to you, and include those in your blocks. But then also, if you get these other bids out of band where someone says like, oh, hey, I know how to do this crazy smart contract thing. If you include this transaction, I'll pay you a little more. You include that as a part of your block template. So you don't do only one or the other. You look at both, you merge them together, and you build, hopefully, the most competitive block template you can. There's a lot of complexity here. There's a lot of deceptive complexity, especially in the market structure. So, how do we build this marketplace? Well, we need some weird properties. So, for example, with XXX arbitrage, if you want to do this arbitrage, you need to be able to see what the price is going to be at the time your transaction confirms, at the time the block comes out, because you only want to do the other leg of the arbitrage. You only want to do the 2 legs of the arbitrage at the same time based on the price is fluctuating. You only want to do the arbitrage at the current price, right? At a price you're going to get. So we need the ability to time out transactions, which is something that's not native in Bitcoin, right? You can't broadcast a transaction and say, you can only include this transaction in your block if you mine the block in the next 10 seconds. Can't do that. So we need to do something, and you can't, like a naive marketplace for this, right? If bidders were just saying, like, here's the transaction, please only include it in the next 10 seconds, the miner can look at that and say, haha, thank you, and then include it an hour later, or 10 minutes later, or just include it in their block template, and it might take them 10 minutes to mine a block. So we propose using proof of intel, SGX, right? You could use nitro enclaves, whatever it is. But you can say, okay, miners, you're going to actually now run, the same server that was already picking your block template, but in the enclave already in your server, in your Intel CPU, you're going to run your block template construction logic inside of that. And so, you might get this bid comes through, and it goes directly from the marketplace. It can authenticate with your CPU, and it can send this transaction through, and your CPU has the transaction data, but it won't release it to you unless you find a block. Right, so the CPU, your local CPU can actually enforce these properties and say, well, this transaction, I'll give you the work to mine on, I'll tell you the stratum job, whatever, and you can mine on it, but then you won't actually be able to see the transaction data. But if you do get a block, I'll give you the transaction data right away, and then you can broadcast the block like you normally would. So this solves the nice problem there. There's a lot more complexity to this, though, right? So the reason that this doesn't exist in Ethereum is you might have a lot of things that conflict with each other, right? So like I might want to be the one who does this XDEX arbitrage, which means I need to be the first transaction in the block which interacts with this smart contract, this DEX, right? And so again, that's why you see the very first transaction in most Ethereum blocks is the one that does some arbitrage between Ethereum and USDC, because they want that the arbitrage has to be done first before some other trades might happen on the block. But if we're trying to do this on a per transaction basis, well, it's like, okay, we can't have two people bidding to do arbitrage on different DEXs, also both wanting to be the first transaction in the block. Well, you could include both of those. They don't care. They just want to be the first transaction in the block to interact with that smart contract. And so we need to be able to capture that in the order, right? So the order for block space, this bid, has to be able to say, okay, I need this transaction to be the first one in the block that has these properties, interacts with these contracts, does these things, and you have to be able to describe that in some programmatic way that still allows miners to build block templates. And then also I need to be, only mined within the next 10 seconds, and that has to be described to the miner. This stratum job is only good for the next 10 seconds, then you got to roll it over, which has hardware implications, but we'll get into that. So as hopefully you can see, this is actually not trivial. This is potentially a very complicated thing to build, and it's certainly not something that Bitcoin Core is going to do naively. This is, in fact, has challenging computer science implications, right? Just having these complex relationships between a lot of different things and then trying to do bin packing on them is actually a fundamentally hard problem in computer science. So, which is hard, but in practice, it's fairly doable, we think. No one has implemented this, but our hunch and some existing research on other just general Bitcoin transaction inclusion logic has been that you can probably take it and throw it at a SAT solver or something generic, right? So you can take if you're a miner, you can, a new block comes in, you just immediately start mining based on whatever Bitcoin Core tells you with the public mempool, and then you burn, I don't know, 5-10 seconds of CPU doing some SAT solving algorithm or something, naive or whatever, and then it gives you a block template that includes all of these more complicated bids and hopefully gives you a fairly competitive block template. But you might be thinking, didn't we just say that complex block template construction logic that might allow miners to optimize more was the entire thing we were trying to avoid because that might drive centralization? And you would be right. But we're doing this in SGX. So the nice thing about doing this in SGX is the whole point is that we were proving to the marketplace what software you were running, right? And so, in fact, you're required to then use some open source block building logic. And you, as a part of being in this marketplace, you would be required to use some SAT solver or whatever that hopefully we can make very competitive, so that there aren't centralization pressures that arise out of people being more creative here. But there's some cost to, there's some non-zero cost to, if you were to try to create something that's only 1% better, probably you wouldn't be able to run that because of the structure of the marketplace, because it's running in SGX. Whereas if you were to do something 10 times better, then of course that would be problematic. But I think we're fairly confident that just like throwing a SAT solver out it or something would actually do okay. Yeah, so that's basically our proposal is just like have a marketplace for this. Do the same thing as Ethereum. You have bidders, you have some marketplace, and then you have miners who are running their block building in SGX. Now, this is still very centralized, right? You should be at this point saying like, wasn't the point to have decentralization? Like, what the hell? You're talking about building a centralized marketplace and like replacing Mempool's accelerator with something like orders of magnitude more complicated. Like, what the hell? And like, yeah, this sucks. Like, to be clear, this is not a good outcome for Bitcoin in any sense of the word. This is, as far as we can come up with, the best thing we could build to keep Bitcoin from being even more centralized and having even more centralization pressure and censorship in response to MEV and MEVL becoming a thing on Bitcoin, not something we're like excited about being the future of Bitcoin. In order for this to be slightly less bad, in an ideal world, it should be open source code that has many competing marketplaces. There's not a lot of cost to running a marketplace. You just hopefully, if someone builds this, there's just open source software you have to run. But there is some cost, right? You have to get some amount of trust. You have to, people have to trust you to submit their orders through you. Pools have to be willing to use you. The pool's not, or the miner's not really trusting you because they do have the transaction data is locally on their CPU. They're not trusting you to release the transaction data when they find a block or anything crazy like that. But like they might, depending on the structure of it, they might have to trust you to pay. There might be, they bid, they said if you include this transaction, we'll pay you, $5 or whatever in fees. You'll pay you 1,000 sats. Depending on how this marketplace is designed, you might have to trust that the marketplace actually has that money and then will pay you in Lightning afterwards. It could be in the native transaction fee, again, because these transactions are hidden from the miner inside of SGX. They can't like take the transaction and broadcast it and take the fee for themselves without meeting whatever constraints the transaction is supposed to have on it. But you might also have some reason in the protocol why you can't necessarily include that in the transaction fee, and then you'd have to fall back to like Lightning payments where the marketplace is somehow holding the money and then paying out to the miner. So there's some cost to having a ton of these marketplaces, but hopefully it could be made fairly low with lots of with open source software and people actually building this and making it competitive. Before I move on, are there any questions about the marketplace structure? I know I went through that kind of quick, and there's a lot to it. I repeat the question, but.
Are there any viable alternatives to the SGX because it's been pwned previously?
Yes, SGX has been pwned many times. There are, there's also Nitro enclaves. There's some other things. I think SGX is maybe okay for this. Like SGX has been pwned many times, but usually it gets pwned like a year after. Like last year's hardware gets pwned today, and then like today's hardware will get pwned next year. And as a part of the proof handshake, you can see what version of the firmware and hardware they're running. So in practice, what you do for SGX is you say like you must be running like yesterday's hardware or like this year's hardware basically. So there's some cost to that. Like miners have to always be buying new hardware, but like all right, it's $1,000 a year or something. It's not actually huge. And I think SGX like the issues if this gets hacked also aren't huge. It's like, okay, well, some transaction was included in a way that they didn't intend it to be. Maybe some arbitrage bot got kind of hosed a little bit, but like the miner doesn't get hurt, and people would see it. People would be like, oh crap, there's like an SGX hack. Like the marketplace could respond. The marketplace could say like, I'm not working with that miner anymore, which is a risk of this whole thing is like the marketplaces could say like, I'm not working with this miner anymore. The miner's going to go out of business, but they could respond to those kinds of hacks as well.
All right, I think like the thing that's ambiguous about this to me is like how the order placer actually like dictates the conditions that they have to meet in order for the fee to be paid, and the relationship between that and how the templates are actually constructed, because it's you've kind of not specified anything about like how to actually communicate the order conditions. Like what do you see as the relationship there in terms of like the complexity necessary in that language to be flexible enough to define the conditions the user wants, and how that's going to relate to the complexity of the actual construction algorithm.
Yeah, totally. No, that's a good question. Yeah, I mean, obviously there would have to be. I think the big amount of complexity in the like transaction inclusion requirements language would really just be how you specify the smart contract you want to be the first thing to interact with. Like, I want to be the first thing to interact with this contract, nothing else can go before me. And so it needs to be flexible enough to capture whatever types of smart contracts are on Bitcoin, whether it's a like merged mine thing, you know, it might be like, I want to be the Coinbase transaction output for this merged mine coin. I want to be the one for that. So you have to be able to say like, you know, you might have a different bidding process for the Coinbase transaction outputs from other transactions. Or if it's like an on-chain thing, you know, if it's like a based roll-up or whatever, you know, they're really just embedding data in the chain, whether op return, witness data, whatever it is. So you need to be able to say like, I want to be the first transaction that matches this substring. Like, you know, however, it has to capture whatever that protocol's capture is. Like, however that protocol defines its own thing, you have to be able to capture that. But I think that's still tractable within like the block template building, right? If you take those two examples, like you have, you know, it's obviously very easy to bid for Coinbase transaction outputs, but if you just take the example of like, I want to be the, you know, you can express, I want to be the first transaction in the block that has this substring in it, like, you know, that's pretty tractable. There's obviously complexity because you might have overlapping transactions. You might have this one that says, I want to be this first transaction in the block that has this substring, and this one that says this substring and this substring, and you have like OR and like Boolean logic across them, which gets complicated, but I think we're fairly confident that you kind of throw it at a sat solver and it's like, okay, it'll be slow, it'll like burn your CPU for a little bit, but as long as it spits out a block template in a few seconds, and most of them probably will, I think in practice it'll work. It's just the theoretics of it are like, you know, in like a theoretical computer science thing, it's like, oh, well, that could take infinite time. That could not work at all. But it's like in practice, probably it'll be fine, which is true of most sat solving to begin with, is like a lot of the sat solvers are like, they actually work very well. But, you know, obviously they're solving an NP-hard problem and they don't have a general solution.
Hey, when you're talking about potentially moving to like the next thing, if things get pwned, one of the things that you mentioned was Nitro Enclave. But is there like, are you just talking about this in general? Because I'm sure you're not talking about we should all be running stuff in the cloud. Because I know you're like anti-cloud.
Yeah,
so
no.
What, like, were you just using that as like a fictitious or just like a random example? But
yeah,
not, okay.
I mean AMD has another one. ARM has trust zone stuff.
Because I wasn't sure, because technically, like if you want to talk about getting into the hardware, doing side channels, or like, you know, doing something with the hardware, it's probably a lot harder maybe to get into an AWS data center than another data center.
It's true.
So I wasn't sure if you were being serious or not.
No, I mean, I think that would also be a bad outcome for Bitcoin.
Right,
That like all miners must run their mining block template selection at AWS. But it's, you know, I hopefully not. Hopefully SGX were to work out. But, you know, maybe it's ARM Trust Zone, maybe it's AMD's version, or, you know, if it gets worse, like that's still better than, oh, sorry, only a few miners can compete, or everyone has to use one of two big mining pools because only those two big mining pools can competitively build block templates. Like, I would rather everyone has to use AWS and at least anyone can buy that, versus like, sorry, everyone has to use Foundry and Bitmain and those are the only two options. Nobody else even exists, you know. There are layers to how bad things can get. And like even anyone having to use this to begin with is like bad, you know. Any other questions? Everyone's kind of got the like concept.
I just want to make sure I understand how the marketplace fixes the problem. So I think it sounds like you're concerned that like MEV kind of becomes this like arms race to like increase margins, so everybody ends up, you know, becoming Mevel, and it becomes really, really expensive to make a block template because everybody wants to do all this like market arbitrage. So the marketplace that would run in the enclave that you're proposing, I guess I'm a little confused as is the person or the party running this enclave, like, is that enclave expensive to run? Are they making bank by running this enclave?
Oh, no, so yeah. So the enclave exists on the mining side. So the miner would run, an SGX or something. That's fairly inexpensive. You can buy hardware, whatever. And that's running open source software that builds the block template. It's really the expensive part is the people submitting the bids on the other side of this order book, right? So the people who saying, hey, this transaction, I want you to include it in this part of the block and whatever, and then I'll pay you a bunch of money if you do that. That's, we imagine, going to be very expensive, and it is in Ethereum, right? It's like you have these high-frequency traders who are like submitting these, and they don't have to run in any kind of enclave or anything, but they do want proof from the marketplace, or at least the marketplace has to prove that the place that their bid is getting submitted to is running in an enclave, because they want to know that, like, here's this transaction that I'm creating. I don't want this to be included in the block unless the block is mined in the next 10 seconds.
And so the logic for handling the inclusion in the block, like if it expires or what order it needs to be a block, would be in the code that runs in the enclave, and that's how the arbitrage people submitting these bids can kind of validate that it will be honored. And ideally, this would be affordable enough to where like a small mining pool or a small mining operation could run one of these marketplaces in theory.
Yeah, I mean the marketplace doesn't have a lot of complexity to it either. It's hopefully also open source code. Anyone could just run one. And then of course, yeah, the thing running in the enclave is just like, well, you have to have an Intel CPU. You have to have whatever the brand of CPU is, but that's pretty doable. All right, so I'm just gonna go to the last slide and then we'll have another minute for questions. So the last question is just kind of like, oh, well, all right, what does this mean? Like, you proposed this crazy idea, this like terribly centralized marketplace that like might allow these marketplaces to tell miners they can't function. Is this something we need to like build now? Is this like, an immediate worry? Are we like screwed? And the answer, of course, is like, I don't know, right? Like the MEV question is like the $1 million question on all the covenant stuff and a lot of the like future of Bitcoin, like where do we go from here, is like, I think everyone wants to do all covenants if we don't have any MEV questions, right? If we want everyone to be able to do anything they want with their coins as long as it doesn't impact the whole network overall. But if we end up with MEV, if we end up with these big dexes on chain or something, and there's reasons to think we won't, there's reasons to think we will, whatever, then that would kind of wreck Bitcoin. So, some people have argued it's fait accompli that we'll have MEV in Bitcoin, that we'll have this MEV stuff because it happened big time in Ethereum. It's been happening, basically anytime you have any kind of level of complexity, you might get it. And so we should just accept it and we should do what we can, but like, it's not a problem. I don't really think it's a given, but it depends entirely on what people want to use Bitcoin for, right? Again, like we can't stop people from embedding data on the chain, and it just takes a merge mine blockchain to bring MEV to Bitcoin, right? That people use. Like a big question about MEV is like people have to actually use it, right? There exists lots of MEV kind of contracts in Bitcoin. There do exist dexes on Bitcoin. It's just that no one uses them, so it doesn't matter, right? Like, okay, if a miner is super clever, maybe they can make another 1,000 sats per block, yay, who cares, right? But if people were to actually use it, then all of a sudden it starts to add up and it starts to become an important part of the block template process. But yeah, so it depends on what people want to use Bitcoin for, and really it's, in my view, we should be taking this type of thing seriously. We should think like, okay, is this actually the best thing we can do? If it is, then probably we should build it. Like someone needs to sit down and build this before we start running ahead and saying like, all right, let's enable all this functionality that people are going to use for bridges to based rollups, that people are going to use for whatever. I think there's reason to think that people probably don't necessarily want based rollups now, but if you could do BitVM without the one event assumption, maybe you would. But like, I think we should probably build this because it's the best idea we have, even though it's shitty. But someone needs to actually sit down and build it. Anyway, that's all I got. Any questions?
You described all the reasons that you don't think this would be a great thing, but it would be better than the other alternatives. Do you have any idea of like how much extra revenue you would have to see from a MEV or a MEV miner before you decide, yeah, this is worth turning on?
Like, is it 5% extra revenue, 20%?
Yeah, it doesn't take much, right? Like if you're, mining revenue, the margins vary a lot, right, based on the Bitcoin price and like whether the Bitcoin price was up last month or next month or whatever. But mining margins tend to not be that high. They're often negative in some cases, when the price is down. I think all the current miners might tell you margins are always high, but if you talk to the miners from 3 years ago, they'll be like, margins are terrible. So, they tend to be fairly low on average, maybe, hopefully in the long term they will be. And if you have fairly low margins, well, okay, if your margin's 10%, 1% increase in revenue is huge. I mean, that's like going to lead to heavy centralization pressure. So it's not clear to me, my preference would be that we just build it now and hope it doesn't get used. Like, there's not a lot of harm to this thing existing if it doesn't get used, because it's like, all right, well, miners can just ignore it. At least it exists. People who want to submit transactions can do it, but it's like, Slipstream and Mempool Accelerator. It's like, if they were used very heavily and it were like a huge portion of the revenue, of miner revenue, then that would be really bad. But as long as they're not used that much, it's like fine, totally fine. So I think there's like, it'd be nice if it existed either way.
Hey, it seems like MEV conversations typically pop up when thinking about different upgrade proposals. Most of the upgrade proposals that people are talking about these days seems like it's ambiguous, or it's at least not super clear if MEV would happen imminently. Are there any proposals that you see that you're pretty confident that, like, if that was activated, MEV would pop up?
I'm not confident in any of this stuff.
Or at least, is there anything that would like genuinely worry you?
So I think the problem is I'm not confident in any of this because it depends so much on you really have to think third order of like, well, okay, people can build this thing. Will they actually build it? And then will people use it? Like, is it going to get big if people were to build this thing? And so that's kind of why I mentioned like BitVM. Well, okay, you could build a based rollup today, but you already have this like one event trust assumption, so why not just sequence it? And so like it's probably not necessarily going to be a thing, but like, okay, if you were to imagine we add some soft fork, we remove the one event trust assumption, and now I could start to see like Bitcoiners being like, well, I could use this centrally sequenced rollup, or I could use this based one that's decentrally sequenced, and now I have a better, it's more decentralized, it's better, I want to use that. Like, you could start to see marketing working there. And so it's not clear to me, but I mean, those kinds of things would start to worry me more.
Final question.
So, I mean, it seems to me like we are going to have some hints as this is developing. And to be fair, we are kind of arguably already seeing this with things like ordinals and the rare sats and all of this stuff, right? Like some level of MEV is already happening. And that will continue to happen, even regardless of a soft fork, in my opinion. I mean, with meta protocols and sort of embedding EVMs into meta protocols and things like that, there's absolutely a universe where this happens pretty quickly, regardless of a soft fork. And so my question is like, how fast can this be built? Like, how big of a project is this? Like, is this something we really need to prep in advance? Because this is something that could take off really quickly. Like, you could have like a meta protocol that like goes crazy, and then it's like a 6-month situation, and all of a sudden this is what's going on.
Yeah, I mean, it's not trivial. It could totally be built in stages, right? You could build the marketplace without the SGX part so that you don't have the like ability to time out transactions, but at least you can accelerate some types of transactions and like pay extra for them, which depending on the type of protocol might work, might not work. But yeah, I mean, if you start getting into the like whole, like the transaction selection being super complicated and needing to like throw a SAT solver at it or something, it might not be trivial at all. I mean, it might be like a really serious engineering project. And then getting it to run inside of SGX has its own challenges, which might also be a very non-trivial engineering project. So I would not suggest that we sleep on this, but I also don't have, like, I don't know, I would need someone to be interested in wanting to do this. It's hard to find devs. I don't know.
I know some. Let's talk.
All right.
those of you I haven't met yet, my name is Isabel Foxen Duke, and I'm the host of the Bitcoin Rails podcast, which is a Bitcoin technology podcast on Twitter, X. And I'm incredibly excited about this panel. I've interviewed a lot of kind of gigabrains in the past year, but no full-time Bitcoin core developers. So this is incredibly exciting. And yeah, I think there's kind of quite a bit of mystique around what you guys do. And I'm excited to sort of maybe illuminate a little bit of that, kind of explore what the role of a Bitcoin core developer is in your eyes. And yeah, obviously talk a little bit about what you guys are building, what you guys are doing, what you're excited about, and maybe dig into some of the interesting things that happened this week that we're all curious about. So, to start, I'd love for you all to just sort of introduce yourselves for those who don't know you or your work, and maybe share what you're most proud of having contributed to the protocol thus far in your careers, and a little bit about what you're working on right now.
Hi, I'm Peter Welle. I've been working on Bitcoin for a while. I'm at Chaincode Labs. My current project is Cluster Mempool. I did a talk about it yesterday.
I would love to hear a little bit more about your history, Peter Welle, just in case people don't know. What are you most proud of having contributed to the protocol? Or to core? Pick your favorite.
Keep it to 4.
Ultra Prune, I guess.
Ultra Prune.
Yep. Explicit UTXO set model that landed in Bitcoin Core 0.10, I think. 8? 8, yes, Heather's first sync was in 0.10. I guess that would be a close second.
Awesome. Go ahead, Gloria.
Yeah, I'm Gloria. I work on Bitcoin Core at Chaincode Labs. I'm most proud to review Cluster Mempool. I focus mostly on Mempool and Transaction Relay. I've been working on Package Relay for a really long time. I think we're at like the 55 PRs or something, very large. And we managed to ship 1P1C, opportunistic Package Relay in the last year, along with Truck and a few other policy changes that make it easier for pre-signed transactions to be fee bumped.
My name is Antoine Poinceau. I work at Chaincode Labs, full-time on Bitcoin Core. My background is that for a while I would contribute to Bitcoin Core on my spare time. I co-founded 2 companies, one named Leonard in France and one named Without Sardine, who I ran for a while, worked on related project to what I would eventually contribute to Bitcoin Core, namely Manuscript. Then another thing that I'm proud of having contributed to Core would be the security disclosure policy. And recently my main focus has been on the consensus cleanup.
Hi, I'm Greg Sanders. I work for Spiral. I've done various things, but the last couple of years have been Mempool stuff as well. I'd say my most proud projects, 1 or 2, would be I worked on LN Symmetry and then got nerd sniped by Mempool stuff, which culminated in Bitcoin Core 28 and 29, delivering all the pre-cluster Mempool improvements. So, bit excited about everything coming up after too.
Awesome, thank you. So this sort of leads into the next question that I have been told by several people that I polled in the audience is the most important question that they have for you, which is, how do you guys make decisions about what to work on?
I think it would be great for you to explain why working on LN Symmetry and maybe some of the soft work stuff actually led you in the Mempool direction.
Sure. So no one actually had tried going beyond very basic proof of concepts for L2. So I forget what Z-Man calls it, ELTOO, L2. And so I talked to Rusty and I said, hey, could I just work on this? And I rejoined Blockstream for the second time and worked on that. But while I was working on it, I said, hey, the Mempool kind of sucks. It you can't actually do the things you want to do as a wallet developer, as an app developer. And from there, I saw Gloria had an excellent talk talking about pinning attacks in Lightning today, and that drew me into the whole sphere. And so from there, it's just like researching the problem, developing the problem space, getting it systematized, and then trying to make solutions that are tractable. So just like what I got upset about the most at the time, I guess.
I think presumably, like, you work on L2 stuff because you're interested in scalability or privacy. I personally found Transaction Relay to be really interesting from a censorship resistance point of view. I think a lot of us, not to speak on behalf of anyone else, but like are quite ideologically driven. Like that's why we work on Bitcoin in the first place. And then you kind of see where the pain points are and where things fall down. And I found that pinning attacks, for example, was a weak spot that I felt like existed. And so throwing myself at that problem seemed to be the right thing to do. That's my answer.
Let's go down the line.
It's a good question. I don't know the answer. I just get bitten by interesting technical problems, especially if they're like somewhere on the boundary between researchy and at the same time have a chance of having impact on a system that affects many people. Like, it's nice to be able to pick, have the choice to pick various problems that exist all over the place, but they're actually interesting to work on too.
Have you ever had the experience, or when you say interesting to work on, is it just true, just personal interest, or do you ever get to a point with a specific research project where you're like, this might not be really a problem worth all of this energy? Like,
yes.
Okay. Frequently? I mean, would you say that research is like a good portion of what you're putting your effort into then, and then sort of the things that actually cross the finish line are those that have particular weight in your mind or that the community is rallying behind?
Yeah, there's some of that. I mean, there's certainly projects you pick up and then like, okay, this isn't actually worth spending all that much time on. It isn't really going anywhere. Like, you keep working on the things that have a chance of making it past the finish line. So, but sometimes there's also okay, here is a problem, let's solve it in an overkill way, in such a way that hopefully nobody ever needs to touch this again. And then maybe you spend a bit too much time on it.
Oh, sorry, it's your turn, isn't it? Yeah, it's Antoine's turn.
On the latest question, I think it's worth pointing out that there is a lot of things that we do not publish. What you see on GitHub is the result of things that were already filtered out from what we found was interesting, but there's a lot of work that we just do, maybe like exchange some branches together, have discussions. I oftentimes discuss random ideas with Greg, for instance, and by DMs. And not everything is going to end up as an actual project, but some of them do. So
I kind of just wanted to add to what Peter was saying. Like, we don't decide what to do based on like what our employers tell us to do, or some kind of central Bitcoin Core roadmap. Those things don't exist in Bitcoin Core, and it's very free form, and everybody gets to work on whatever they're interested in, and that's kind of by design and something that we want. We don't want central control, but that means that all of us, and surprisingly Peter included, experience the frustration of like not having other people care about our work, or our work not going somewhere because we weren't able to convince other people to prioritize it over the other 300 PRs that are open to the repo. And I think all of us, every single one of us, goes through just days where we're really, really frustrated by this. And it means that going out and convincing other developers and the public that the problems we're working on are meaningful and valuable is a part of our job.
I'm curious, like, so you mentioned, like, we're not necessarily influenced by our employers or anything like that, but how influenced are you by just sort of public discourse? And, like, are you kind of thinking deeply about, like, okay, I have my personal interest in this or my personal priorities in this, but maybe this is what I'm hearing the most, you know, the community is clearly calling out for a resolution to XYZ problem. Maybe that's what I should be focusing on. Like, where does that work for you guys, that line?
The loudest opinion is not always the most correct one.
So I mean, I think it really depends on what you mean by user or public, because there's many stakeholders. So like the kind of stuff that I work on often isn't hot button, like it's not a parameter that you choose or whatever, a switch. It's like package relay, right? And people don't know. Like if you asked what a random person wanted on the Bitcoin network, they'd say, you know, a faster horse or you know, like that kind of thing, right? Yeah,
Number
exactly,
go up.
right? Number go up, right? And I can't do that. But what I can do is do research into what people are trying to build and then take that feedback and connect with those people, like identify who you're working for, so to speak, or in interfacing with them and trying to learn what you can and integrating that into kind of the solution set you're looking at.
Historically, I think SegWit is a good example where what I worked on was very much influenced by the public discourse at the time. I think since then that's been much less the case. I feel like I've been just picking interesting research projects more independently.
I'm curious also, kind of moving a little bit more deeply into sort of how you interact with other contributors' work. What's the review process like for getting things merged into Bitcoin Core? Like, could you share that process a little bit as far as you understand it?
Every morning I pray to the review gods and sacrifice a goat, hoping that review will fall from the sky onto my PRs. It's hard. There's a lot of begging. There's a lot of hoping.
Even amongst, like, you know, folks who are arguably probably affiliated all the time and close colleagues, it's still challenging.
Yes, yes. Including, you know, like we review a lot of the same areas of code, but I still, you know, I can't force Greg to review my PR. Yeah, it's a lot of trying to convince people, and you know, even just coordination is difficult across time zones and organizations, and people have different priorities.
And expertise as well. Bitcoin Core is a massive code base, and most people have an area of expertise. So really, I couldn't go and review every single PR that is currently opened. Some people can, but there is only a few.
I don't think so.
I mean, it really depends on what it is too, the scope of it, what it's touching, how big it is, how motivated it is, and some people get tripped up setting out a clear goal, an end goal for what they want to do with this like specific change. So setting like a clear, like, this is the end of this project, and just making bite-sized steps tends to be kind of one of the biggest strategies that actually gets success.
Maybe we've not really been answering the entirety of your question, because you were asking about a process. I think, well, largely is you have people writing code, largely self-directed, and you have people reviewing those codes. So, some are regular reviewers, others are more occasional or passerbys, but I think sort of the gold standard is 3 acts from reputable reviewers. Of course, that will depend on what kind of change it is. If it's a typo being fixed in a documentation, it'll either be merged immediately or closed immediately, versus if it's, you know, an overhaul of an entire subsystem somewhere, maintainers will expect much more buy-in from more than that. But
right.
And compared to, I think, most open source projects and corporate code, this is a very high number.
How many reputable reviewers are there in total?
Depends for what area.
Yeah, like I don't think I've ever seen this in other software projects where reviewers will like have the commit hash that they reviewed and act that. Some people sign their acts with a signature, and all of these acts are included in the merge message for any PR, which this also needs to be signed by one of several keys. And that, like, I don't think I've ever seen any even open source project have such a like high bar for review.
What's the impact of a knack from a reputable reviewer?
High.
It depends on the motivation, right? I think as our guidelines actually state, like a knack without justification may be ignored. And we try to come to agreement in understanding, and if a knack is because like I don't know, this code is silly, whatever. Okay, a reputable reviewer isn't going to leave such a comment. But I think just straight out knacks are rare. Like generally, from people who regularly contribute to the process, you want to avoid that. You want to, you know. Okay, maybe you completely disagree with an approach, but generally you'll try to suggest alternatives or work with a person or whatever too.
Which can be an issue as well, because we might be reluctant to go and knack a pull request when sometimes it's pretty much the best allocation of resources, because the person is going to, like, you're just going to come, raise some concerns with the pull request and maybe nudge them toward a different approach that you haven't explored yourself. So you feel like it might be better, and then the person is going to spend time working toward this approach, and actually it was actually not a good idea to begin with.
When you're kind of evaluating the silliness of a knack, are you evaluating that based on sort of the ideological, like are people offering knacks or acts based on ideological purposes, or is it just strictly technical? Is that sort of the cultural norm?
If someone introduces, I don't know, an auto update in how we ship code, it's going to get a strict knack from on ideological ground, but it doesn't happen.
Does that get tricky? Like in terms of defining like appropriate ideological grounds as like what is ACK versus knack?
I think the line between ideological and technical is not like as it's blurry, as Antoine pointed out, and it's not like there's some kind of like commandment like thou shalt not knack for ideological reasons. Like there's no like guideline for making decisions, and it's not a voting process. It's not like two people said ACK and two people said knack. Like when you are deciding whether or not something has enough review for merge, you're weighing the merits of the arguments against each other, not the number of people on either side, and that's the judgment call that maintainers have to make.
And to be clear, acts can be much less justified, right? The act can be, I reviewed the code, it looks good, go.
And by the way, the vast majority of PRs don't have like an ideological component. Like most PRs that are merged are like CI is red, fix intermittently failing tests due to a race condition in it. Or like there is a bug in this thing, like change the integer so that it doesn't overflow, or like sanitizer found this like thing that's wrong, like don't compare signed and unsigned integer. You know, like a lot of it is not ideological. You know, it's not like the Church of Signed Integers says whatever.
Okay, so that's what did you want to add to that, Greg?
I thought that was a shot at Craig Wright right there.
No, I was going to say that's the perfect segue into my next sort of set of questions, which is how does this process change when we're talking about a soft fork activation?
I feel like Bitcoin Core is the last station for the soft fork train. So most people, like if you have a soft fork that does not have consensus among the industry and the community, people are just not going to engage with your pull request. If you just come and like, oh, here is code for my soft fork, you know, like, it's pretty obvious when something has consensus and when it doesn't.
I think for broader ecosystem things like consensus rules or even peer-to-peer protocol changes, even if it's as innocuous as like, let's add, you know, version 2 addresses to support Tor v3, like that seems, you know, fairly simple, but that's a broader ecosystem conversation to have, which is why I think for the last at least 12 something years, like those discussions are meant to happen on the Bitcoin dev mailing list. And I think since the mailing list has closed, we've maybe had some trouble figuring out what the new forum is going to be, well, whether it's delving or the Google group or whatever. But for as long as I can remember, those kinds of conversations aren't really appropriate to have on a forum that is moderated by the Bitcoin Core GitHub organization, because first of all, you don't want that much power, you don't want that power, and also this is so much bigger than just Bitcoin Core software. So I'm interpreting the question as like, what if, you know, what about like conversations that are much bigger? And yeah, they're not supposed to happen in Bitcoin Core.
I'm curious, so there are a couple of people in this room that I know that are working on soft fork proposals. I'm curious, like, you know, there's broad sort of understanding, I mean, at least to my understanding, that like there's no clear way to actually work towards, you know, making these kinds of proposals and getting these activations to happen. I know, Peter, you probably have the most experience with this of anyone on stage. And I'm curious if you have any kind of like learnings or thoughts based on your experience working with this process. Like, how would you recommend somebody who wants to propose a major soft fork activation even begin to manage that?
Starts like the activation is probably the very last stage in this question, but yeah, I don't know to answer there. Like I've personally been involved in a number of soft fork proposals in the past, and I want to make it clear, I think of the work on making the research and development that goes into this as like contributing to the Bitcoin protocol, and I see that as a different role than Bitcoin Core development. I've personally been involved in both, but there are certainly people in the ecosystem who just do protocol development and don't do specific implementation in any software project. And similarly, there are many contributors to Bitcoin Core who just work on getting the CI green and getting the unsigned integers to pass, and who have seemingly no interest in discussions about protocol changes. But so as far as protocol changes go, it's been pretty surprising to me how the process has really been different every time, or rather that there is no, like, both the social aspect and the technical aspect have been like the ecosystem has so much, every time there was like a couple years in between, and the ecosystem changed completely, and the concerns that got brought up are different, and so
there's no roadmap.
There's no roadmap, and I think this is kind of inherent to the fact that we don't want, you know, an authoritarian leader to make the decision for, well, this is the direction the protocol is going to go in, but then what is the process? I don't know. Getting many people on board early helps. To avoid bike shedding, you don't want to involve everyone immediately. You start with a smaller group and start developing an idea, and then grow the number of people you get involved. This has worked in the past, but just as a matter of personal policy, I don't want to be involved in any future fork or consensus changes in Bitcoin. So I think it's time for other people to do that.
We've seen with some recent sort of soft fork proposals, I think more involvement of kind of the broader Twitter sphere, if you will, like some public marketing of these things. I'm wondering kind of your guys' thoughts about that. Like as core developers, do you have like opinions about that? Does that hurt, harm? Like what is do you have points of view about that?
So not as a core developer, because that's, again, it's more like protocol stuff. I do think that there's stages, kind of loose stages of who you're trying to convince. And I think, I'm not against hat wearing, but sometimes you can put the hat wearing before you convince like the next broader group you're supposed to convince, right? There's a group of people that are excited about something. Now you need to convince the next slightly larger circle, whether that's like, you know, not the people who are first movers in this protocol direction, maybe the second movers, then maybe the hobbyists, maybe reach out to people who have other thoughts about soft forks and try to really make sure that you validate kind of, first of all, your own excitement, sanity check that, as well as get other people excited. Because the important thing is you need to get people excited about it, otherwise it will die.
Any other thoughts about that from the group?
I don't know, I guess it brings potentially funding for more research as well, which is always good to have, but it also can bring funding for harassment campaigns, which is bad, so can be good, can be bad.
Pros and cons. Antoine, I have a question for you, actually. I know you're working on security disclosures. This is something we chatted about last night, and sort of you kind of mentioned that there's been some historical challenges with Bitcoin Core developers sort of effectively communicating upgrades to sort of the broader developer community. I'm wondering if you could touch a little bit on some of the communications challenges that you think core devs have with, again, the broader Bitcoin community, and you know how you see those being addressed.
Sure. I just want to absolutely differentiate the work I do on consensus with the recent drama. It's like my consensus proposal is very, very different. It's a whole different level than changing small policy change. So with regard to communication, it does not mean, though, that other changes do not need to be communicated properly. I think it piggybacks also to Gloria's earlier points about the lack of formal organization around what Bitcoin Core wants to prioritize or wants to actually get done, because it means that it also prevents effective communication, because if we don't know what we want to do, there is no we, there is no we. So if you don't have a we, you can't have a proper communication. If you don't have a proper communication, it gives an edge to anyone that is interested in dunking on you.
How do you solve for this? Is there no solve?
In the past, I advocated for more formal organization of Bitcoin Core because I believe it will help us to achieve more, to have... This is a spectrum, right? On one end of the spectrum, you have total formal organization, hierarchical organization, and on the opposite side of the spectrum, you have complete anarchy. Anything can just get in the software as long as it's got enough review from reputable people. I think neither end of the spectrum are good, and I think we're too far on the anarchy side of the spectrum at the moment. It prevents us from effectively communicating and prioritizing. But I think it's more something to discuss within the group of contributors at the moment.
I think a lot of times we conflate decentralization with disorganization, in that I think people are really concerned about appearing to look like they're trying to control things, which I think is a very valid, kind of directionally I agree with, but there are clearly things that require coordination and a group doing things as a unit, like security disclosures and making sure that those things are handled properly, that they are kept secret until appropriate, that they're patched and then communicated to the users to upgrade, and then you later tell them why you told them to upgrade. And of course, giving credit to the people who disclosed it and patched it. These are all, they're very basic security practices, really, from a software point of view. But that kind of requires there to be some central planning, right? And over quite a long period of time, sometimes. Similarly, with communication, I think there are so many core devs, including myself, who just don't feel comfortable ever trying to speak on behalf of the group, no matter how obvious the statement is. And so, and a lot of them, frankly, don't want to be on social media being harassed by the kinds of people that are usually on social media, and so don't do that work. But it's also, clearly, as we see very recently, when nobody does it, like maintenance, like security, like all of the other things that keep the lights running, if nobody does it, then you have this gaping hole and this problem that manifests itself in what we've been seeing recently.
And maybe actually, if you want me, I can go through how it came to happen, because it's a good example of the lack of organization. It's just,
You mean this week? What happened this week?
what happened with the security disclosure?
Oh.
How it came to be. It's an example of just emergent processes. Started contributing more actively to Bitcoin Core, and I don't even remember. We started discussing at some developer meetups about security disclosures and how we wanted to handle them, and then talking to more senior developers in the project. They were like, yeah, we don't have any specific standards right now. And then 6 months later, we had another core dev, another contributor was interested as well, Niklas Goga, who has found a number of vulnerabilities in Bitcoin Core, and we got together and we went to the old timers and say, well, what can we do? And they were like, well, we can potentially go through all the previous reports that we had that were already public and try to inform from this data our decision of how to have a standard moving forward. So we went back home from the meetup, then we organized a group chat, then we had calls, video calls, where we went through all the reports and said, all right, what if we have this report right now? How do we treat it? How long do we want to withhold the information? How do we publish it? Where do we publish it? How do we categorize it? How do we archive it? And then we actually did it eventually for all the historical issues, and we went through the process of publishing them, and then now we are doing it for newer reports as well, from new vulnerabilities that were disclosed after we have established this process. But it was just a process of just, hey, what do we do? And we just started doing it as a subgroup of the whole group. It was not, we didn't get all together in a room and say, oh, we need a disclosure policy, and we are going to affect this working group to do the disclosure policy. It was just people trying to do something useful.
I'm curious, just sort of on the topic of communications/anarchy. I think we should get into a little bit of what happened this week. Gloria told me that it was appropriate to ask Antoine to just tell the story from his point of view. So, Antoine, you're still on, and then we'll... What happened, Antoine, from your point of view?
Well, Lisa wanted to sell a lot of Bitcoin Plus tickets. Well, I feel like I'm talking a lot, but it's also, again, a very good example of emergent process, because I just went to Bitcoin, the MIT Bitcoin Expo, where I met this guy, founder of Citria, and who blew my mind, basically, because of the apparent lack of communication between application developers and protocol developers, because they had spent probably a year or more designing a protocol that worked around a bunch of restrictions we had at the protocol level. So started by telling me, oh yeah, well, we are, to optimize in our round transactions, we have very large transactions, a few hundred kilobytes. I was like, but that's not standard. I was like, oh yeah, well, we just use Slipstream. I was like, what? And then he just kept on giving. Oh yeah, and we have this transaction. It has 1,000 dust output. What? Do you eventually spend them? No, there are 0 set outputs, and that's not standard. Oh yeah, that's through Slipstream as well. Oh, and we have the second stage transaction that where we didn't have enough bytes in the up return, so we just used unspendable type-read outputs to store data. And I was, wait, hold on. Can we try to fix those problems? And if we take them by order of importance, I think the second one is the more important, and then the first one about very large transactions for reasons that maybe Peter and Gloria can go into more than I can. And then the third one was the least important, the one about the up return, but also the easiest one to fix. It was obvious that we had a restriction in the Bitcoin Core standardness rules that was not binding anymore. It was not constraining anybody. But because they had time-sensitive transactions, and for this kind of transaction, they couldn't use Slipstream, they had to go through the public censorship-resistant relay network, they wanted to be standard compliant. And for them, it didn't cost them anymore to just use unspendable type-read outputs that is harmful to the rest of all the Bitcoin users. So they just went for it. And so I just went back in the train back to New York, or shortly after, I just emailed the mailing list saying, well, we should drop this standardness restriction because we introduced these limits in the protocol and they distorted incentives, and they're incentivizing people to do more harmful behavior. So we just stopped that. We had some discussion on the mailing list. Then eventually I emailed Peter Todd to reopen his pull request that he had a year or two ago about removing the up return standardness limit, because it was like,
Did you pay him?
I did not, but I still got refunded yesterday.
So he paid you.
Yes, I emailed him kind of like, you were right kind of moment, because he advised to do it 2 years ago, because people are going to work around those limitations that are not binding anymore and are going to do more harmful stuff. Well, you were right, they did it. So now, not because of CTRA itself, but because it was proven right and it's going to incentivize new protocols to just do more harmful stuff, it's like the best time to do it was 2 years ago. The next best time is now. So that was my point, and then, yeah, what ensued.
I think it's worth commenting a bit on how the world has changed since that limit was introduced, because I used to be strongly in favor of this limit. We're talking 10 plus years ago. I don't remember the exact date, but at the time, Bitcoin blocks were not consistently full. People were building solutions like putting wallet backups on the chain. It was a small ecosystem where there were serious concerns about if suddenly the floodgates go open and blocks will be an order of magnitude bigger than they are, this will massively increase the costs for running a node. There was no pruning yet, the software was much less efficient. And so I think in that context, it made perfect sense to nudge people away from things that could harm the, growing ecosystem at a time. And, since then, the network just grew organically, massively, and blocks have been consistently full for the past 8 years-ish. Not all the time, but substantial portions of the time. During the time, blocks have been consistently full. So, to me, it feels like that rule that was there was there to prevent blocks from increasing resource costs to everyone. But that is the case anyway, whether those transactions go in or not. And so that plus the harmful behavior of incentivizing private rails towards miners that make it harder for nodes to reason about transactions, see my talk yesterday, impacted compact block relay and so forth. This has outlived his usefulness, and it's time to get rid of it.
I think it's worth noting that when Peter Todd opened his PR in 2023, the thoughts that we have today about not wanting to incentivize people to use accelerator, slipstream type services, that was already definitely in the minds of a lot of contributors. But like that PR, like a lot of policy PRs around that time, was essentially brigaded to death. Basically the same thing happened 2 weeks ago as 2 years ago, where lots and lots and lots of people from Twitter came to the PR and posted huge walls of text, and then people who voiced certain opinions were screenshotted and put on Twitter and dragged to the whipping post and called destroyers of Bitcoin and things like that. And I think I remember that PR or some other policy PR around that time was locked as well. And so, even the people who wanted to say something in support of this PR very much did not feel comfortable doing so. And so I think it's really bad when we just went over the whole idea that Bitcoin Core PRs are supposed to be reviewed in this meritocratic process where the arguments are evaluated across each other, and also the fact that this is entirely voluntary and there are 300 other PRs that nobody is obligated to weigh in on a PR where just because they have an opinion or are the expert in that code area. And so I think this time we didn't want that to be the case, because I think the process broke down 2 years ago. Peter Todd was right 2 years ago, but we weren't able to conduct the meritocratic decision-making process in public that we usually want to do. I say we as if there is a we, but it didn't play out the way that a typical PR would play out because Twitter came.
Because
basically. Yeah, basically. And so I think, and that wasn't the only PR at the time. There were PRs that were pointing out that the filters were not a very good prescriptive template for what is good/bad network resources rise, right? Somebody had a PR being why is bare multisig standard? Because it was haphazardly created in the decentralized process of Bitcoin Core contributions, right? And I think it was quite sad to see that the decision-making process was breaking down 2 years ago, and we wanted to not give in to that again. And so we tried something moderation-wise. I don't think we did a perfect job. I think there were mistakes that were made. But the goal was to try to still preserve the civil technical discourse that you would hope to be able to have on a Bitcoin Core PR.
And to underline the point, it's how I think most contributors see it is that we fail to prioritize the vast silent majority of Bitcoin users because of a loud minority. And you might disagree with the opinion of most contributors on the project, but I think that's how they see it, me included. We're trying to find a process such as we can weigh the interest of all people. Bitcoin Twitter is a tiny minority of Bitcoin users. And a tiny minority of Bitcoin Twitter is loudly against the change. And I think, me included, well, I might have been dismissive of some of the concerns that was raised, and we can do better on the communication front. But in terms of actions, how we see it is really we should prioritize the interest of all Bitcoin users and not only a tiny minority.
So, I mean, would you say broadly there were specific things that happened last week that you would defend, but maybe there are other things that you would do differently? Like if you were going to redo last week, what would you do differently? And what would you say, no, these are the reasons why we made these decisions and we stand by them?
It's hard. Moderation is really hard. And thank you to the people who do moderation on Bitcoin Core. These are software engineers who love to write code and are instead reading flame wars and making really hard decisions as people who are usually free speech absolutists. I wrote up a big tweet about why moderation is necessary in online forums, and especially necessary in the online forum that is our GitHub repository where code review happens. There's active moderation every day because you guys don't see it, but there's lots of spam that is open to the repository. And I think nobody ever has problems with the kinds of deletion, or not deletions, but like closing that happens when people are like, you guys are terrorists, or like change the supply cap to 50 million because 50 is a better number. You know, like there's lots and lots of daily spam. I would stand by the fact that people were pushed to outside forums, like the Google group or Delving/mailing list, because a lot of the conversations were not really Bitcoin Core specific. Like I said, should be wider ecosystem. Bitcoin Core does not want to be able to moderate the broader ecosystem conversations, and is not the only stakeholder or piece of software that's relevant in those conversations. There was, I think we made a mistake where like the people who were moderating weren't totally on the same page about what locking should mean. And there was kind of like a philosophical difference. One of the moderators felt that it should still be the case that contributors can still review, like regular contributors. So I think probably a lot of people saw the unlock and then ACK and then relock that happened within 1 minute. We had a discussion, that was a mistake. We fucked up, all right? I admit that. And I don't know, you can see this as like a formal apology or whatever. And we tried to fix it by deleting the comment because the purpose of the lock was to make sure that nobody can comment. As just like a cool down. Like this is a common like moderation thing. There's just like hundreds of comments coming in. The moderators is like, don't know what to do. There's just too much volume. It's too heated. It's like trending on Twitter or whatever. We should just like lock it. Nobody can comment, not the frequent contributors, not the maintainers, nobody. And just like everybody just like fucking chill for 24 hours.
Cool off period.
Yeah, and then hopefully like also push the discussion to the more appropriate forums. So yeah, that's like what I would say. One thing I'd defend, and one thing I'd say we fucked up.
I would say one thing is should have been clearly kind of conveyed that this is not a rush. This change, I see a lot of people thinking that was already merged immediately, or that Peter Todd has some magical power over the maintainers, or,
Peter Todd banned people, right?
Pull requests take months and months and months. If you've been involved in the process, you know that. I have one open right now as a competitor to Peter Todd's, and that's like, it might get closed, and that's fine with me. It's just, I would urge patience because we're not in a rush here.
Yeah, we're not in a rush, and since I was the instigator and you asked what we could do differently, well, first of all, it's it's easy to see in hindsight, but I genuinely did not expect this to be that contentious. So first of all, we need to recognize what issue is going to be contentious. And if it's going to be contentious among large parts of the Bitcoiners, which is Bitcoin enthusiast community, let's say, I think we should go to great length to explain why we do what we are going to do, but then there is a we in this sentence. So it needs, instead of just me sending an email to the list and 10 days later send an email to Peter Todd to open the pull request, maybe I should bring it up during a meeting. Maybe we can put up a blog post on the Bitcoin Core website explaining how we see these kind of things, discuss it on Twitter, and then eventually open the pull request so that we diffuse the drama, especially from the perception, as Greg mentioned, that it was rushed. I think a lot of people got the perception that it was a done deal, that it arrived on Twitter as if, oh, the core dev just did this. Well, first of all, it was completely blown out of proportion compared to the actual change that it is. But it was also, yeah, they're rushing this down your throats, and we can diffuse this perception by communicating in advance, which requires coordination among the project and vision of what is going to be contentious on it.
Okay, this is my final question on this particular topic. So, I mean, would you guys sort of give, I believe one of you told me last night that there's sort of like a formal moderation policy written in the GitHub. Guideline, not policy. It's loose. I don't know if you could sort of give like a little bit of a TLDR, but I mean, how would you guys define appropriate discourse in the repo versus not? I mean, like, is it sort of subjective in terms of how you define spam or block people from the repo, or how do you make sort of distinctions? What are you hoping to see from people in terms of what constitutes productive dialogue?
So I'm not a moderator, but I can speak to how the GitHub UI really sucks, and how, as a contributor, when you get hundreds of comments, it makes it impossible to actually iterate on a PR. And so I think, to me, part of moderation is not to kill people's voices, but to minimize the harm it does on that process as well. I don't know how exactly to do that, but that's one thing I have in mind, because I've had multiple PRs where I looked at Peter Todd's PR recently. I'm like, I can't even tell what's going on. I don't know, has the code changed? Who said what? I have no clue. And this is like a meta comment, I guess. Just like whatever the moderators do, they're kind of confined to working within whatever GitHub gives them as far as like controls and interface.
Imagine being a maintainer and having to go through all the comments.
Yeah, and I'm not a maintainer, which I'm very glad for.
I agree.
I think we should see the Bitcoin Core GitHub page as our workspace. It is by design and deliberately transparent to the extent we can, but it is our workplace, and if it's being invaded to an extent that people can't do their work, there is something wrong. And yes, it is open to the public. Like, people can open issues and voice their views, but it is a place for technical discussion, not for accusing people of bad faith or making legal threats or once it gets to that point, it's a place for technical discussion and cool down or go elsewhere.
Which, maybe for context as well, we had 2 weeks before this drama happened of someone continuously harassing us of legal threats on the repo. Years, but he was pretty active in the past 2 weeks on the BIPs repo, right? We had all these moderation discussions, and
he was the reason for moderation.
Yeah, he was the reason that we introduced moderation in the first place.
No, moderation has existed for a very, very long time.
Okay, for more
standards.
Yeah, kind of the more gray area stuff. Yeah.
All right, Walton, can you give me a time check right now?
We have till 5, so 10 more minutes.
Oh man, yikes. Okay, that went faster than I thought it was. I do want to make sure that people have opportunity to ask questions, so I might just dive into Q&A. I wanted to chat about projects, but hopefully you guys saw their presentations. Yeah, go ahead. Okay, great.
Transaction ordering is
1 and 2.
So I don't know if this is off topic, but so it seems like this controversy started with unspendable outputs, right? So this has been a problem since before SegWit and kind of influenced the way SegWit was developed. So is this a problem worth fixing? And if so, if you're, and a second part to this question is, if you're removing the limits on op return, is there still a point to having the SegWit discount?
It seems orthogonal. If you really,
I can speak to why the SegWit discount exists is because data and inputs is less costly to the network. It doesn't go in the UTXO set. It's ephemeral. So that was a justification for, at the time, the ecosystem very much desired higher capacity, and the discount was a way of giving that in a way that wasn't as bad as just a straight up capacity increase.
Or extension block.
Yes. And does it allow more data storage? Well, yes, obviously.
Yeah, but if you're removing the limits on op return, couldn't that data just go in op returns instead? Because before there was still restrictions on op return, right? So people were making unspendable outputs to get around, like people will always want to put data in a transaction. They're going to figure out how to do it. So yeah, so like, is it worth fixing unspendable outputs? And if we are going to allow an arbitrary amount of data to be put in the output of a transaction using op returns, let's say it's the proper way to do it because we can't prune that from the UTXO set, then do we still need a SegWit
the data
discount?
that goes in the witness is equally pruned.
Yeah, but the SegWit, that data gets a discount. So, but I guess I thought the point of that discount was to disincentivize people from putting it in the outputs. But if now you can put in an unlimited amount of data in the outputs, as long as it's an op return, then what's the point of having a discount for the witness?
Can a random audience member jump in?
Yes, please.
Sure.
Give it a shot.
Wait, but it's used for a lot more than data.
Also, sorry. Maybe before he goes, the big difference here is that we were discussing a limit by standardness. Like large op returns are valid today by consensus. It was possible to use, and they have been used on the network. There's blocks with large op returns, and the witness discount is by consensus. Just to.
And we can't give a discount to outputs without a hard fork to pair that together, I guess.
Well, I think at like a higher level, like the core selling point of the witness, from what I remember back in those discussions, was incentives. Like an input is just way bigger than an output. And when you're paying for fees based on the byte space you're using, there's always going to be an economic incentive to fragment an existing high value UTXO you have rather than condense smaller value ones. So it doesn't completely make it one-to-one, but it aligns those costs a lot closer than they were.
Maybe another point to make, like after SegWit, it became cheaper to, bytes were cheaper in the witness. I'd expect very few op returns at that point because the same argument would apply for a discount there, but it just can't be done through the same technical means. It just turns out to be the case that the crossover point for where it becomes cheaper to store something in the witness versus to storing it in an output is just slightly bigger, like 140 bytes-ish. So I think the whole op return question is just entirely irrelevant to someone who wants to store large amounts of data. And like, does that answer your question a bit?
Well, then what about unspendable outputs? Like, is that worth fixing?
What problem?
What do you mean?
Unprovably unspendable, or which kind?
Oh yeah, are you
like
talking about
like UTXO bloat?
Yeah.
Yeah, like you can create outputs that are unspendable, but you don't know that they're unspendable,
Yeah.
so you can't prune them. Like
Yeah.
that's been an
Yeah.
exploit for the longest time.
It's not an exploit. It's a resource usage, and we have constraints on the resources, and the relevant constraint for this is the block size. So the block size fundamentally limits the growth of the UTXO set, but that's all you can do.
Similarly, you can create a spendable output and never spend it.
I have a question. I like what Antoine said earlier about maybe some lessons learned and application devs. I wouldn't. It's like protocol to protocol, but I actually consider that like an application on top of Bitcoin, even though it's still protocol. Maybe conferences being also cool places for y'all to meet, but especially if you don't meet otherwise. But one thing I feel like you didn't address was any sort of like lessons learned or anything that we can take away is if you mentioned NACs have a strong presence, and if you have a stonewall knacker that isn't willing to budge, I don't really feel like y'all talked about what historical precedents of what happens then, or how do y'all dispute resolution within core typically. I'd be curious to hear what's happened in the past and what happens when you have someone just dead set on not wanting to agree on a certain thing, not willing to budge. With the context that this person has historically been a contributor or prominent or something like this.
Well, again, it's not really about like the number of people acking or knocking. Like if this person continues knocking and their argument doesn't really make sense or their concerns have already been addressed, and like I think it's fine to not have to ask them to retract their knock. Like the process, it's not a voting process. Yes, reputation somewhat matters, but at the end of the day, if you're just knocking for no reason, then the knock doesn't matter. Even if you bring lots of Twitter people on.
I really like what Antoine said about the almost like a baton pass from the protocol dev to the application dev, like that understanding. I think there's not enough communication, like you guys said. Maybe you guys ship something amazing, for example, Miniscript, and people don't know exists, so they're demanding soft forks with maybe some capabilities that they could do in the meantime without their proposal needing to be soft forked in. I remember Steve Lee, Mike Schmidt, and John Newberry used to do Taproot workshops, things like that. Have you guys thought of any like sort of developer relations to help the communication between the protocol devs and the app devs?
I love this question.
Well, there's like it's like Mike and like Dave Harding are still doing OpTech, and they are still like creating amazing content every single week. And I've always thought of like, they're doing DevRel. There's no like Bitcoin Core should hire a DevRel person because there is no Bitcoin Core hiring process. But yeah, I think OpTech deserves a lot more publicity than it gets, really. Go and follow and retweet what OpTech does. But yeah, I think there's definitely more room for more communications. But I think all of us do some communication in some way, shape, or form. That's why we come to conferences, for example, to talk about our work. And
learn about others.
Yeah.
Work.
Yeah, I think everyone, it's different from a normal company, right? Where like you are a DevRel or you are a software engineer and you go to conferences and you don't, right? I think everybody wears different hats at different times based on whatever thing it is that they care about. And there are holes in some places, but yeah, I think we also feel frustrated when we go to a conference and like nobody's there to listen to the talk, or like OpTech makes like Merch and I did a Waiting for Confirmation series on Optech. It was 10 blog posts over 10 weeks where we talked about Mempool, why it exists, policy, why it exists, history, and we like named all of the policies essentially and giving their rationale. And we were like, we worked really hard on that stuff and pretty much nobody read it. And then it becomes relevant year after year as things are very controversial in the Mempool policy realm. But yeah, so like, you know, communication's a two-way street. You meet in the middle, and I think we can do more in some ways, and it would be nice if people read things.
Also, that's Greg's job.
Always.
You've been working on second layer protocols and trying to see what the needs on the layer one side, like you work with Mempool to adapt to.
Yeah. Yeah.
Speaking of learning from other people's work, you mentioned there were three sort of problems with the Citrea protocol, and OpReturn was sort of the least important. What were the other two, and what are the mitigations for that?
So I can't speak for the exact numbers, but there's a trade-off in like how much capital is being locked up in the system. We have 1 minute left. 1,000 dust outputs. Maybe you can do a lot less. You already had a talk, didn't you? Yeah. There's like lots of dust, a big transaction to disprove like a proof. It's like a size like 4 megabytes. And those are the two other ones pretty much. And those should be done very rarely at least, right? So the regular happy path transaction flow is standard.
So is there no mitigation?
They're going to clean up the dust.
The very big transactions, the difficulty with those is that as soon as transactions become bigger and bigger, the bin packing problem of maximizing fees by miners becomes harder. As long as transactions are small relative to the size of a block, this is a negligible problem. And we like to maintain the ability for the entire network to be on equal footing and not, you know, if you can invest in better algorithms and better reasoning as a miner than you can do at the public network, we run in the same kind of problems that everything hard in the Mempool is.
Excuse me? About which topic? Oh, so no, that's a separate topic. But yeah, that's more like unilateral closed costs kind of talk, which is a little different. Yeah, but there's like just engineering constraints on these connector outputs they're making, and like they can hide some of it and not hide some of it, but then it costs them more capital. And it's like they're making these trade-offs because the kind of the API of the mempool doesn't match what they want, and so that's like a inherent tensions in resource usage, anti-denial of service, block building, and what they want to do, and that's like a continuing challenge.
And which maybe goes back to the drama this week is in this specific instance, they're trying to play nice and they are going to do work, additional work, to try and make that transaction stand out because we asked them kindly. But not everyone is going to do that, and if we are faced with people that just don't care about decentralization and don't care about other users of the network, the only option we have is to change the consensus rules. Or transaction size limits of fork.
All right, I think that's all we got.
Kickoff for Bitcoin++ Pool Edition. All right, everybody, welcome to towards the end of the second day of the best conference on the planet. This is Pool Edition. I'm super happy to be with you. Hey guys, we're going to kick off this event. Thanks so much. Super happy to be with you guys today to kick off the official hackathon for Bitcoin++ Pool Edition, Texas, Austin, Texas in 2025. Let's do it. So, if you've never been to a hackathon before, you're in for a real treat. Hackathons are build-a-thons. Yeah, we're not hacking into anything. Hackathons are a competition to build something net new with technology. Typically, they're 1 to 2 days to deliver an entire project, and ours is about 20 hours at this conference. Most technical conferences that you go to in Bitcoin will have hackathons, and for good reason. It's because they're amazing. Yeah, the vibe is that it's an all-out sprint to build. In addition, hackathons are an opportunity to learn something new, to ship an entire project in a weekend, or to work on something fun. They're amazing. Super excited we're doing them today. Okay, some housekeeping about the event we're planning, we're throwing, starting after this kickoff. So, first step that everybody needs to do is to join the Discord. If you're not in it already, this is a requirement. Everybody, please, if you're not in the Discord already, scan this, join it. This is the main communication hub for the hackathon specifically. So, yeah, join, and then in the onboarding, make sure that you select that you are a part of this event and not one of the other events we're throwing. So, yeah, once you're in there, introduce yourself, grab some roles. We have a few channels for the hackathon to offer you resources. If you have questions about the hackathon, this is the place to ask them. Fantastic. We're scanning, we're scanning. Take your time. Yeah, this is good. Show it, yeah. Yeah, remote participants should scan this as well if they want to join. Fantastic. All right, next thing to go over. We are using DevPost for our hackathon submission portal. The DevPost is our information hub and the submission portal. So all of the details for the hackathons, including information about the challenges and requirements for your project submissions, are on the DevPost. So the request is that you submit early so you do not forget. If you forget, unfortunately, you will not be qualified for the competition. You'll be disqualified. So scan this QR code to access the DevPost or go to pool.devpost.com. Still scanning? Awesome. There'll be another opportunity to scan that. Okay, hackathon, logistics, rules, and judgings. Let's go. So let's talk about how to get disqualified from our hackathon. So rule number 1, teams must have 1 to 4 members. That is 1 to 4 members. You can hack alone. You can hack with up to 3 other people. You can only be on a single team. Yes, you are not allowed to be on multiple teams, and your team can only submit a single project. At least 1 team member must be present in person to demo your project during the judging period. If no team members are present during the judging period, your team will be disqualified. We are doing in-person judging. This is an in-person hackathon. You must be in person to present to judges. And number 3, this is arguably the most important one. No development may start before the date and time of the hackathon, which is now. Any teams that violate this rule will be automatically DQ'd. If you are building on an existing project, that's okay, but you must make it very apparent in your submission, and you must tell judges exactly what was built during the hackathon. If it's ambiguous, you're probably going to be disqualified. So if you're building on an existing project, tell judges, hey, I built on this existing project. This is the modification I made. Make sense? We understand the rules? Awesome. We have an absolutely star-studded panel of judges. I say this at most hackathons, but it's the most true at this one. Super thankful for all of our judges for being a part of this event. It's going to be amazing, spectacular. These are the most qualified people in the industry to adjudicate hackathon projects. So thank you for being involved, judges. Judging criteria. How are the judges going to select the winners? at Bitcoin hackathons, we have 3 criteria that we judge your projects on. And we pull these criteria from the global standard for performance-based judging, the Olympic Women's Gymnastics Judging Panel. So we have 3 dimensions: routine difficulty, routine execution, and general effect. Routine difficulty involves evaluating the quality of your project idea. This is the potential impact of your idea as well as the ambition or scope of your project. So everything that you do before you start hacking, just all of the ideas that you put together that you're going to present or that you're going to try to hack on. The second category is routine execution. This is what you actually built, or your project achievement. Does it work? Are the people watching able to use it themselves? Is it live? Were you able to solve the problem you set out to solve? So yes, routine difficulty, your idea; routine execution, what you actually built; and then lastly, general effect. This is everything else: your presentation, your swag factor, your sparkle, in addition, applicability to the theme. The theme of this hackathon and conference is mempool and mining pools. While you're not required to build a project involving the mempool or mempools or mining pools, you get some brownie points for doing so. It's about 1/6 of the judging sheet, so you can totally win the hackathon without touching mempools or mining pools, but you will get a bonus if you do. Prizes and challenges. What are we competing for? Okay, so the main competition of our hackathon is open-ended. Again, anything involving Bitcoin is fair game. So you do not have to touch the mempool or mining to participate in the hackathon. However, if you do, you will get some bonus points, some minor bonus points for doing that. In addition to the overall first, second, third challenges, or in addition to the overall competition, we have some optional challenges with their own prizes attached. These are, we'll go over all of them in a moment, but submitting for challenges is optional, and all submissions will be automatically considered for the overall top prize. So you don't have to pick between any of the side challenges and the overall competition. You're encouraged to go for as many of these side challenges as you'd like. We have a massive prize pool of 10 million Satoshi in cash prizes to go for. But actually, that's not all, because we also have another 2 million Satoshis-ish in bit access to give out. Shout out Solo Satoshi to give out for giving us bit access. In addition, we also have 37 million Satoshis in conference tickets to give out to winners as well. So in total, that's the largest value of a prize pool in Bitcoin history of close to 50 million Satoshis. So we've got a lot of dough to give out, and there's a lot of incentive to compete in the hackathon. So let's go over the individual prizes. For the top overall, first, second, third place, we're giving out trophies, different amounts of Satoshis, Gamma bit axes, thanks again, Solo Satoshi, and Bitcoin tickets. That's a free ticket to any conference of choice. In addition, there will also be up to 6 teams getting an honorable mention. If you deserve a top prize, but there's other ones that are slightly better, then you can get one of these honorable mentions, and for that, you'll get trophies and Bitcoin tickets as well. Note, again, all projects are automatically considered for the top prize. The next prize that we'll be giving out is Most Ambitious. This is for a trophy and free tickets to future Bitcoin events. This prize, or its description, is for the project with the highest technical achievement and or most progress made. So if you're super ambitious, then you will, you did something very technically impressive, then you might win this prize. And again, all projects are automatically considered for most ambitious. Next is Best Design, for the project with the most intuitive, accessible, and visually appealing user experience. We thank our friends at the Bitcoin Design Foundation for running this challenge and helping use their design expertise to select the overall best designed project. Notes, again, all projects are automatically considered. The next prize is Quirkiest Hack. So we have a prize for if you build something particularly funny. Maybe you didn't win a top prize, but you made the judges chuckle as they saw your project. You could be eligible for, again, a trophy and free tickets to future Bitcoin events. And this one as well also is automatically considered. You do not have to specify that you're going for it. Next is Best Beginner Hack. So if every single member of your team is a first-time contributor to Bitcoin open source, or everybody's a student on the team, you are eligible for a prize. So even if you feel like you've never done this before and you can't compete, there is a prize just for you. For this prize, you must opt in on DevPost. This is one of the only ones at this event where you have to tell us that you're a beginner. We're not going to assume you're a beginner. So if you are a team of beginners, you must indicate on your DevPost submission that you are eligible for the best beginner hack, and then we'll verify it. But you have to tell us first that you are eligible for the best beginner hack prize. And yes, this prize is also a trophy and free tickets to future Bitcoin++ events. OK. That's all the prizes. Let's talk about the kickoff itself, some scheduling, and the support that we're offering for hackers. Design support. Again, we have our friends, our design expert friends at the Bitcoin Design Foundation supporting us at the hackathon. They have a Discord channel, Ask a Designer, where they can answer your design questions or do any design review. In addition, our friends at the Bitcoin Design Foundation are running 2 workshops tomorrow morning at 10 and 10:30 a.m. on this stage. So if you're here at 10 a.m., Jason's going to give a workshop on accessibility, and Sahil is going to give a workshop on general design practices. So if you want some design support or access to them and FaceTime to ask them questions, you should show up for those workshops tomorrow on this stage at 10 and 10:30 a.m. Team building. If we encourage everybody to hack with a team, it's always more fun to hack with friends. While you're welcome to hack alone, it is, again, always more fun to hack with friends. So if you want to find a team and you don't have one, come to the stage. We're doing another event right after this, so don't come to the stage immediately. There is a channel in our Discord called Find a Team. You should make a post there or look around. There's going to be a ton of people walking around. Be friendly. You can come talk to me directly if you have trouble finding a team, and I will find you a team. Schedule. OK, this is the most important slide. I recommend taking a picture or a screenshot or something because this has all of the important dates. These are on the dev post, but you're going to want to pay attention right now. So the hackathon kickoff is right now. After this, you are welcome to start working on your projects. The submission deadline, 2 p.m. tomorrow. 2 p.m. tomorrow on dev post. You must have your submission finalized, submitted, and you are no longer making edits to it by 2 p.m. on Friday, which is tomorrow. You are to report to the expo hall at 2:30 p.m. Even if you don't have to be here in person necessarily. You can hack at your hotel or wherever up until the submission deadline. But then afterwards, everybody's going to report to the expo hall, which is going to be rooms 1 and 2 over there to your right. It's going to be joined, and you need to report to the expo hall for announcements about the judging expo. This hackathon is using science fair style judging, so everybody's going to be presenting at a table, and judges are going to walk around with clipboards adjudicating projects. So for this, the judging expo will last 90 minutes from 3 p.m. to 4:30. You have a max of 3 minutes for your presentation. This is short. The recommendation is you practice and time yourself and get your pitch down. We got a lot of projects to get through. Judges are going to be busy. 3 minutes, they will cut you off. Finalists are announced at 5 p.m. So the judging expo, the expo style, is the preliminaries. The judges will converse and deliberate after the judging expo and select a panel of 6 finalists to move on to the next round. And the finalists will present on this stage right here. So at 5 p.m., finalists will be announced. And at 5:15, finalists will start their presentations. And if you make it to finals, then you'll have 5 minutes on stage to present, so a little bit longer. And finally, awards and closing is scheduled for 7 p.m. So finalist presentations will last about an hour, and then judges will deliberate and will announce awards on this stage and close off the conference at 7 p.m. Does anybody have questions about the schedule? Yes. For what? Okay, I'll fix that. But then in the below text, it's 2 p.m. Yeah, that's a time zone issue. I'll fix it. It's 2 p.m. 2 p.m. is the deadline. Cool. Moving on. That's basically it. The hackathon is kicked off officially. You can start hacking now. I recommend that you stay for the debate. The debate is going to be amazing, but immediately after the debate, you should find a team and get hacking. If you have any questions, come talk to me. Again, here's the Discord and the Telegram. If you don't have a team, find one. Happy hacking.
Ready to go. The Bitcoin ++ Oxford Debate Series, day number 2. Decided to do brief opening remarks again, but I promise no more American history lessons. I just thought it was interesting hearing people's comments on the first version of these that we did yesterday, and just how different it is from the debates we typically have in Bitcoin, whether those are online or even just like the panel style, and the trade-offs between the two different approaches. And obviously, there's a difference in what the participants have to do. There's a lot more work that you have to do when you are going to be participating in a debate like this, because it's much longer form, and you have to kind of think about the narrative arc of the whole argument that you're presenting. So obviously, very grateful to the participants, but it also asks a lot more of the audience members. You kind of have to do a lot more work to track the arguments, to understand what's going on, because it's not as kind of like quick back and forth addressing single points one at a time. You have to follow along as well. So I like to think of that as an advantage of this format. It forces us as an audience member to think a little bit, work a little bit harder than we otherwise would have, but I think that just makes us all better participants in this ecosystem. So thank you all for also participating. So for today's debate, the motion is ossification is a greater threat to Bitcoin than new upgrades. So ossification is a greater threat to Bitcoin than new upgrades. Okay, and in the affirmative, we have Jameson Lopp, Bitcoin educator and developer, co-founder and chief security officer of Casa. His writings and talks cover diverse topics ranging from personal security to privacy to quantum. And then in the negative, Lisa Nygett. Got that right, yeah? Founding engineer of Base 58, the engineering school built on the Bitcoin standard, longtime Blockstreamer, Lightning Spec contributor, and jet-setting conference organizer of Bitcoin++. So the structure is going to be basically the same as what we had yesterday, but obviously we only have one debater on each side, so there'll be a little bit more time for the opening statements, or for each section, because we won't be going as much back and forth. So opening statements will be 8 minutes each. Rebuttals, 6 minutes each. We'll do directed Q&A again, where I'll probably do some to kick things off and try and poke at some of the topics a little bit, and then we'll let time for some audience, and then closing statements at 6 minutes each. And now, again, this is a competition. There will be a winner at the end, and the way that we pick the winner is based off of the side that pulled more votes to their side by the end. So the goal is to actually change minds, not get the most number of votes. So the audience will vote before and after the debate. The greater percentage change between the first and the second votes determines the debate winner. This is being live streamed, and we are opening this up also to online votes, but we're keeping them separate. The winner is determined based off of the in-person votes, but we'll be able to see the votes that are going on online afterwards as well. So before I show that link one more time, the motion is ossification is a greater threat to Bitcoin than new upgrades. Okay, and you can cut the stream, and I'm going to show the... So, load it up, and let the voting begin. We'll give a couple minutes before we start off. Oh, and as we did yesterday, there's also the bingo cards. We did end up having a winner, although we did not have a winner. So the goal is blackout. So,
no blackout this time.
No blackout this time, so just a straight line.
Yeah, normal bingo.
Normal bingo. First person to get normal bingo wins. You can yell it out, but don't yell out anything else. We're going to try and give as much time to the debaters uninterrupted as possible. Yes, ossification is a greater threat. Pro-ossification, you can tell from the conservative. Yes. If you're being in favor of the motion is being anti-ossification. That make sense? Yes. Jameson is a dirty progressive. I am an objective moderator here, so despite the suit, I don't, I'm not trying not to take one side or the other. All right, any difficulty voting? Are we good to close it? Okay, everyone good? All right, so to start off in the affirmative, we will have Mr. Jameson Lopp.
Check, check. Very good. All right. Thank you. I am here to argue that ossification is a greater threat to Bitcoin than protocol upgrades. I believe that Bitcoin can only remain vibrant, relevant, and sufficiently decentralized in the long run through the willingness to implement sensible and broadly beneficial protocol improvements in a careful, consensus-driven manner. Ossification, to freeze the progress at our current point in time, is arrogant, ahistorical, and a rejection of the same visionary foresight that created Bitcoin in the first place. Thoughtful, continual evolution is key to Bitcoin's long-term value proposition. And I pose to you that digital gold is superior to physical gold precisely because it is not an inert object. Bitcoin today is 16 years old. It has undergone many consensus changes and upgrades. It's premature to assume that this particular point in time is the ideal stopping point. Ossification proponents should be able to explain why now, specifically, is the right time to stop improving Bitcoin. Why not 3 years ago, 5 years ago, 10 years ago? I pose to you that protocols need to adapt over time in order to remain viable. Just because Bitcoin is functioning well today does not guarantee that it will function well a decade from today. It's quite arrogant to believe that we can foresee every potential future problem and every potential future improvement from our current perspective today. And in fact, we should learn lessons from other popular network protocols like SMTP, the email protocol. If Bitcoin ossifies, then we should expect that developers will build increasingly complex, convoluted, and risky layers on top of it in order to meet the demand for missing functionality. Today, you can survey the landscape of layer 2 technologies that are being developed. Things such as Spider Chain, Collider VM, and even BitVM, which is one of the causes of the recent op return controversy. While we don't want to make Bitcoin a kitchen sink protocol, adding low-level functionality to the base layer can make sense if it significantly reduces the complexity of building functionality at higher layers. Many desirable features, such as covenants, vaults, and payment pools, require base layer upgrades. Building these in a clean way on the base protocol itself, I argue, is far superior to hacky overlays that may be tried to work in by developers that are trying to route around the current limitations. And a base layer that has more building blocks ultimately unlocks a new design space for Bitcoin as an ecosystem. Careful, well-tested upgrades that have been thoroughly debated and have reached community consensus do not undermine the property rights or Bitcoin's core stable money proposition. Rather, these upgrades can enshrine the will of the users instead of overriding them, because users are not forced to take advantage of new functionality if they find it uninteresting. And I believe that Bitcoin has far greater potential than what we have achieved thus far. I view the Bitcoin blockchain as a cryptographic accumulator for a wide variety of systems, many of which have not even been envisioned yet, that will be able to anchor into it. This is another fancy way of saying multi-layered architecture, much like the architecture of the internet itself. And where we are today, we have barely scratched the surface of what is possible. By ossifying today, when it's very difficult to build permissionless second layers, We are hamstringing our developers, and we are significantly limiting the experimentation to find the most valuable uses of this very scarce common good that we call block space. People often say, we don't need to change Bitcoin because we can just scale with other layers. And that would be great if it were true. But we don't have all of the primitive building blocks at the base layer needed to make it easy for our developers to fulfill the vision that we see being propagated as a narrative around social media. Now, historically, it's worth noting, we implemented 3 different consensus soft forks to enable 3 different building blocks at the base layer just in order to create the Lightning Network. Without the functionality that was enabled by those forks, the Lightning Network protocol would be far clunkier and the game theory not nearly as sound. And in the days before those forks activated, those early Lightning developers were building their software under the assumption that they would have that functionality available, because none of them really wanted to build the hobbled version of the network. And there are a multitude of other soft forks that we could implement. Things like SIGHASH AnyPrivOut that have the potential to supercharge the Lightning Network and allow things like channel factories, potentially giving us an order of magnitude more efficiency and scalability. There are forks that we could do to enhance things like privacy with cross-input signature aggregation. There are forks that we could do to create new functionality like covenants that could increase the security of our users who take self-custody via functionality known as vaults, things that enable reactive security, something that is not at all possible today with the current protocol limitations. That reactive security would allow you to recover from catastrophic security failures. And of course, scaling is an ever-present long-term issue and open question. I really like this quote from Greg Maxwell 10 years ago. Greg said, "If the system is too costly, people will be forced to trust third parties rather than independently enforcing the system's rules. And if Bitcoin blockchain resource usage relative to the available technology is too great, then Bitcoin loses its competitive advantages compared to legacy systems, because validation will be too costly, once again forcing trust back into the system. If capacity is too low and our methods of transacting are too inefficient, then access to the chain for dispute resolution will be too costly, once again forcing trust back into the system." I think that scaling sovereignty by taking advantage of technological progress is basically a freebie. It's an improvement granted to us by the aggregate results of all human civilization and ingenuity. And to throw that gift out the window is tantamount to shooting ourselves in the foot. The decentralization of verification, this was an inherent part of the block size war debate, and that's only one part of the story. Decentralization of economic actors, I argue, is at least as important to the long-term success of Bitcoin. And I think that we should remember it's not the will of the absolute number of nodes that determines consensus and the future of Bitcoin, but rather of the economic majority of nodes. And these economic actors include everyone from individuals to miners and transactors, custodians, and corporations. With Bitcoin as it is today, a maximum of, depending upon your assumptions, maybe 100 million people or entities around the world can access the fundamental properties of Bitcoin. With the world population around 8 billion, I expect this situation will result not in a new utopistic decentralized money that changes the landscape of value, but rather creates a new elite who, over time, may very well follow the age-old path of elite groups throughout history of initially creating prosperity before ultimately ending in bread and circuses. For the first time in history, Bitcoin has the potential to do more than merely shift power from one elite to another, but only if we continue to work towards maximum decentralization by improving the protocol and making Bitcoin's fundamental properties accessible to more people around the world.
Beautiful. All right. And now, to argue the negative, we have Lisa Nighet.
Hello, everyone. Jameson makes some really great points, but I think when we're talking about ossification, threats to Bitcoin are worthy things to talk about. The network depends on our ability as developers, technically gifted humans who truly understand the nature of what we're dealing with, to keep the system running and in working order. Threats to Bitcoin come in many forms. As an engineer and technologist, I tend to focus most on the technical side of Bitcoin, features and adoption, but there are social sides to features and changes that deserve consideration as well. We are told that we must change Bitcoin because if we do not, it will fail. No one knows what will cause Bitcoin to fail. We must not give in to fear in the face of obvious and continued success and adoption, to be hasty about making changes that are good enough instead of ones that aim to simplify and cut through to the heart of increasing Bitcoin's ability to be decentralized, a peer-to-peer value exchange. Keeping Bitcoin working and running with minimal attack surface as minimal attack surface as possible is a worthy goal. Bitcoin is valuable because it can be held by individuals. Bitcoin is valuable because, as a monetary network, it continues to work. You can send a transaction, it lands in a miner's pool, and miners continue today to produce blocks. Occasionally, a problem is found with the Bitcoin protocol. Satoshi famously deactivated a large swath of opcodes early in the project. He was worried that their inclusion and activation in the project would provide opportunity for a bad actor to attempt to take the network down. We, as developers and node runners, most important task is to keep Bitcoin running, preferably in a decentralized way, and accessibly such that anyone who wants to run a node is able to do so. We must continue to fix problems as discovered in the protocol. We should aim to improve the user experience of using Bitcoin, but we should not be hasty when doing them, as making the wrong changes is more dangerous than making the right changes slowly. We are not currently under attack or threat. The network is not regularly falling over. It is more likely the changes we make will destabilize the system than increase continued stability. Ossification isn't about refusing a future. It's a commitment to the core values that makes Bitcoin one of the strongest monies in the world. It's saying yes to building a strong foundation for decentralization and peer-to-peer monetary exchange. Anytime you change a working system, you risk breaking something. The obvious breaks are in the code or creating a vulnerability that allows for Bitcoin as a network to be knocked over or for funds to be taken without permission. But there are other breaks that you could make in the social contract, and those are ones that we should avoid. It is our duty as developers and engineers to maintain the system in working order. This means running nodes for ourselves, making decisions about what is valid in the protocol and what is invalid, and working as Bitcoiners, technical and non-technical alike, to run nodes and miners to provide redundancy and support to the propagation and storage of block data. Making changes to this working system is no small feat. It should not be taken lightly. It should not be embarked upon without a clear understanding of the goals that we are attempting. There are risks associated with updating a moving system, one that has been adopted, one that has become infrastructure. Ossification is not an adherence to defaults. It is a commitment to the users of the system and their understanding of how the system does and should work. It is making the system more predictable and easier to maintain and reason about. No one who wants Bitcoin to succeed would have the courage or the short-sightedness to stand up and defend their assertion that ossification means we don't patch problems. So what does ossification really mean? If bug fixes aren't upgrades, what are? The real debate here, I think, is what classifies as a new upgrade versus what is a change that will refine or simplify an existing process. Trying to change Bitcoin is dangerous and difficult, especially when the proposed changes require a reimagining of the use cases and contract underlying Bitcoin. We should rightfully be cautious and suspicious of projects that aim to reimagine the uses of Bitcoin in their own image or in the image of a system that was designed to work for their own profit. Imagine buying a car and then later receives an upgrade and becomes a boat. Do you live near the water? How useful is it to you that your car can now travel through water? Flying cars exist, but you don't buy them because it's much better to buy a very nice, expensive car that can travel across the land quickly and a separate, very nice plane that allows you to travel in style. Distinct systems that are well adapted to their use case are far more valuable than a vehicle which attempts to accommodate every desire for movement. In conversations I've had, it's become obvious to me that I'm often being asked for a feature or proposal that the person pitching me has a vested financial interest in the success of that proposal being adopted. There's rarely an interest in what is good for decentralization of exchange or making it easier for individuals to hold their coins, a simpler system. If you want more features and users to pump your own bags, it's not about freedom, it's about your own greed. Even Vitalik admits that Bitcoin did it right with our simplicity. Simplicity comes from a clarity of focus. For Bitcoin, the focus is on transacting peer-to-peer. It's about sending and receiving value. Anything else is a distraction. Many people hold Bitcoin. It's the most widely distributed cryptocurrency and one of the most distributed currencies in terms of geographic location of its holders. Bitcoin aimed to be decentralized, and it has succeeded at becoming decentralized. Upgrades to Bitcoin threaten the understanding that these hodlers have about the nature of the asset that they own. As currently written, the Bitcoin protocol is a contract that specifies what is valid and invalid, and every node on the network agrees to uphold and maintain those rules of validity. As we talk both amongst ourselves as well in the wider community about the changes we like to make to what is valid and invalid in Bitcoin, we put the harmony of the network at risk by asking nodes to not only consider the changes we like to make, but to actively update their software such they're now enforcing new rules. Anarchy thrives in such situation, but commerce is only possible between true peers. So changing a system that is well understood into something that is less understood is undesirable. As an educator, having the system change frequently means that I have to work harder to update my materials more frequently to have people understand what that change means for them. So communication is a precursor to consensus. Communication must be reenacted every time a new person joins the network. Every change and feature requires a recommunication to every interested and invested party. Features and changes are therefore incredibly expensive on a human cost side, and failure to communicate effectively leads to disenchantment with a project, a lack of trust, and a failure of us to live up to our commitment to be an open source ecosystem that is understandable by newcomers. Oh my God. If we want changes, you can make them. You can fork Bitcoin. You can run your own chain. We've seen tons of projects in the early days of cryptocurrency that tried to add more features to blockchain technology. They've mostly failed or become shitcoin casinos. The economic value of a network comes from the people who use that technology, and Bitcoin works because it promises the ability to transact peer-to-peer with no central authority. Why must we as Bitcoiners be constantly pitched to accommodate new features and uses? I expect new visions of Bitcoin will exist and will continue to receive patches and proposals to change how Bitcoin code works. We should consider them carefully. The future is already being constructed. It exists in our ability to transact real eternal value without third parties.
All right. Thank you very much. All right, now we're going to go into the rebuttal phase. There'll be 3 minutes, I think. 6 minutes each. That's right, 3 was per person yesterday. Great. 6 minutes for rebuttal. And then we'll go to the Q&A session.
All right, yeah, so the Steelman argument for ossification posits that Bitcoin has already achieved its core functionality as sound money and store of value, and further changes, even if well-intentioned, introduce unnecessary risk, and those risks could undermine the very properties that make Bitcoin valuable. By ossifying the protocol, we ensure that Bitcoin remains a trustworthy, decentralized, and immutable system for the long term, right? It's true. Every change includes risk. The fear of unknown unknowns, however, in my view, is not a logical argument. And why is this? It's because every decision has unknown unknowns. And by that I mean making changes to the protocol has unknown unknowns. Not making changes to the protocol also has unknown unknowns. The argument effectively cancels itself out from my view. I believe that the way that you come to a solution to this predicament is through understanding that vigilance is key. And the anti-fragility of the protocol only is ensured through the continued vigilance of people who are watching the network, people who are maintaining the code, and people who are incentivized to keep this system running. And as we know, there's a few $1 trillion on the line, so I think the incentives are there. It's also true that complexity creates risk. This is why I believe that changes to Bitcoin's base layer should be performed with the goal of reducing complexity in higher layers of software by providing more powerful primitives that are safer for developers to use and easier for them to reason about, rather than having to go off and create a bunch of convoluted game theory that is risky in its own right. Another issue that I have with ossification advocates is that the world in which Bitcoin operates will never ossify itself. The world will continue throwing new problems at Bitcoin, and if Bitcoin cannot adapt to solve them, then we should expect hacky and most likely centralized solutions to be bolted on top. And we can learn lessons from what has happened to other network protocols. Bitcoin is actually affected by the ossification of other network protocols. For example, the vast majority of Bitcoin nodes that people like you may be running at home are not reachable by other nodes on the network. They're not accepting inbound connections. This is a result of network address translation on routers, which is necessary due to the total IP address space limitation of IPv4. As a result, we have 7,000 reachable IPv4 nodes, even though there's closer to 60,000 IPv4 nodes out there. So this is suboptimal for the topology of the Bitcoin network. TCP, similar type of thing. This is a basic level transport layer used for almost everything you use on the internet. TCP was designed to be optimized for reliability, to make sure that data gets to where it's supposed to go. But there's so much hardware out there that has hard-coded interpretations of TCP, there's no way for us to effectively improve it to make it faster. So people who want faster TCP have to actually build on other protocols like UDP. SMTP, email, this is a similar story. It was designed for the reliable delivery of messages under the assumption that everyone would want to receive messages. And that was great back in the 1970s and 80s, where only a few thousand people used the internet. But in the 90s, we started having millions of people adopt this protocol and join the internet, and a few naughty people joined. And these naughty people figured, hey, why should I send spam through snail mail when it costs me many cents to do so for each recipient, and with SMTP, it's orders of magnitude cheaper. So what happened? The world changed, and SMTP could not adapt to that change. There were new adversaries that had not been thought about by the developers. And because SMTP effectively ossified in the 90s, when we needed things like better security, encryption, anti-spam mechanisms, engineers only had a few options, and they decided to bolt on some centralized reputation systems and authentication systems based on DNS, which is centralized in and of itself. And anti-spam is these days mostly based on reputation. And you've basically got a handful of trusted third parties out there who are telling us who to whitelist and blacklist. All these solutions got slapped on the top of the protocol, and as of today, it's basically impossible for an individual person to use SMTP themselves. It doesn't require a stretch of the imagination to see how Bitcoin could follow down this path. We see centralization occurring everywhere, from minor centralization to custody centralization. ETFs and corporate treasuries are not helping out with those things. And we don't know what the long-term market is going to look like for Bitcoin and block space. What of these uses are going to be the most valuable to people? This question, I think, becomes more and more important after each halving. And I think that having more functionality and more layers that people are able to run their experiments on means it's more likely for us to find the highest possible value use cases of block space. This is important, of course, in order to ensure the long-term thermodynamic security for the network. And I think that we just don't know what those possible value use cases could be, and it seems pretty arrogant for any individual to assume that they know, as of today, what is better than what the free market of the future will be. So from my perspective, it's best that we enable innovators to continue exploring the potential design space for Bitcoin.
Jameson, while a dirty progressive, makes some valid points. I think the first is that we agree about decentralization. Where we disagree is on where the arrogance and changes lie. It is true, while it is true that changes have been made to Bitcoin by some fearless technologists who dreamed of a better future, one that we now all currently live on and build upon. I believe that it is true arrogance to think that you can take a change and apply it to Bitcoin and hope to improve upon the vision of that Satoshi himself had. The Bitcoin that we use today is not the Bitcoin that Satoshi originally envisioned. And while it's not possible for us to move backwards in the past, soft forks are one way anyways. It is arrogant to think that we should continue moving in a direction that takes us farther from his true vision. That being said, we've already achieved much with Bitcoin as it is. Bitcoin is the most adopted cryptocurrency currently in existence. Back when we were making more changes to Bitcoin, the number of stakeholders and hodlers was a more technical developer audience in general. Now it is widely held by institutions, by grandmothers, by shitcoin traders looking to make a quick buck. If we change Bitcoin, it is our arrogance that threatens the social contract and expectations that these users have of the assets that they are holding. What responsibility and arrogance do we have to maintain the system as it is working and continuing to process transactions and not go diverge from the vision that people who currently, and understanding that people who currently hold Bitcoin understand for it to be working. It is true that we have changed in the past to accommodate new layers. These new layers now exist, and these layers are already being built. If we do nothing with Bitcoin today, we make no further changes, BitVM will continue to be developed, BitVM will continue to be pushed out. There are new projects that are currently being in development, such as Collider VM, which is another way of doing covenants. Both of these projects can exist and do exist and don't require Bitcoin to change in order to be developed and shipped, which I believe proves that there is a clear path for exploration without forcing any new proposals or changes onto the existing holders of Bitcoin. Jameson says that if Bitcoin does not change, it will become irrelevant and it will be subsumed by another system. It's true that old systems that truly lose their relevance are not changed, they are replaced. A good example is a horse and buggy. While there are many people that have moved on from the horse and buggy, horses are no longer a thing that people use. We now drive cars or walk or use bicycles even. That was a new invention. You can continue to use horses and buggies without moving on to the new technology. So rather than think that we can change Bitcoin, I would expect if a new and better money is created and shipped, that we as smart individuals who value sound money would simply move to the new system and Bitcoin would be abandoned. But that system doesn't exist. There have been many contenders to attempt to replace or update or improve upon the features that Bitcoin currently has. And I think current historical price information will tell you that largely they have been a failure in comparison to where Bitcoin is today. Bitcoin is a simple system. It continues to transmit value from one peer to the next. And it's across a wide swath of individuals, not just developers, who have the power to change their nodes. We have a contract not only with ourselves and our ability to exchange Bitcoin peer-to-peer, but also with the hodlers who don't have the technical ability to interact with their node and maybe understand the changes that we're proposing to keep their money as sound as our own. If we're missing building blocks, what blocks are we missing? Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I will be kicking off the Q&A section now. I will ask a couple questions of each of the debaters, and then we'll let the audience participate as well. All right, so I wanted to start by asking Jameson a question, kind of a two-parter. So you mentioned at one point in your rebuttal that the idea of making changes would be to reduce complexity at higher levels, and that is good for the network. But couldn't you argue that this is what Ethereum does and did, and isn't that one of the ways in which it went astray, as Vitalik recently himself admitted, in terms of the complexity that they added to the base layer? And do you see any risk of that in Bitcoin, in making Bitcoin changes? And then the second part of the question is, it's great in theory to talk about making changes, but is there a limiting principle to that? At what point is a change bad or good?
Yeah, I mean, I think the layer 2 thing is interesting to think about, especially, I mean, I'm not as deep into this as probably a lot of my haters may believe with Ethereum and its ecosystem, but I think that one of the problems of the layer 2 ecosystem of Ethereum is how fractured it has become, and that like if you're using something on one layer 2 of Ethereum, you can't really easily get to another layer 2. And from what I've been seeing, the way that the layer 2s have been evolving within Bitcoin is that there's a concerted effort for the layer 2s to be Lightning compatible. So we basically already have these trustless bridges between the layer 2s. So I could envision that creating an ecosystem of layer 2s that, rather than fracturing, are actually still sufficiently compatible with each other that people can hop around without going through like trusted third-party bridges, which is another major problem on a lot of the EVM setups. So, this is a very complex thing to talk about, especially at a vague high level. What is good, what is bad, that is part of the consensus process. And it's not up to me to judge what is creating too much complexity, what is creating enough new functionality and utility versus the amount of risk that may be inherent to it. And so that's why, especially for consensus changes, we end up having multi-year processes often. And of course, right now we're in uncharted territory. It has never been this long of a time before when we did not have some sort of consensus soft fork activation that was actually really on the table. Even you could actually argue that right now we're too fractured amongst many different proposals, and we don't have sufficient drive and velocity behind one of them, and that's perhaps one of the problems, that people are, or at least the developers, are almost too motivated and going in different directions in order for us to find rough consensus for something.
Great, thanks. All right, Lisa, I will ask you a question now. Feel free to take your time to respond to any of what Jameson said as well. But my question for you is somewhat related as well. So this idea, so you made the observation in what you were saying that we have these ways now that new functionality can be released, can be experimented with, can be built upon. You also mentioned that is the duty of the maintainers and developers to protect decentralization. Now, what about the idea that some of these workarounds to do these things without an upgrade to the protocol actually harm decentralization or are inefficient or harmful to the overall health of the network?
Sorry, could you repeat the last part? Sorry.
So the idea that that some of the workarounds that people are coming up with, like the BitVM having to publish these things off Mempools, so these workarounds that exist, and maybe there's going to be other ones that are going to be developed as well. Yes, we can build them in other ways without requiring soft forks, but if those workarounds are actually harmful to the decentralization or the overall health of the network.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. I think that we have yet to see one of these projects become that point of harm to the network. I think the idea is that Bitcoin, since you're not making changes to the base layer of Bitcoin, Bitcoin can continue to operate and exist as it is, with miners making blocks and users sending transactions to each other. I think if anything, the risk of bringing more complexity into the base layer instead of keeping it on these other layers is that if it gets to the point where those systems are too complex to exist, it's why don't they go make their own project independent of Bitcoin? What about those projects like BitVM or Collider VM necessarily needs to involve Bitcoin at all as a system to transact Bitcoin from peer to peer? And if their existence on the network is making it such that Bitcoin itself is untenable, then it seems like Bitcoin may have failed. So I think if you get to the point there, it's like, what changes can we even at the protocol make to protect Bitcoin if we're not at the point where it's protected already? There have been a lot of protocols in the past that have attempted to harm the network or introduce more meta protocols, et cetera, data into the blockchain. My understanding is we haven't really made many changes, for example, for like how inscriptions work, for example. And Bitcoin continues to exist. People continue to transact. The biggest impact has been the cost at which it is to transact on the network. But overall, I think that Bitcoin has a solid foundation. And if there are any problems to the network, I guess I'm saying like, things that Bitcoin changing to prevent itself and to keep the network healthy is something that we should expect to see. Things that we introduce to add new features to Bitcoin, I think, are really where the threat comes in to destabilizing the network.
All right. It's kind of all related, but so this question, Jameson, this is a bit, I don't know, I guess hypothetical, but so you kind of alluded to this. We haven't made a change. This is the longest period of time that we haven't seen any sort of soft fork. We haven't made a change. So one could argue that maybe we are already at ossification and that we're seeing now that this, even just policy changes are hard to get through, which don't even need consensus. This op return proposal was made 2 years ago. It got closed down. We're trying it again. And the community ecosystem just kind of blows up around it. So I guess part of the question is ossification inevitable anyway once the ecosystem gets to a certain size? Is there a time when it's therefore okay to be ossified, and so we're just trying to get in the right changes before we get to that point, like we did with some of the Lightning changes? And if ossification is a danger, then that means it's a bad thing. If we're already ossified, does that mean, you could say that Bitcoin has already lost? If we're already ossified, that the game is lost. And if it doesn't mean that Bitcoin's lost and we might be ossified, then isn't it better just to play it safe?
Yeah, so we only have 30 to 40 years of experience, of history, watching network protocols and observing them and trying to understand, what are the actual physics of these things. In network protocols, something that humans really just started designing recently. And it seems to me that ossification is inevitable for any network protocol that gains sufficient adoption. It's almost like a physics problem. The coordination of the actors amongst the network grows impossibly more difficult because the network kind of gets crushed under its own weight. So yes, it's inevitable. I don't think there's any optimal point at which any network protocol you would want to ossify, because there's always room for improvement. But it's a question of how many improvements can you get in before that happens, because once you reach the point of no return, that's when you have to start bolting on other hacky systems that can have unintended consequences, centralization. And I want to be clear that I don't think that Bitcoin is going to die or fail or cease to exist as a result of ossification, but rather that the nature of Bitcoin and how it is used, and perhaps the game theory, because of a change in the cohorts of the participants, result in just Bitcoin changing and perhaps not being as sovereign for individuals.
All right, this is the last question I have before we hand it off to the audience. Lisa, at one point in your opening statement, you talked about that the benefits of ossification can be a benefit to users just because of the extra costs that it otherwise would impose for them to be upgrading their nodes to support these new features. So first off, isn't that's the advantage of the soft forks, that you can keep on running your node and don't have to worry. If you don't care about the new feature, you don't have to upgrade. But the flip side is, now that we have this much better reporting system for vulnerabilities, we are learning about all of the dangers of continuing to run older versions of the software. And so that really you do want to keep on upgrading your node anyway. So is that really a cost then that we should be worried about imposing on users if they should be upgrading anyway to keep their funds and their nodes safe?
That's a great question. So I believe it is, we're already expecting users to upgrade their nodes in order to patch known vulnerabilities that could knock their nodes down out of the network, which if enacted at scale would cause the entire network to go down, basically. I think that there's an interesting kind of similarity here to how Ethereum would force its network to upgrade when they realized that they wanted to do the merge, which I like to say is a great marketing term for making the biggest hard fork your network has ever seen. You call it a merge instead of a fork. The way that they introduced this is they started something called the difficulty bomb, which basically made it such that miners had to update to the next layer, the next version. Basically, it was holding a gun to the miner's head and saying, you must update before this block, otherwise you will not be able to mine anymore on Ethereum. So they basically built a suicide switch into the upgrades. I think that sort of forced upgrades on users, so tying feature updates to vulnerability patches, for example, is a great way to really cause the developers, the arrogance of the developers and their desires to be pushed out across the network. And that gives developers, I think, oversized power for the users of the network.
Great. Thanks very much. All right, we got time for maybe about 10 minutes of questions.
Hey, I guess this is, thanks to both of you, great arguments on both sides. Yeah, I guess this is a question for Jameson. Why, if we ossify, and so this is a free market, right? If we ossify, and that starts to hurt Bitcoin's value, presumably because it's doing something that that makes things harder, right? Wouldn't Bitcoin just fork to a newer version, and the market would say, oh, this newer version is better because it leads to better features, which will lead to a network that has a higher market cap. So wouldn't we just have a fork war, and whichever one happens to be more valuable is the one that wins, because we live in a free market?
Optimistically, theoretically, but once again, I think it's ahistorical. I don't think that Bitcoin ossifying and perhaps you could argue like becoming weaker or more brittle in certain attributes of the network necessarily means that the value of the network goes down. I think it is entirely plausible that the value of Bitcoin continues to go up even as very important attributes of the network are eroded. Let's once again, look at SMTP. Look at any of these network protocols that from a number of different perspectives have become worse over the decades. 20, 30 years ago, you could run your own email server. You could reliably get your messages to where you wanted them to go. Do that today, you're going to get black-holed, blacklisted, even if you try to follow the rules. If you don't have a sufficient team of people to help you with reputation management, you are effectively going to be on your own network of one when it comes to email. So email, what most people would say is one of the most highly adopted network protocols. Like, we all use email, right? Well, actually, no, we don't. We use trusted third parties. 95% of email is captured by about 10 gatekeepers. And so, yeah, from one perspective, email is a massive success. From the sovereignty perspective, email is an abject failure.
Any other questions? Okay, we got one here. All right.
Question for Steve. Talked to Dasher earlier today about knots and learned something interesting. There's actually a hard cutoff on knots when you install a new version. It chugs along for 3 years, and then if you never update your knots node, it dies. So this is sort of a kind of a difficulty bomb idea. What do you think? Is this a feature, or is this a protective measure that would be worth forking in? Is this a fork? I guess it's not.
Yeah, it sounds like Luke has taken Satoshi's vision for Bitcoin and arrogantly added a new feature to it, which would be allowing your node to continue running after 3 years. I don't know what Satoshi would say about that, but I don't think he would be particularly happy in that it seems to enforce that was not bingo. Enforce the what do you call it? Enforce something users basically to continually reassert their what do you call it? Participation via updates. Yeah, so that's what I think about that.
Hey, I have a question for Jameson. Something Nifty talked about a bit is the specific risks that can happen from bad changes. Can you speak to the specific danger of ossification and why that's a dangerous thing?
Well, like I said, there are unknown unknowns, both for making changes and not making changes. So I think that you can't predict all of the potential future threats that we may need to guard against. You also cannot predict all of the future potential advancements and improvements that may become possible for us to take advantage of. So I don't think that we want to shoot ourselves in the foot by ossifying and then 20, 30 years from now, something really cool comes along, but oh wait, there's no more developers around who even know how to do consensus changes or have shepherded consensus changes through the entire process. So that could be particularly unfortunate if we're just not able to maximize what Bitcoin can do and take advantage of these other things. We know that there are things coming along. There's timestamp overflow stuff, maybe quantum stuff, scalability stuff, and all of these things they have the potential to either directly cause harm to Bitcoin or to somewhat indirectly harm it by preventing us from growing and giving as much functionality and as I keep saying, as much sovereignty to as many people throughout the world.
Hey, over here. Yeah, so you cite other networks as something that we can learn from, but I had thought that one of the main problems with those open public good systems is that the economic incentives to, get to send your messages for free everywhere meant that, in this yada, 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 proof of work was invented to solve that, right? So isn't it kind of important to, more important even, to get the economics and the money use case really down pat and then build networks on top of that? It seems, rather than looking at the networks as something to emulate in terms of the mistakes that they make.
Well, yeah. I mean, anything that has potential economic impact, for example, block size changes, anything that can, even anything that can improve the ability of what people can do with their Bitcoin can have second order and unintended side effects, right? Adding some new functionality, if that becomes extremely popular and it's unanticipated, then just due to the fact that Bitcoin is a shared common resource, that can unintentionally push other people out of the system from an economic point of view. Some of these things are intractable problems, and I believe, once again, as I've said several times, as new cohorts continue to come in, especially as wealthier cohorts and institutions and enterprises come in, it's entirely possible for them to start using Bitcoin and essentially price out all of the plebs. So this is it's an ongoing challenge, and the short version is that yes, I think you do have to be very careful about the economic aspects of it, and this is why I think the scalability question ultimately needs to be, what are we really trying to target? Who are we really trying to get sovereignty to? Because there is no layer 2 system that can provide the same security model to anyone as layer 1 Bitcoin.
All right, there was a couple to James. Do you want to respond to anything before we go to closing statements?
Yeah, I just wanted to respond quickly to one point Jameson make about how it's complex to talk about what the requirements might be for these secondary systems or what building blocks they would need. And maybe just reiterate that simplicity comes from a simplicity of purpose, which is being able to transact peer-to-peer in a decentralized manner, as Satoshi set out in his white paper.
All right. Thank you, everyone. We will now move on to the closing statements. Starting with Jameson.
All right. So what's the takeaway from all of this? I believe that ossification is tantamount to complacency. Yes, we all agree Bitcoin is great, but I do not agree that Bitcoin has reached its pinnacle. I think that complacency is one of the greatest threats to Bitcoin. We must not rest upon our laurels. Technology is deflationary by nature, and Bitcoin's consensus rules should prioritize safety and keeping the system decentralized in as many aspects as possible. This includes not only node operators, but also users of block space. Because after all, if someone is priced out of using block space, they are most assuredly not going to run a full node. I think this quote from Napoleon does a pretty good job describing the analysis paralysis that can lead to ossification. The torment of precautions often exceeds the dangers to be avoided. This, in effect, is the innovator's dilemma. That is to say, we have been so successful, we have gained so much adoption, that now we start to be afraid that if we continue innovating, we might take a risk and we might go backwards due to harming the network. On the other hand, do we stop innovating? Do we remain content with what we have today? Because by stalling innovation, we might ultimately lose dominance if some other entity comes along that doesn't have anything to lose and innovates past us, eventually taking market share from us. As I see it, you're either optimistic that Bitcoin's game theory is sound and the network is anti-fragile, or you're pessimistic that Bitcoin's governance is brittle and the network is fragile. One of the most dangerous narratives that I believe keeps coming around in the context of this entire issue is number go up. Similar to what I responded to Chris earlier, I think it's entirely feasible that number continues going up even as the various attributes of Bitcoin become eroded, due to centralizing forces if we don't remain vigilant and continue to fight against them as they arise. Proponents of number go up will keep pointing at the exchange rate and claiming, everything is fine, we're all getting rich, don't rock the boat. But this, once again, is complacency. I think that we should remain focused on the issue of individual sovereignty. The question should be, how do we maximize the number of people who are able to use Bitcoin without trusted third parties in a permissionless manner, without disrupting the game theory and economic forces that have kept the system sound up until this point? What do I think we should do about that? Obviously, support permissionless innovation on other layers, encourage more participation in the Bitcoin improvement proposal process, Preserve the philosophy of careful, thoughtful, and cautious soft forks. And perhaps more funding for a variety of even crazier research and development projects to continue to explore what's even possible with this magnificent thing that we call Bitcoin. Those who wish to continue striving to improve Bitcoin should ignore the ossification extremists. Ultimately, this is a permissionless space, and no one can stop you from contributing to Bitcoin. The world is not going to stop evolving, and we have to ask ourselves, do we want Bitcoin to evolve along with it? Do we want to adapt it so that it continued to thwart new and unforeseen threats? Do we want to take advantage of technological advances? Or do we want to risk Bitcoin losing sight of its original vision as peer-to-peer electronic cash?
Ossification is not a threat. The real threat is attempting to accommodate the world into a protocol meant for peer-to-peer exchange. A loss of core purpose and core values would destroy Bitcoin. It is not the responsibility of the protocol to accommodate every use case for decentralized exchange. New proposals for how to change the protocol and what to add to it will never end. Much like the Amish encourage their youth to go and experience the world outside of their own value systems, we as Bitcoiners should encourage young engineers and newcomers to try their hand building on systems outside of the simplicity of Bitcoin. They can build and learn and lose money and make mistakes in ecosystems that have different purposes, like being a world computer or a privacy coin. They can add their work and their value to those projects and see what impacts their ideas have on the world elsewhere. The Amish update themselves on a much slower arc than any other society. They allow their children to dabble in shitcoinery as youth, but they do not bring it home. Two may Bitcoin developers dabble in shitcoinery and meta protocols, but they must not bring this into the simplicity of Satoshi's vision. Much like Vitalik has recently realized, I think that they will find that they have missed the simplicity of what Bitcoin's singular focus offers. That is not to say we mustn't consider updating Bitcoin to be more robust. Changes have and continue to be made to Bitcoin, but ones that ensure its ability to survive and the simplicity of its use. We have a commitment to the users of Bitcoin to make changes that are well communicated and that continue to represent the core values that they have come to expect of the protocol. Complexity is ugly. The only way to ensure simplicity is through taste and competency. Ossification is not death, it is a continuation of tradition. It is Amish, it is survival and simplicity in a world of temptation towards complication. Bitcoin continues to work, Bitcoin continuing to work and be adopted is good. Bitcoin changing out from under the feet of existing hodlers is bad. We should aim for more adoption and more use of the existing protocol. There is much work left to be done. Sound money has no competition.
All right. And with that, we will open up the voting, the end of debate voting. You should just be able to go right back to roughconsensus.xyz, and you will see the voting that you've been participating in so far. And when it closes, then I will be able to see the results. So we're open now. Yep. And if you're watching online, you should be able to vote as well. And did we not get any bingo winners? That's good. Yeah.
We need some JPEGs and lightning and
It's more targeted to the previous debate. Was that? Retarded 80 bytes. What's that?
Is calling Jameson a dirty progressive an ad hominem?
Was that on purpose? I have nothing to try. Oops. Gonna have to ask our benevolent dictator of the database over here. All right, so should we close it? Anyone still voting? Nope. All right, close it up, and I will.
All right, so refresh, and you should see the results.
There we go, in-person voting. Okay, so motion, ossification is a greater threat to Bitcoin than new upgrades. So to reiterate in human readable terms, I guess, the affirmative side believes that ossification, the resistance to change and the inability to adapt, pose a greater long-term threat to Bitcoin, was Jameson's side, than the risks associated with new upgrades. Lisa's side, the con side, the opposing side believes that new upgrades with their potential for unintended consequences, centralization pressures, and increased attack surfaces are a greater threat to Bitcoin than ossification. So pre-debate, we had 18 votes for, 7 votes against, 6 votes undecided, 58%, so the majority was on for. Post-debate, we had 15 votes for, 58% stayed the same, against was 38, and undecided was 4%. So for stayed steady, against gained the most, and undecided went down, so against wins.
Dev's decided. Close the PRs. Close all the PRs.
Are you leaving the online? Can you see the results and just tell us? Online voting. Oh, nobody participated. Aw. They left by the end too. The 2 people. All right. Well. Thank you, everybody, for participating in the first ever Bitcoin Oxford Series debates. We hope to have many more if our benevolent dictator of the conferences keeps them coming. But yeah, thank you, everyone.